Greetings, fans and members of the fandom community. Welcome to day one of Mainframe Comic-Con. Mainframe Comic-Con has finally descended upon the world all this weekend, guys. We can't thank you enough for joining us here for 2 days of awesome. If you're watching this video on YouTube, if you're watching it on Facebook, thank you to be here. But just a reminder, if you're not at mainframecomiccon.com, you're not getting the full experience. So definitely, if you're watching this somewhere else, head over to mainframecomiccon.com. We have got 5 panel halls streaming live right now. Hall A, B, C, D, and E, hosting the top names in comics, the top names in film, television, everybody coming together for a good cause, guys. We're raising money for the Hero Initiative. While you're on the panel halls, make sure you click on that button at the bottom that says donate to the Hero Initiative. Give what you can. $1 here, $1 million there. Every single cent from those buttons is going to go to the Hero Initiative. All of our guests are generously donating their time completely for free to raise money for the Hero Initiative. So come find us at mainframecomiccon.com and explore all the fun stuff. We've got exhibitors. We've got some really hard to find comic books in the exhibitor hall. We've got Mainframe merchandise, exclusive con exclusives. So I've talked enough, guys. We can't wait to get into this very first panel of Mainframe Comic-Con here in Hall A. Here to introduce our first premier guest. You know him from the Collider.com Heroes show. You know him from the Schmodown. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Coy Jandreau to Mainframe Comic-Con. Coy, how you doing, man?
Good morning, man.
You know, you were when we invited you to come do Mainframe, you said there's one person I absolutely have to interview. So I'm going to go ahead, let you go and introduce our first guest of Mainframe. Well, we'll see you guys in just a little bit.
Appreciate it, man. So kicking off this early Saturday morning, I am very honored to welcome one of my favorite writers of all time, the great Tom King.
Hey, what a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. Thank you for doing this. The Heroes Initiative is a genuinely wonderful charity, and I personally know people who benefit from it. So you guys are doing God's work, and so thank you. That's all I want to say.
I think this is a really cool way to spend a weekend. It feels like a con. Like this the energy's there, and that feels amazing. And for the best of causes, like this is a Saturday.
Absolutely, right? Yeah. So good morning.
Morning. So your run on Batman I want to get to, but I've been the loudest Mr. Miracle fan because it's one of the most interesting tone books I've ever read. I've only been able to describe it as Looney Tunes meets This Is Us because I can't find like the tonality of it blows my mind. So what was the groundwork behind that book? Because it doesn't seem like it comes from any other. There's nothing quite like it. It's an amazing book in itself.
Oh, really? I thought I was stealing from so many different people. Yes, no, it was totally original. Never.
Who is this Mr. Miracle?
Where do these 9 panels come from? Yeah, I mean that book turned out real good. Mostly thanks to Mitch Garrett's killing it on the art. Mitch is one of my best friends, and that collaboration just works. Yeah, I think that's the magic of it. Just that Mitch made it beautiful. But yeah, I mean, it comes from, where does it come? Do you want the whole origin story? What do you want? I'll give you anything.
The tonality, I'm curious like where the flavor came from, because you've got someone like Scott Free, who's this golden age character that shouldn't on paper be able to be modernized so efficiently. But between like the t-shirts and the grounded storytelling, it feels like you could run into Scott Free, but he's a guy named Scott Free. Like it's a very strange tone.
I'm working on the New Gods movie now, and every time I write Scott Free, I was like, do we have to explain this to an audience why he has this crazy name?
That's what I mean. You can pick this up day one and get it, and that to me, I'm like, how do I tell people? No, it makes sense. Trust me.
I think a lot of it comes from when I first sort of started out, I was sort of exploring sort of what to do with I had the idea that the first thing that came to me was like, he's an escape artist. What can't you ever escape? You can't escape death. I mean, it's like, these are very easy ideas. And I was like, okay, so let's say he kills himself to escape death, and then he wakes up. And then the question was like, what happens when he wakes up? And that's like where you had to start actually working hard. And so I had that sort of basic premise, and I went to, I think it was Baltimore or 3 years ago. And I talked to a guy named Julian Lytle, who's now doing some work for DC that I just co-wrote a thing with. And one of the smartest guys in comics, I was like, I'm working on this project. and I was excited about it, but I wasn't thrilled with it because we were supposed to do a Batman thing. It got switched to Mr. Miracle, and I was like, yeah, we're doing Darkseid, and I was like, Darkseid's kind of a boring character. He's kind of like Thanos light. I know Thanos is a ripoff of Darkseid-ish concepts, not directly of Darkseid according to Starlin, but of Darkseid-ish concepts. But Thanos is such a cool villain. Like he was the villain of my childhood, you know. And so I was like, so to me, it always felt like, you know, like the light beard Thanos. And then my buddy Julian is like, no, dude, Darkseid is something entirely different because Darkseid is. And I was like, what is that? And he's like, well, it started with Grant Morrison, but it's like this realization that like, it's like if have you had, you know, you had to make two choices in front of you. One was the good choice, one was the bad one. You knew you meant to make the good one, but you made the bad one. It's like Darkseid is, or like that feeling you wake up in the morning and everything is right, everything's fine in your life, and yet Darkseid is. Like it's just like this weight on your chest. And I was like, oh, dude, I was like, that's a concept. And then, I mean, I've talked about this a lot, so it's not like a revelation thing, but right around that time, it's 2006. Oh God, we're going fast. 2016, when sort of the tempest that became the storm we're currently living in started, you know, when the world just started getting a little off kilter. And I think like a lot of people sense it, like this sort of rising anxiety of like the world is so weird right now. And I had one of those first season of Sopranos panic attacks where you end up in the hospital and you're like, am I crazy or am I dying? And you're like, you hope the doctor tells you you're crazy. And he's like, you're crazy. You're like, yes. But you're like, oh shit, but I'm crazy.
But now I'm crazy.
Yeah, that sucks, man. Because you're like my chest feels like it's blowing up, and I feel like I feel like I had to faint, and like I felt like I was seeing. And I was like, at the moment, I remember Julian saying that Darkseid is. I was like, that's what it feels like. It just feels like Darkseid is. So then I was like, okay, I'm going to talk about that, like this feeling of anxiety and being trapped, and that'll be the tone of the book. The tone of the book will be very grounded in sort of the day-to-day concepts of how we survive this sort of trap that we were back then, man. We didn't realize we were skiing and having a good time. We didn't know. Like,
that was so nice.
That was so good.
Now,
Back in 2016.
It's like when you're in high school and you're like, this is the worst thing that's ever happened. And now we're like, high school.
I know, that's right.
2016 is freshman year. Little do we know what's coming.
I wrote this on Twitter. I was like, when I wrote Mr. Miracle about like what it's like to be trapped, to live in a world where you're trapped and just try to survive in that, I didn't mean for it to be so literal, you know, like it was supposed to be a metaphor for how we all felt, not like actuality.
I rewatched Dark Knight Rises the other day, and Bane having them all in their homes, and everything's under like police state laws. Like, oh, they're in Oregon. This takes place in Oregon. Got it.
That's right, man.
Jarring.
Oh, it's crazy. So so that's how it sort of started. So I was like, okay, because everybody was saying, they're like, yeah, things are getting kind of dark, but we're gonna make great art. It's gonna be like the fucking 80s. We're like things were dark, but we're gonna get fucking amazing. We're gonna get the Clash, and we're gonna blow up. And I was like, yeah, well, I'm an artist. At that point, I had like carte blanche to do whatever I wanted. I was like, that's on me. I got to make that good shit. So I was like, okay, so I'll make something about the time. So that's where the tone came from. Just sort of stealing from headlines.
I love that the Darkseid becomes almost this rhythm. There's, especially those 9 panels, you've got almost like a beat with the pacing of the color. And that turns into this ominous tone that I haven't actually felt in comics, where there's almost a soundtrack that without any sort of score, it like creates its own sound. And I feel like the moment that really landed for me was a comedy moment, was the double dip. So like this whole book, I feel ominous. And then there's something about like the oppressive nature of a double dip that I'm like, oh, he is evil. Where did the double dip idea come from? Because that's an inspiredly weird choice.
I married a very, the thing I can recommend most to you if you want to be a writer in the world is marry a nice Midwesterner. I married a nice Midwestern girl from Illinois. We've been married for together for 20 years. And my dog's saying hello. And the tradition in her family is, come rain or shine, if there's more than 4 people in a room, you bring a veggie tray. I don't know where it comes from, but it's like, there needs to be carrots and some sort of shitty dip, ranch, like that like resembles ranch dressing, and it's just like you got to stop at the grocery. You could be like 3 hours late to the party. You're like, no, we got to stop. We need the veggies. That's my wife's tradition. So I almost to mock her, I put it in. My wife reads Mr. Miracle. She's like, why don't I get paid for this? Why did the checks go to you? I was like, the accounts are growing. So I put that veggie tray in, and then it really caught on where people, it hit some sort of nerve, and then I was like, oh, and then it became sort of this symbol of like the idea that you can have. I mean, because to me, like, at least in my life, like the most crazy, most insane moments are right next to the most absurd normal moments. They're like right there. And so like, I'm trying to think of like, I was doing something, I was doing a TV thing the other day or a movie, whatever, a Hollywood thing. And the person I was talking to got a phone call. I'm like, oh, I got to call you back. It's Steven Spielberg. And you're like, tell him I liked Indiana Jones. You're like, what? Like that?
Yeah, you're like, this is an opportunity for something, but what?
Yeah, that's it. And then for a second you're like, wow, I must be the biggest, most important person in the world. I talked to someone who talked to, and you have that sort of like, I was doing something important. And then of course, we hang up and I go downstairs and there's my kid and he's not wearing any pants and
and the world's right back.
And the world is right there. So it's like they live next to each other. Like it immediately is like, no, you're just a fucking dad.
Well, that made him more of like a Christoph Waltz undercurrent villain than like the Thanos. So it gave him a lot of humanity in his inhumanity. And that's what I loved about the moment. It was like, Inglourious Bastards is so much more interesting because you're like, this guy's so almost likable. Oh, what a strange feeling.
Well, you always see that going back to Spielberg, like that Indiana Jones moment where the torturer comes up and he puts the torture together device and turns out to be a hanger for his coat, and it's like such a like it's that's how you make some fun stuff out of it.
And everything being so close to unreal. You and I actually met through I did an episode of my show Comic Book Shopping, and I really want Scott Free to be Jake Gyllenhaal. So I was like, I gotta like love it, and I kept thinking, what a strange moment that I've read this comic and I loved it, and I'm like, Jake, trust me. Please, this is the move. And I've never felt more like Entourage. Like, this is the script, Vinny Chase. This is the
one. Sweet.
Jake, LA, this big. It's real weird. Jake for Scott Free.
If your people call my people, we'll figure this out.
It's a year in the process. I've been lobbying so hard. It's got to happen. So switching over to Batman, because that's actually one of the books that there's on my show. We can't have too many repeats of a book. And that's one of the ones that got blacklisted because I recommended it to too many people. The Batman run.
You rock, man.
Dude, it's for me so consistent. Like it ran an insane gamut. Every new volume, I was like, what a mind frick I'm experiencing. I don't know what rating this stream is. But I Am Bane for me really stood out because to me it was the Bane that I always felt like he got shortchanged. The Joker was always the big bad for Batman because he's so iconically the inverse of Batman. It's such an easy, like the one rule thing is such a great black and white, whereas Bane is so similar to Batman and nobody lets him be that. But you really let that character breathe. Who is your Bane? What was the impetus of making that arc so powerful?
I mean, I was with right before I started on Batman. I really should do some of my own work. I'm giving too many people credit. I was walking around San Diego Comic-Con with a DC editor named Andy Corey, who had edited me on Omega Men. And we were sort of talking Batman, and I was like, what villain should I use? And I didn't want to use Joker. Scott had done 50 issues that were sort of centered around Joker, and beautifully had done them. And I was like, everyone just this is my idiotic instinct. Like, everyone expects Joker, so let's do what they don't expect. No, it's Batman. Joker should be in the fucking... Someone should have just pulled me to the side. And as soon as I left, James was like, no, Tom, Joker should be in Batman, and people loved it. I was like, oh, of course. Oh, what was I thinking? James is very smart. But I was like, forget that. So I was looking for a villain, and I was talking to Andy, and he's like, how about Bane? And I think of Bane as, he had the funny voice in the third one. He was very silly in the other one. And I was like, yeah, he's okay. He's got a lot of muscles. Who cares? Like, no, he's like, do you know his origin? And I was like, wasn't he in a prison? Who cares about that? And Andy's like, no. He was stuck in one room of a prison for 17 years by himself. And every night the prison flooded, and he rose to the top where he would almost drown. He'd have to tread water for 9 hours and eat the fish that came in with his teeth, and then it would go down. And he'd have to do it every day for 17 years by himself. And surviving that's why he's so... And I got that image from the first Conan movie of Arnold Schwarzenegger pushing that thing around and around and around. And I was like, that is so badass. Like, that is an origin story. Like to have the willpower to, for 17 years, not one day to think, fuck it, today I'm not treading water, I'm dying. When you're 5, 6, 7 years old, I was like, that guy's, he must have and the biggest willpower of anyone else. Like he would never quit ever. And so I was like, well, that's Batman's power. Like Batman has no superpowers. That's what makes him awesome. Except he has the willpower. He's the never quit guy. He's the I will find a way to defeat no matter what it takes, I will find the way to do it. And I was like, well, that's a perfect match. That's, immovable object meets, unstoppable object, or whatever that phrase is for people who are smarter than me. And so so I was like, oh, that's perfect. We'll make Bane the big bad. We'll make him the guy, and we'll do 100 issues, and we'll have, I'll make this to the point where these are two characters where one of them can't, they both can't live on the same planet because they hate each other so much. And that's where it started. Yeah,
I always felt like, the origin story. I feel like we'd heard but not felt, and not to just besmirch other writers, but I always felt like Joker's opposite was Batman, but Bane's opposite was Bruce Wayne. Like if you put Bruce Wayne in a different situation, he turns into Bane. If he's in prison, that's what he turns into. So I feel like that really colored the entire run you had, because this became like this. Bruce was one bad day away from being Joker or Bane, and I hadn't seen that yet. So it was really, I love that run, man. So I really appreciate what you did for Batman lore.
Thanks, I appreciate that. That's really nice.
There was another in there for me that was a 2-issue arc, the Batman Superman Double Date. I feel like I learned more about Superman than I have in 60 years of Superman. Just the humanity of Superman in that arc. Was that a real life experience? Did you have a double date that inspired this amazing double date comic?
No, I don't think I've ever been on a double date in my life. Can I tell you something? DC, everyone now that said this is now no longer works at DC, but boy, did they hate that issue. They despised it. They despised it from original concept, from the script to Clay drew drew it beautifully. They hate it. My editor, who still does work at DC and is still my editor, Jamie Rich, is the best editor in comics. He loved it. So I at least had that support. So it was the two of us against the world. But boy, DC hated that concept where I was like, because it started with I was going to do a bunch of they hated the title Super Friends. They're like, I hate that. I hate everything about this. And I started with was it Boston? All my comics. All my stories about writing started cons. What am I going to do next year? I'll have no ideas in my head.
It's going to be weird, the lack of outside world influence on comics. The Renaissance is just people in rooms.
That's right. It's all going to be it's going to be Batman sitting in a room. Just
everything's Blair Witch or Cloverfield. We're all just and then we were trapped and found footage. We had webcams and nothing else.
I did an issue of Strange Adventures 5 or 6 where it's where Alana and Adam are trapped in a cave for the whole issue, and my artist's like, well, can we do the next issue where they move outside? I was like, why would anyone go outside? You need all the drama. You need stuck in a room. I was like, that's what life is, right? You're stuck somewhere and you deal with it. That's what all
Scott Free's powers are very different now in 2020. The ability to escape everything. So yeah, that run for me with Batman was really, to me, genre redefining, because it brought me back to being a full-fledged DC guy. It brought me back to reading a lot more books. And so out of those 85 issues, those are my two favorites. So to what it's worth, DC brass, those two are my holy crap, this is the character.
Everyone's every con I go to, everyone's always says issue 37, the double date 37, 36 and 37 are their two favorite issues. Yeah. And it's so funny because at the time Clay had to draw the second one in 3 weeks, which for Clay's he likes to take his time drawing something. For him to do something in 3 weeks is unprecedented. And so he literally sent me pictures afterwards where he passed out in the middle of the street. Clay has a twin brother, and he sent me this picture. I should post it on the web, where Clay is passed out in the street of rural Florida, just laying on the ground. He sat down to just read something and fell asleep. And so he drew in 3 weeks, and everyone editorial hated it. It's everyone's favorite issue. Who knows how it works?
Yeah, you never know what the people versus it's a tricky market, comics. The fact that we're still getting to read them is a gift. I'm very happy.
Very much so.
So I always ask Batman writers, because I find Batman has an interesting sense of humor, and I think every Batman writer has a different opinion on what Batman finds funny. What do you think Batman finds funny? The psychology of him is fascinating.
Nothing. I don't think Batman is. I think Batman is funny. I think it's. my favorite Batman issues were the ones where I could write jokes, like the double date issue. But you never see him laugh in that issue at anything, or the Elmer Fudd issue. Like I don't. Did I ever have him? No, I don't think I ever have him laugh. He very rarely smiles, except like when he's like in love with the girl or having a good time with his children.
Yeah, there's some we met on the beach smiles, but very little else.
Yeah, but no jokes. Yeah. I would say Batman finds nothing. He finds humor to be an utter waste of time. I would say.
Adding that to the spreadsheet, no humor.
No humor. Tom King's like 0. He finds nothing funny. He hates puns. He hates.
I mean, you want him counter to the Joker, so he hates jokes. I get it. I respect it.
He watches Seinfeld. He agrees with the judge at the end. He's like, just arrest them. Put them all in jail.
They didn't deserve soup for you.
He stole the babka.
Curb Your Enthusiasm's a documentary to him.
Yeah. He's like, I agree with everything this man says.
This is literally how I see the world.
This is how I see the world.
So in the world of literal, Vision is an amazing commentary on both the past through its very colored by sitcoms of the 50s look at the world, and the present in that we're living in this strange Philip K. Dick sensation. That was one of the first things I read of yours, and now it feels more timely than it did in 2016. What inspired Vision? Was it also the turning of the world into what we experience now?
Oh man, Vision was a nice one. That's when we could complain about alienation in the suburbs. Remember when that was a care? Like we were like, oh, we're not achieving our true meaning of life because we live in these houses. I was like, oh man, you could go out you could go to the mall. That was awesome.
You could mow your grass without a mask on.
Or you talk alienation. Who cares about alienation? That's such a goddamn privileged thing to complain about.
Vision is now a utopian book. What a strange twist.
Exactly. It's like his kids got to go to school and come home. Think of the advantages.
They had a dog other people could walk.
Yeah, they had that dog. That's right. Like at one point, someone shows up at their house and they give them a hug. Come on, it's
sci-fi. This is not real.
Vision was inspired probably by desperation or something. It was so the original pitch for Vision. They came to me. It was like it was my first. I'm a Marvel zombie, and that was like when I was a kid. All I wanted to do was write for Marvel Comics. And this is my first Marvel that approached me, and they said, we have a character for you. It's gonna be perfect. And I was like, oh, it's gonna be Winter Soldier because they want me to do spy shit because I did spy shit. And they're like, Vision. I was like, Vision. I was like, yeah, he's like the solid backup character in the Avengers for 30 years. I don't. But I was, you lie to your editors because that's your job as a writer. So like, Vision, he's my favorite character. I've always wanted to do Vision. I've had a vision for Visions, and you're like, by the way, what do you want out of Vision? Like, what do you? And he's like, we want science fiction. So I'm like, oh, sweet, Vision in space. I was like, I got his whole pitch, and he's gonna go and he's gonna meet the the in-betweener and Death and all those awesome Jim Starlin characters. And they're like, no, it's science fiction, but on Earth. And I was like, what is that?
Blade Runner?
Yeah, Blade Runner. I didn't know. So then I was like, what's science fiction but on Earth? And I was like, well, like Frankenstein kind of thing. I was like, oh, so he creates a wife. I was like, okay, that's good. But I was like, that's actually just Frankenstein. So I can't do that because people will see how much I'm ripping off things. So I was like, how about he creates a wife and a family? I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And so I was like, all right, that's a good idea. And so I was texting with a buddy of mine, and he's like, do you have an idea? I was like, yeah, it's Vision creates a wife and a family. And he's like, oh, good. Like Small Wonder, the 80s sitcom about, and I was like, oh, and then I was like, I had 10 seconds to impress this guy. I was like, but it's like Breaking Bad where it drives him crazy and he turns into a supervillain.
Elevator pitch.
Yeah. I was like, come up with something. This is my buddy, Daryl Taylor, who has a podcast on the Taylor Network, if you want it. And so, and he's like, oh, that sounds cool. And so it was literally that. It was like someone being utterly unimpressed with my first pitch. I had to add something. And so I added the Breaking Bad element. And then I live in downtown DC, but I live near the suburbs, and had lived there 10 years ago. So I kind of knew them a little bit. And so, yeah, then it sort of evolved out of that. And then it became about sort of, alienation and sort of trying to, I had a very young family then. I also Omega Men had just been canceled. I don't know if you remember that, but after the third issue, DC canceled Omega Men. And there was like a week there where it was canceled. Then it came back because there was a whole Twitter campaign to bring it back, which was wonderful and really made my entire career. But in that week is when I wrote Vision #1, and I was like, fuck it, this is gonna get canceled. Nobody cares about a guy creating a family. I tried so hard to make. So I just threw out and just wrote a comic book the way I'd want to write it, using all sorts of techniques that I wouldn't normally put in a comic book because I didn't think anybody would like them. And then somehow that gelled. That vision became sort of my calling card of my career. So it's a good lesson to sort of sometimes you gotta, just say F it and do it.
Yeah, like Ultimate Spider-Man was always chasing cancellation, and that informed the MCU. Like
that's right. That's exactly.
Billions of dollars in film are owed to Bagley and Bendis being like,
That's right. Gotta live with a little fear.
And that, speaking of which, I don't know how much you can talk about it, but just the visual aesthetic seemingly from WandaVision has a lot of Vision's tonality in it. We don't know a lot about the story. It's way down the pipeline. I think personally it's going to be an M of House. I think she's going to say mutants and the mutants might happen. Like, we don't know a lot about the story, but I think it'd be really cool if they play with a mix of Vision and House of M and turn the mountain of madness that's coming at Doctor Strange. But the tone looks very much like the aesthetic of your comic book. What's it like to see something that came out of your mind in another medium?
It's weird. So I'm doing the New Gods movie where I'm writing the screenplay of it. So that's like a whole different thing where it's like, we're drawing a lot on sort of my Ava and I on the Mr. Miracle. I did a lot on the Kirby stuff. And so, but the Vision thing I'm not connected with at all. No offense. And I'm sad about it or anything. They've been very nice. But it is very weird because it's clearly, it seems like the plot is Wanda creates a world that sort of is a sitcom-y world, but you can see like visuals where they literally took a panel from the comic book. I was watching the Super Bowl with my family at a Super Bowl party, and a Vision commercial comes on, and I see in the Super Bowl with 100 million people watching, there's a panel from a comic book that Gabriel Walta drew and that I wrote some minimal description for, so he should get all the credit. But like, there's the T-shirt he designed, and there's the couch, and it was, and so I tried to impress my children mostly. Is what I did. I was like, "Hey, Daddy wrote that commercial," and they're like, "Well, I like the one that had the monkeys in it better." And you're like, "Oh, fine.
Next Super Bowl, I'll impress the kids.
Next Super Bowl, I'll impress." That was a pretty cool moment. So
pause the frame, print the comic issue. Like, guys, look.
The best part of it is when I'm pitching the next obscure character I want to do, I always can be like, well, they turned Vision into a TV show. And Mr. Miracle,
you may have heard of it. They're doing this show. It's going to change the genre.
Yeah, and so you're like, all right, Tom, you can do your Brother Power the Geek 12-2.
Here's your Kyle Rayner 24-issue run you really wanted.
Yeah. I think Omega Man was Kyle Rayner.
Dude, Kyle Rayner is my favorite Green Lantern, so I was so happy to see him in Omega Man. Like, that made me...
He's creativity. Kyle Rayner. Yeah, he's creativity. He's an actual comic. And he wasn't chosen for having no fear. He's different than any other Lantern. So he has and he's half Hispanic, which makes him a little different. And
I hit that zeitgeist where Kyle Rayner and Con-El are my Green Lantern and Superman. So it's a very weird, I also love Ben Reilly. So I was like the worst audience.
You love Ben Reilly. Whoa. And Kyle Rayner. Whoa.
I think the Clone Saga is a thing that was mishandled in the third act, but could have been one of those legacy runs. Like, it just got too many cooks at the end. But to me, it's a commentary on power and responsibility. I think he got too much responsibility and he snapped. So I always saw him as like the id and ego of who Spider-Man is. Like, he, to me, is an existential crisis. But then they went like, skirt, nope, sci-fi.
Well, I loved his costume with the gloves. He had a very cool design for that Ben Reilly character. I dug it.
Yeah, the 80 sweatshirt's coming back, so maybe Ben Reilly be relevant soon.
I'm into it. I'll tell Jurgens, he'll be super happy.
Yes, there's one of us. So with New Gods, Hollywood's very tight-lipped and it's a giant movie. But what's that process been like working on a screenplay versus a comic book? Just the process that you can legally talk about.
You're just gonna hear me say about a pablum. I apologize. Like I can't, because anything I say will turn into some tweet that someone will try to spin.
Yeah.
So so everything I say will just come out as crud. But I'll say the pablum so you guys can have it. It's all true. It's been a joy to work on. Ava is a modern day genius. Jack Kirby is the genius of comic books, and I feel like it's sort of my responsibility as sort of the nerd in the room to be like, how can I merge her genius with his and create something genuinely American and beautiful? And we're working on it, and it's fun. I love comics, and it's my first love, and working on screenplays is great. It's wonderful, and it's cool because you get all the Hollywood. I grew up in Hollywood. My mother was a studio executive, so that's very cool. But to me, nothing's more fun than writing a comic book script and working with an artist. And to me, that's where my home is. It's where I feel. I mean, you look at this is my office. I mean, you don't see movie posters, you see comic book posters and Star Trek posters. That's where my nerd is. When I go to relax, I still read comic books to this day. And that's my first love is comics. It's not screenwriting. Although screenwriting is fun for some stuff. Yeah.
So that's the soundbite I care about. Like I'm not a scoop guy. I'm like comics, movies. I'm curious. So that's fascinating to know because I think both mediums are incredible and it's all like preference. But I find there's so much freedom in the limitless budget of a page.
Well, I mean, it's so different creatively, and I mean, Lord knows this will change. But like the point I'm at now in my career is where I write something, I discuss it with my art. Usually, my artists are really close friends these days. Working with Jorge, working with Clay, working with Mitch, and my editor's very, and that's it. Like I write on the page and it's going to be that. Like what is in my head will eventually become what you read on the screen. But when you're writing screenplays or pilots or all the other sort of things when comic book people dip their toes into the Hollywood side, every word you're writing is going to go through probably literally 100 people, not even like figuratively. Actually, 100 people will have access to those words and be able to change them before someone sees it on the screen. And that's not a bad thing. That's the process as it's been for 100 years. So it's very weird writing something knowing that this is not what's going to come out, that you're actually just creating a base for something else. Maybe, who knows? I mean, sometimes things do get translated. So that to me, that's the big difference in the medium is the kind of the control over what you have control over and what you can release.
Yeah, the credits in a comic are a lot shorter than that scroll that only shows half the names.
Yes, that scroll that only shows half. Exactly.
So in the world of present day stuff, I got to talk about Strange Adventures, man, because this was in 2019, this was my book of the year. And then we only got a couple issues and the world stopped. And I was like, but I don't know.
All of one issue, yes.
Man, that was so harsh to be like, this is going to change things. And because the concept is fascinating to me because I've always, the idea of courtroom fallibility, like the idea that someone's perspective is so not trustworthy that, we can't have an eyewitness put someone in jail. And I don't think I've seen that in a comic book. And it's from the hero's perspective by way of hiring Mr. Terrific. Like there's so many great parts here. What was the idea behind the fallibility of one's own opinion?
I mean, there were a lot of different sort of diverse things I was looking at when I was sort of looking to create my next thing. And or even the next line, like the 3 books I'm sort of finished. It's funny. I'm finishing up a generation of books that nobody has seen. Like I'm on I finished all of Rorschach. That's done. Even though the first issue is coming out to October. And I'm on issue 11 of Strange Adventures, and I'm almost done with Batcat. So like that generation of books, I wanted to play with more. I feel like my last generation of books, which was Batman, Heroes in Crisis, and Mr. Miracle, those were genuinely they were talked about pain and suffering and all that stuff, but there was like a gold heart in the bottom of them. Like it was like all about, but if you find love in the midst of adversity, you can sort of find your way through. Which is true. I mean, that's how I feel with my wife and my family. Sort of like that's how we kind of get through things. But now with this next generation of books, I feel much angrier. Like they're much more caustic. They're much more cynical. They're much more. I took literally a year of my life where I said I'm going to look at film noir from the 50s, and every day I'd watch a film noir and watch these movies over and over again. I'd read books about it because I wanted to sort of understand how the structure worked. And so but that idea of film noir, which always end in these sort of, every film noir is basically the same. Someone does something wrong and then fate catches up to them, basically, is the idea. And so I was sort of obsessed with the idea of like someone doing something wrong and fate catching up to them, because I feel like that's like what's missing in modern days is like a lot of people doing something wrong or waiting for fate to catch up and it's not catching up, and we're very confused by that. So that's a lot where this sort of strange adventure came from, where I wanted to talk about someone who had done or who might have done something bad, and fate trying to catch up to them, and whether it could in our modern context ever happen. And so I started with all those concepts in my head, and then Mitch came to me and said, "How about Adam Strange?" Sort of which characters, and he literally pulled it off the shelf and said, "How about Adam Strange?" And Adam Strange is a character that's based on that old, very turn of the whole different century, but turn of the 19th to the 20th century idea of like Buck Rogers and Tarzan and Flash Gordon, which were these it's a very colonial concept of like a dude goes from his boring life somewhere in the first world, and he goes to the third world or a third planet or somewhere else, a savage world, and he becomes king of that world. He marries the princess, he conquers the armies, and he becomes sort of a very important person. And it's it's based off that sort of it's like directly a ripoff of T.E. Lawrence's life of like a guy who was kind of a bastard in Britain who went to the Middle East and became sort of this leader of the people. So if you read about T.E. Lawrence, he was an amazing figure, but he did some light genocide while he was doing his stuff, and all of colonialism, of course, involves that sort of there's a evil tinge to colonialism. There's bad shit that goes on. And I've seen that somewhat firsthand in my CIA days, and so the idea of a character that sort of represented that sort of ideal and injecting him with the reality of what would happen, I was like, okay, there's the bad thing. Now I need that element of fate that comes after him, and that's what Mr. Terrific is. He's that element of fate that's coming after him, and we're going to see if it still works. So that Strange Adventures works.
This generation of books, you describe it, and your last one, they're rare book for me where I read 80 comics a week for work. Where it's so many books, but they're always surprising in their subverting of expectations with characters I know. Like I know Mr. Terrific, but that issue 2, I was like, oh, it's going here and then there and then there. So it starts with like a character exposition. This is who it is, so the audience knows, and then all of a sudden I'm like, wait, this isn't your daddy's Mr. Terrific. Like it's such a crazy journey in that book, and I find Strange Adventures is really subverting even the expectations I had through the dueling art. I love what Mitch and Doc are doing with the styles that almost remind me of the other one's style while still being completely true to themselves. So you feel like you're watching it through a lens. What's it like writing for 2 artists simultaneously? Like, what's that page look like?
It's the thing about Strange Adventures is those issues are so complicated in terms of how to put together a comic book. It's not like I could not have written this book as ambitious as I was when I came in 2016. I couldn't have written, like, you have to know so many tricks about how comic books work and how the audience reads them. To do 2 different artists, 2 different stories that are unrelated to each other, but it exactly reflect each other, and have it somehow work. So you're basically telling 2 short stories, 2 14-page short stories each in 3 segments. It's like really hard to do. And thank God nobody notices that because it's all hidden behind the seams. But yeah, the scripts, I mean, it's done on a 3-panel grid, unlike Mr. Miracle, which is a 9-panel grid. It's a 3-panel grid, which is the Darwin Cook grid, most famously that he used in New Frontier. And I basically, I write it out, but unlike Mr. Miracle, it's all 9 panels. In this one, we can break up the panels so a 3 can divide into 3, and if 3 threes divide, it's math like 9. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's literally a technical accomplishment or a technical challenge. And so in each script, I write it out, and then I write like just Doc draws this, Mitch draws that, and then the editor makes sure I don't mess it up. And Doc and Mitch and I are all very close friends. Doc and Mitch have worked together and have been close friends for 15 years, and Mitch and I, I'm a godfather of Mitch's kid, and we have a running text conversation that runs all day that Clay is on also. So it's very. This is the most art reactive comic I've ever read. Like the art is leading it. Where I'll before every issue I'll be like, okay, what do you want to draw? How do you want to do this? And literally if they can get the script and be like, Tom, this panel I want to do this, and like great, and just like that. So
that's cool. I've never heard of that.
It's very close. It's almost like we're in the same studio in terms of the collaborations. And frankly, it's to me it's the best looking book on this shelf, and it might be the best looking book I've ever put out, just in terms of art. I don't know, I can't speak for the writing, but the art is so gorgeous in this book. I can't talk about it enough.
And I love that both of the artists are, to me, at the height of their powers. So the book just shines. Like, I love every panel. It's one of the few books I read twice, and it also takes me a while because I'm like, like it's an experience, and that feels good. As it's hard when you're in comics and you're like, I'm supposed to love this, and you're like, must get through. And this book just never has that moment.
It's a challenge art-wise because with 3 panels on a page, I feel like I'm on pressure on each panel to put something in there that's original and cool to draw. I feel very bad if I'm like close up on Adam or something like that, where I just need him to talk for a panel. Like I was like, what a waste of a third of a panel of one of the best artists of all time at the prime. Like I have to put something in there that's interesting and cool for them to draw, or else I'm just totally missing it.
Well, I've got one more question, but I want to make sure we get to fan questions. And I saw one just pop up. It's from Kai Charles. They asked, do you think you would ever revisit Vision or Mr. Miracle or even Batman, or do you want to move forward with new characters? And thank you so much for how wonderfully you and Mitch handled Barda.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you. Barda's my favorite. It's funny because you talk about Scott Free and Barda, but they're like in my life every day now because I'm working on this script. So it feels like I never left them. Not that I'm confirming they'll be in the movie. Who knows, right? But
100 people. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Could be. Maybe the New Gods is actually about the forever people. That's could be.
It's an Adam Strange story.
It's an Adam Strange. That's who knew. It's Thor. We're finally doing the character originally intended.
Finally got to write that Avenger. Like
it's the first DCU MCU crossover. It's gonna be. That's all false. Don't believe me if that's
Man, Bleeding Cool is on it right now, man.
Yeah,
Tom King confirms first crossover.
Which I've lost the question. What was the question? It was
any characters you want to go doing.
That I would want to return to. I'm going to say this now, and I'm going to contradict it later when someone offers me money. So no. I feel like I said what I wanted to say with Vision. I said what I wanted to say with Mr. Miracle. And, they offered me a New Gods book very recently. They're like, you're writing. And I was like, no, I can't. I feel like I said it, it's like, I can't. Also, you're like, once you did something really well, you don't want to go back because you could fuck it up. Like, excuse my language, you could frick it up.
It's been very hard. I'm a Boston kid. Focusing on not swearing has been a very
right. Yeah, I know. Especially if I'm famous at cons for swearing on panels, and it's like that's my thing. So no, I have very little desire. I'd like to do the Omega Men too. I wrote a pitch for it. So I'd like to revisit that world at some point, just because it had a good cliffhanger ending, and there'd be a cool thing to do there. But as far as I did a little Batman. I have a story with Walt Simonson in Detective 1027, which was just brilliant because I got to work with Walt Simonson, and that was the best thing of all time. And I did another little story with Mitch that'll come out. They haven't announced yet. That's a Batman. So I've done 2 Batman things recently, and I have, of course, Batcat, which is the whole, that's the whole big thing, which is almost like the culmination of my run, but it's also a standalone. It's a weird sort of combination. But yeah,
how's that coming along? Is there a date?
No, there's no date.
Okay.
The scripts are good. Clay Mann is drawing the best comics you've ever seen in your life. This is like, this is like Jim Lee on X-Men kind of. It's just like the most brilliant art. And he's asked for time to do it, and the editors and I have both said yes, because he wants to make it as perfect can be. So basically that was sort of the choice we made. Like, do you want this to be something special that will last forever, and have one artist who can sort of, so it can be like a Hush, it can be like a Watchmen kind of thing where it's sort of one, or do you want it, to be Clay does 2 issues and someone else does 2, and we're like, okay, no, Clay does the whole thing and takes his time and makes it as good as he can make it. And so that's where it stands right now. Is we don't want to put it out there and then yank it back. So we're waiting for Clay to do his thing, and he's doing it. And the artist, I cannot tell you how proud I am of this comic. It is gorgeous, and maybe it's one of the best things I've ever written. So that's where that stands. Maybe by Christmas, maybe, I don't know. Hopefully.
Before we wrap, I got to ask about Rorschach as a giant Watchmen fan, especially.
Yes.
How they came back from the one of the best, if not the best, graphic novel of all time, and then made a show that somehow improved on the graphic novel, and then the idea of getting a Rorschach, because we didn't have him in the show, I got to know what brought you to the world of Alan Moore's Watchmen besides obviously it's Alan Moore's Watchmen.
This is similar to New Gods. I did not want to do this. They offered it to me. When Mitch and I have pitched Strange Adventures, and we're like, we want to do Adam Strange and Mr. Terrific. They're like, yeah, that's great. Nobody likes those characters. How about you do Rorschach? Everybody likes Rorschach. He's cool. He kills people. And we're like, I was like, no, I don't want to be compared to Alan Moore. Lord knows I ripped most of my career off from him. I don't need to rip the rest of it. That's just an idiotic thing to do. I'll end up being the Monkees to his Beatles. And if I'm lucky, like the Monkees are okay, I could be the Archies to his Beatles, like it just seems like the worst idea. And then I saw the TV show. And it's funny, like we're doing the Fandom thing next week.
Yeah.
And I got lucky, and Damon Lindelof interviewed me about Rorschach, and so we got to talk sort of Watchmen. And seeing that show was when I was like, there's room to run here. Like I did not think there was anything more to say. I was like, but what Lindelof showed was that what Moore created wasn't just a story, but he created a language and a way to tell stories, and that you didn't have to tell the same story Moore did, but you could use that language to tell different stories, And so that to me was when I sort of had the revelation, I can do something huge and ambitious in this language. And I had just done this Batman Annual 4 with Jorge Fornes, where when I got the issue, I was like, this is some of the greatest art I've ever seen in a comic. And I was like, Jorge, and I was like, I need a special project for him. And so I emailed Texas DC. I was like, remember you offered me Rorschach? And I said, no, I'm saying yes now if I can do Jorge. And they're like, oh, okay. I thought this was a no. Yeah, well, yeah. You can have whoever you want if you're saying yes. So that became, and Rorschach, I wrote, unlike any other comic I've ever done, I wrote it all straight. I took 4 months of my life off and just wrote it like I wrote a novel.
Wow.
And honestly, I think it's the best thing I've ever written. I said maybe for Batcat. This is, to me, I'm getting the issues back. We're on issue 5 already, so we're way ahead. And the art is absolutely perfect. And I'm not the Beatles. I'm not Alan Moore, but maybe I'm the Clash. Someone influenced by them. This is my second Clash reference, but like maybe like something, I can take that influence and blow off my own roofs. Hopefully, I don't know.
I couldn't be more excited. And this is someone that thought you should never touch Watchmen, but now likes the show. I'm like, no, give me more. I want to see. I want to experience. And
it's Rorschach itself takes place not because it takes place in 2020. Obviously, Watchmen took place in 85, and then Doomsday Clock was 92. So this is 2020. So it takes place a little bit after the show. And it's in continuity with the show. It doesn't.
Amazing.
So and I talked to, So if you watch the show, you can watch this and it would make sense.
Oh, that's exciting. I didn't know. That's perfect. A question from a fan saying the fan's name is I Got Issues 2319. Fair. Mitch at one point teased a Batman Noir project you two had wanted to do. Will we ever see that?
Yes, that's why I was just teasing. I don't know what was out. I didn't know you already said that. Yeah, Mitch and I did a Batman Noir. It's drawn and the art is utterly gorgeous, and I hope people see it. It's done. I haven't done the letters for it, but I know the art's done, the script is done, and I hope it's good. It's a really light story about a priest dying and Batman trying to save him. It's a very Tom King-ish.
A nice Sunday read. A nice, talk to the parents.
Sunday read, yeah.
Speaking of the fans, Jace wanted to know if you're coming back on social media to interact with folk. I know you're busy writing Rorschach and doing all the things.
I have no idea. I debated. So what happened was I did this kerfluffle thing. Boy. But anyways, and I decided to take a break from social media just for a few days because it was driving me crazy. And in those few days, my oldest son, who's 11 years old, obviously you're trapped in your house with your kids, said, Daddy, I've noticed you've been talking to me more, like out of an after-school special. I feel like it was like the more you know, like
a violin starts playing. You're like,
yeah, he had like a British Oliver accent. It couldn't have been more like heartbreak. No, I noticed you've been looking up from your phone, and it literally broke my little heart because I'm one. I don't know what you call that, like doom scrolling. One of those people, like, I scroll through Twitter just looking for the thing that's going to make me angry, so I can kind of get through the day. I've been doing that for 10 years, and so I was like, okay, well, I'm going to make this break a little longer from social media, just so I can, almost just because my son said that one little comment, it really broke my heart, and so yeah, I'll see. I should get back on it. So I feel bad because I'm not promoting things. I really should tell people to buy my shit, and it's good for the stores, and it's good for like this event. I should tell people to support it for charity and stuff. So I feel guilty about that. So yeah, so I'll be back someday, but for now. For now, I'm off.
Those are all the twist moments. I mean,
if you're watching this and you're a creator and you're trying to communicate with me on social media, I'm not on there. So if you have my phone number, text me or send me an email. And if you don't have that, you know my friends, and they'll give it to you. I see sometimes people like Tom, you haven't been. I was like, I can't talk to you. I'm not on this. I'm an addict. If I go on just for a second to be like, hey, I need to DM somebody, I'll be like, what did Trump do? Holy crap! Oh my god! It's like I have to sort of quiet that down.
Yeah, there's no putting that down, especially now. Like, we keep bringing up 2020, but it's just such a time of like not moderation. There's nothing but extremes, including social media.
No, social, especially Twitter is for anger. And look, I love being angry. It's such a high. But it's nice not to be angry sometimes. It's a little nice. But it is weird to be outside the bubble. It's very bizarre to not be in the Twitter bubble. It's kind of a metaphysical weirdness.
I do Burning Man every year, and when I come back, it's such a different world to open it again. Like, the moment I open it, I'm like Johnny going back into the programming system. I'm like, oh no! It's such a fascinating bringing you back in. I saw a couple fan questions asking general questions. So as we wrap up, because I've almost had you an hour here, but I literally did one of every 3 questions of mine. I could talk to you for hours. I appreciate your time, man. This has been a blast.
Nice.
I want to know, what have you been enjoying? Like, favorite comic movies, favorite comics you're reading? Like, what do you consume? What have you been vibing with?
Well, my wife and I did a rewatch of the Watchmen thing, so I was getting interviewed by Damon Lindelof, and it was even better the second time around than the first time. I highly recommend a rewatch of that, because once you know the big sort of twist, you see that they give a lot of hints to it. It wasn't like out of nowhere. Like, the twist was very well set up, and it was very cool watching that come together, because I didn't see it coming the first time around. I'm sure lots of people did, but I wasn't one of them. So yeah, I recommend that. What have I been reading? My kid, my 11, like I said, I have an 11-year-old, and you can see my stupid room is full of comic books. And so my 11-year-old is just at that age where he's like, what are these superhero comics? Like, he's always been into, the normal, Tag Lemire kind of comics, and he's been consuming them because, he's stuck at home all day. And Dad has a room full of entertaining stuff. Fuck it, I'll do it. So I've been reading a lot of stuff with him. Like, we read the Tim Sale, Jeff Loeb stuff, the Batman stuff.
Yeah.
And that was super cool. We reread Hush, which I mentioned. Ben Chimley's art is so beautiful. So I'm doing a lot of stuff with. We just did Inferno from when I was a kid. I did a reread of Inferno, which was a ton of fun, and seeing that Walt Simonson art in the back in the day. And I gotten back into Star Trek recently. I read when I was a kid, I used to read a Star Trek novel every week when I was like 12, 13. I was such a freaking nerd. I'm sorry, but that's who I was. And just as sort of a comfort food, I've now been reading Star Trek novels again, and that's sort of fun. Just as I just want to escape completely from this reality, and I do a lot of sort of Star Trek-y stuff. So those are the sort of the nerd things I've been doing.
As a Marvel zombie, we haven't talked about Marvel a lot because of all these great DC properties, but have you been enjoying the insane Marvel collaboration? Have you been experiencing the MCU in theaters, going with your kids, watching them as they come out?
Yes, I mean, it was funny. It's one of those PG, because any new superhero. That's what's so cool, is because those are the new family movies. Like, when I was a kid, you went and saw Goonies or whatever. But for my family, a new MCU movie is a family movie. We can all go to it together and all enjoy it on our own level. But yeah, we've been watching it. I haven't done a lot of. My kids really want to do a whole rewatch from the beginning. Start with Iron Man and do the whole thing. But God, there's no time, man. There's no time in the day for that.
That's a lot of hours. It's 3,000 minutes. I Love You 3000. They landed it. But that is a lot of time.
That is, the new schedule for most people with kids. I don't start work now until 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, because I take care of my kids all morning while my wife works, and then I start working and she takes care. We have this. My wife works full time. We have three children home. We have to find a way to somehow get them out of the house and exercise a little bit, because they're just little kids. And so just like, it's funny, like we always thought like, oh, we're all stuck at home, we'll be able to watch all the things we want to watch. But to me, there's less time for everything just because of the children.
Speaking of time, if you've got a minute, we've got Jock waiting in the waiting room. Do you want to do Mainframe just asked, can we do a Tom Jock collab? Do you have a minute to bring Jock in with us?
Jock, I hate that guy. What? Oh.
I figured, but we got him. He's
Run.
here.
Hey,
Wow.
how's it going, Tom? Hey,
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, how you doing?
Is it better where you are than where I am?
Depends where you are.
I'm 3 blocks from the White House. It's terrible.
Okay. Well, I mean, the UK marginally better, but it's touch and go.
Touch and go.
Tom's living in the Purge / West Wing collab. There's a lot of going on with that Sorkin Purge collaboration. So now that I have 2 of my favorite Batman creators in one room, how do you both see the Batman? What is the one thing about Batman? If people didn't know who Batman was, what would your log line for Batman be other than saying pearls? Because I've seen too many pearls.
Tom?
I have to go first. It's I don't think of myself as a Batman writer. Jock worked with Snyder. I still think of Snyder as like the Batman writer of sort of my generation. I think of like I temporarily had a side book, and I always think of Scott as sort of. I never even think of myself as being in that sort of Denny O'Neil, Scott Snyder tradition. I was temporarily there and came out. I think Batman, to me, the thing that makes him cool is that he lives in a world of gods and he's not a god. He's a human. All the only powers he has is a cloth costume and willpower and a little bit of sadness. I think that's what makes Batman cool.
Yeah, a bunch of money and a lot of baggage.
Yeah, a bunch of money and a lot of baggage. That's the best. You should be a writer. What are you doing drawing pictures? That's much harder.
Can I just say those answers are both exactly your styles of art? Like I felt the journey of the poetry of sadness and anger, and I also was like succinct and very concise and aggressive. Yes, this is those characters.
That's a good point.
And by the way, Tom, you are absolutely one of the premium Batman writers. What are you talking about? Your run was amazing.
Oh,
come
sure.
on. Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
It was the only comic I had to hunt down at other comic stores consistently when I was buying in weekly issues. I had to like quest, and that feels good. I love the problem of me stress driving for comics.
There you go. See, the proof is in the pudding, Tom. You can't go better than that.
Damn right. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's the best. Telling people that for years.
Last question for Tom. We had a fan question come in, and I'm curious myself. Brian McCune asked, what can you tease from your 3rd generation of books? We've talked 1st gen, 2nd gen, which seems like to be the current medley. Is there anything you've got after you finish this wave that you just described?
I have lined up the 4th. Well, no, because to me it's the 4th generation because the 1st gen was Omega Men, Vision, Sheriff. So this is the 4th generation of books. Yeah, so I'm lining that up right now. And I start work on I know it sounds weird because they haven't even come out yet, but I'm starting work for stuff that'll come out next year. I think, God willing, so I wrote this Superman Up in the Sky book, which was from Walmart. And it was like the first thing I wrote that was actually had a happy ending and was like a comic book my kids can actually read and just wasn't sour. So I'm trying to make that 4th generation more along that Up in the Sky way, where it's more fun and entertaining. Because I think like at the end of all this tunnel we're in, people are going to need some sort of lightness. So hopefully that's what the 4th generation is. A little less trauma, a little more superhero.
That's a good tease, and we need some optimism. So I appreciate the light at the end of the tunnel that we're all experiencing.
That's for a year and a half from now. For now, it's all trauma. For next year,
we still got to endure this. This isn't going away. We're talking 2022.
Yeah, this is minor key stuff. We're gonna switch to Matrix.
And that boxing issue, as a boxing kid, I loved that, man. It reminded me of the Ali stuff. I really liked that.
That's the art in the background right there. I have all the pages in that boxing issue on my wall.
Dude.
Yeah.
I love when comic creators are as big comic fans as when they started. That's so rad. And Kubert, like to have Kubert art in the back and to work with them, that's incredible.
Yeah, thanks. All right, I'll let you interview a real artist.
Speaking of art, dude, thank you so much for your time, Tom. It was an honor. I am obsessed with your work. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. You rock. Thank you for showing up. Press the button for the charity thing, please. What's $1? Don't buy my comic next week. Get it in the trade and spend $4 for Heroes Initiative. Do that. Or $5. Sorry, it's so expensive.
That's a
Good to see
selfless
you, Tom.
Nice seeing you. Take care.
Yeah, you too. See you soon, I hope.
How we doing, man?
I'm good. I'm good. Let me just grab my beer.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm jealous. It's 10 a.m. here. I'd be judged a lot harshly.
Do you know? I was just going to say, Coy, are you in Los Angeles? Where are you?
Yeah. I'm in the thick of it, man. I'm like right next to Capitol Records. I'm in LA.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Okay.
it's been a crazy few months out here.
I bet it has. Well, it's 6 p.m. over here, so cheers.
I'm quite jealous of both your geography and the timing. So you've done an incredible amount of work for movies and comic books, and those are literally my two favorite things. What's it like doing pre-production on something that turns into something like Annihilation or Ex Machina that literally changes how people see the genre?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's amazing. You know, the short answer is that there's something there's something very particular about seeing something that you've drawn or something that you've imagined become, for want of a better word, real. You know, there's something really amazing about that transition. And I've been lucky enough to sort of work on a bunch of stuff where that's happened. The first time it happened actually was with the Losers movie, which was a comic that I did with Andy Diggle at Vertigo. My first DC work. And though it took a few years to kind of to get going, you know, the movie came out in 2010, and it wasn't so much seeing like concept work up on the screen, but seeing Chris Evans dressed as Jensen from the comic walk towards me, like looking exactly like one of my characters, and put his hand out to shake my hand was very surreal. It kind of, you know, when something that, you know, doing the job that we do, you know, we all do it basically solitary, and we're in our imaginations all the time, and to have something that was previously just in your imagination become a real thing is quite an amazing thing. And with with concept work as well, like you mentioned, Annihilation, Ex Machina, the Ex Machina particularly, seeing Ava for the first time, seeing the beautiful visual effects that Double Negative did to bring her to life, was it's a trip. It's unreal. It's you know, it's hard to sort of it's something that I've not experienced before, and I feel very lucky that I've been in a position where I've you know, it's happened a few times, you know.
I feel like The Losers has found this great cult following now because of this surge of comic book movies. But I saw that in theaters. I own it on Blu-ray. I felt like The Losers was one of those underdog movies that the characters are underdogs, and then the movie has found the same thing the characters did. Like, oh,
Sure.
I know this comic movie.
Yeah. Well, and the cast. I mean, you know, what
It's
a cast.
insane.
You know, like if you cast that movie with those guys now, you know, yeah, Idris Elba, Zoe Saldana, you know, Jeffrey Dean Morgan, and, you know, Chris Evans, Oscar Haneda, Columbus Short. I mean, yeah, you know, it was they were amazing, and we felt very lucky to have them
And you had Lost Boys Jason Patrick. I was
as well.
so-
Yeah. Sorry, Jason, didn't mean to.
No. It's funny that movie is so star-studded that it's like an Avengers cast list of reading through everyone in it. And it's one of those movies I think people find the movie via the cast and then discover the comic. And I think it's really interesting. We live in an age where people are actually going to the comic store because of the theater. Have you experienced anyone talking to you at cons or anything like that have found your work through your movie work?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, and yeah, I mean certainly through The Losers. Yeah, a bunch of people said they had never heard of the comic and picked it up because of the film, and they were surprised by how much more swearing and violence that there was in the comic, because you know, the movie was PG-13, and can we swear on this thing or no?
I don't know. Me and Tom accidentally did, and now I'm
well, do you know what? But perhaps we treat it like a PG-13 movie.
We get one each.
Where you're allowed one fuck, and there it is. That's it. We've done it.
That's it. We're out. All right, we used it up.
And on set when they were shooting The Losers, they were all the cast were, they all seemed to get on really, really well. It was a blast being out there for a few days, and they all tried to use up that one allowance. Like, they all said it, you know, at different times during different takes, during different scenes.
To see who got it.
Yeah, and see who got it. And it was Idris Elba that kind of won, you know, because yeah, they were only allowed that one time. But the comic is very sweary and very violent. And you know, maybe if it was made now, kind of post Deadpool and post, you know, some of the R-rated stuff that we've seen that's proved to still be successful, you know, than the Losers might have been R-rated and a bit more, you know, just, you know, a bit more kind of violent or whatever, which would be no bad thing. I think Andy writes brilliant violence in the best way, so it's like, you know, hard hitting and everything else. So yeah, what was the question? Oh yeah, people
just people
discovering
finding
stuff.
you,
Yeah, and the same as well. It's always nice going to conventions, and it's always really nice actually for me when people know that I do the film stuff, because obviously when you're at conventions, you're more known for the comic work that you do, and you know, comics are kind of you know, the film work. I mean, I love films as much as comics, but the film work has almost come as a kind of I don't want to say happy accident, but like, you know, I'm really pleased that my career was able to kind of take that in as well, you know, and it all came from doing the comic work on The Losers, you know, and Peter Berg, the original director, well, on his next film, he asked me to do some concept work, and which I enjoyed doing, and it's all just snowballed from there. So yeah, it's kind of nice at a convention if someone knows me for some of them, like you mentioned again, Annihilation, Ex Machina, some of Alex Garland's films, which I think are phenomenal, and you know, very proud to have had a part in them. So it's always nice when people kind of recognize that stuff as well. Yeah,
I always love seeing, especially comic creators, because I find it's for whatever reason, it's stayed this underdog medium, like always chasing
Sure.
Even when the comic movies are huge, it's like, got to be careful of comics in print. So seeing that crossover, I feel like only benefits everyone, because it kind of brings people from one to the other. And like your work on Dredd, I find like the Dredd movie resurgence kind of brought people back to the Dredd comic. And as an indie comic, it's always good to get eyeballs on it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, wasn't that movie great? I was.
Oh God.
You know, because the other thing when you work on the stuff, you don't. I mean, Alex is a very talented filmmaker. Frankly, you know, I think we can all agree. So it was kind of no surprise that it was going to be good, but still, you don't know. You know, you don't know what it's going to be like. And I remember seeing its kind of premiere was at San Diego Comic-Con actually, and you know, seeing it with the Comic-Con crowd, you know, there's a really good example actually of a comic film that stuck to its kind of, you know, R-rated kind of origins, and it was very violent and very kind of, you know, abrasive, and I think was all the better for it. You know, it's kind of if it was like a PG-13, it wouldn't have been the same movie.
Oh, it would not have been that movie. And I think that led to The Boys in a real way, especially with Karl Urban. I feel like that was a very like, oh, look what we can do over here. Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing when, you know, Hollywood seems to be like that. If something works, they just try and replicate it, you know. And again, back when The Loser was being made, there were no R-rated comic book movies really that had kind of been successful. So that it was kind of toned down a little bit, you know. But yeah, Dredd was not toned down. That was pretty pretty brutal.
So when you're working on the page, you've got the actual blank, complete freedom of not having a budgetary restriction of an R-rated movie or whatnot. Where do you start? Because your style is so big and bold, and there's this frenetic energy to it. Like, where do you start with a sketch? Do you start like what's your style like?
For comics, you mean?
For comic books.
Yeah, for comics. I mean, it always starts with the script for me. So I'll you know, everything starts with obviously with a script, but I'll read the script and just do little thumbnails, little layouts, little other ideas. I tend to think of the page as a whole rather than just individual panels. I really enjoy laying out pages and kind of moving the eye around and pushing the reader at different speeds through different pages. You know, there's little tricks you can do with panels where you can affect that kind of thing. You know, and then really sort of in a way, once I've done the layouts, I kind of, part of me is feeling like the job's done because I've kind of translated the written word into, you know, visuals, and now I've still got to draw the thing. So like, you know, so your drawing comics is you know, there is that element to it where you've just got to put the time in and the work in to kind of just, you know, render the stuff, you know. So but yeah, it starts with a sketch and trying to get as much life into it as I can. You know, that's one of my, you know, that's what I like in other people's work, and that's what I try to bring to my own work. Yeah, you know, really just trying to capture some kind of spark, some kind of, you know, whether it's an idea from the script or some kind of layout or composition that's interesting, just to get you a bit of you know, a bit of juice, you know, to kind of draw the thing. So that's what I aim for.
As an artist, seeing your work out in public, what's it like going from the memory of when you first conceived it to seeing it actualized, like in material, kind of like the Chris Evans moment? What's it like to see your art like on shirts and things?
Yeah. Well, to begin with, it must be different for different people, but I find that for a few years I'm a little bit too close to it, so I can't really be objective about it. But then, you know, 10 years down the line, you know, I might see something and go, yeah, that I drew that, kind of, you know, and it's just slightly surreal, you know. It's you know, going right back to when I first started. Being from the UK, we had the comic 2000 AD, which is what Judge Dredd is from, and that's what I grew up reading. And the first time that I was published in 2000 AD, it was just like a Dredd pinup, just like a one-page kind of pinup. But I sort of knew I knew when it was coming out. I knew the publication date, and I knew that it would be in my newsagents. And this was like 1995, so 25 years ago, and you know, the moment of kind of, I can remember it was like a sort of sunny summer's day, and I got on my BMX and kind of like went down the hill. We had these like long hills down to where the newsagents was, and there was like a warm breeze. And I mean, you're from LA, so you have warm breezes all the time, but in the UK they're quite rare. And I was just kind of cruising down these hills with this warm sun breeze, knowing that at the bottom of the hill would be like 2000 AD, which was, I grew up as would have been my dream job to do 2000 AD in Judge Dredd, and knowing that I would be able to walk into my regular newsagents and pick up the magazine and my drawing would be inside is you know, is amazing. You know, it was, you know, really amazing, and it you know, as the more years you put in, you know, it can, some days are more like work. You know, you're not always yes, you've got to put the work in, but I really try not to forget how lucky I am to be doing this and doing it for a living, and yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's such a picturesque first memory. That's amazing. And that's what you want out of, like, when you're an artist, you've battled for 20 years for the one moment of that, and then it starts, and I can't imagine, like, I realized I was going through my stuff, and one of my favorite pieces of yours is this Insanity, man. And
wow. Thanks,
like,
Coy.
To have that in a shirt form, like, that's so cool.
In a shirt form, on socks, ties, bathing suits, underwear, hats, blazers, blankets. Yeah, that image is probably going to be on my gravestone when I die, I think. You know, here lies this guy that did this.
You'll be like Prince. You'll have a symbol, and it's the Joker.
Yeah, yeah. And I had no idea that cover would be, you know, what it is. Well, when I did it, I thought it was okay. But I mean, I've told this story a few times before. But I genuinely, I sent it to a few friends to kind of, you know, because I wondered whether it was a bit boring, like it was just his head. You know, just, you know, there was no interesting composition really. And yeah, sent it to my good friend Lee Garbett, who I shared a studio with shortly after. But I sent it to him. I said, you know, is this okay? Should I try and crop in a bit, make it more interesting? And he was just like, "You're fine. You know, you're fine." And sure enough, you know, that cover is kind of maybe what I'm most synonymous with in lots of ways. You know.
It's such a striking graphic, and it shows a certain flavor of insanity. I think the Joker is you know, always dabbling in, and it's so hard to have a story with one image that tells everything. And I find your work, especially with the narrative structure of how you're describing the speed and everything going through, plus your covers, like, you're able to tell a lot more story per panel than a lot of artists I find. Do you think that came from working on indies first, where you had, like, this has to happen right now?
I mean, thanks first. If that's the case, that's an interesting question, because I do wonder whether 2000 AD all the stories were 5 or 6 pages each week.
Yeah.
So rather than 22 pages or 24 or 20 as it is now, 2000 AD stories packed an awful lot into 5 or 6 pages. And I can remember, for example, when I did a little arc on Savage Wolverine for Marvel a few years ago, and I was talking to my editor Janine on the phone, and I was started to explain to her what was going to happen in the story, and I was sort of explaining away, and she was like, "Jock, remember we only have 3 issues," and I was like, "Janine, that's issue 1." Like, like 2000 AD, it really taught Hope. Like, I think maybe taught you to kind of maybe what you're talking about. This sort of, it's taught you to kind of try and pack a lot in if you can. And now, actually, I'd say that I'm not so much like that, and I actually really like the longer form and allowing scenes to breathe a little bit more. But growing up reading 2000 AD. You sort of had to get to the point, fairly quickly, and that I think maybe teaches you, storytelling wise, to be quite direct and quite careful and particular, maybe about what you're choosing to show, so maybe it's that, but like you say, from being from the sort of from those roots, that maybe it affects the way that I do. I mean, it must affect the way that I do it now. So,
I had a really interesting conversation with the Russo brothers who directed the Endgame Infinity War. And they started with Community, which is, a high comedy, like high concept comedy. And they were saying that comedy informed their action directing style more than anything because of the amount they had to put in a frame. So ever since that conversation, I've looked at comic frames, especially from indie artists, wondering if, you're saving budget, so to speak, and saving the amount of frames you get. So I've wondered, like, indie sensibilities, if that translates to blockbusters in a different way, even with comic artists.
Yeah, well, that's really interesting to hear that, because I'd say that a really good action scene should have an element of comedy to it, and whether it's funny or not is not really, that's not necessarily the point, but more the kind of sort of zest that you get from comedy, the kind of the sharpness that good comedy should have, I think, applies to action, I think, 100%. Like, I mean, again, I mentioned that, and Andy Diggle, the way that he wrote action was just like, second to none, and he was really, really aware of those beats, those kind of rhythms and beats, which is what good comedy. Comedy is timing. It's like, I would say that action is exactly the same, and it teaches you to be, dropping little clever moments and little kind of, bring it to life a little bit more, rather than just kind of like, here's a guy, he punches this guy, and then he probably punches another guy. When I first started doing DC covers, funnily enough, my editor at the time, and I love him, so this is not a diss at all, but it was like, the new month would come in, and I'd say, no, what do you want for this cover? And he'd be like, oh, well, this issue has like Black Mask in it. I was like, oh, okay, so any idea for the cover? And he'd just say, I mean, probably just Black Mask fighting Batman. Like every single cover was just like they just punch
blank
each other.
Fighting blank.
Yeah, just have them punching each other, and I was like, oh, okay.
Well, I'm glad that comics have gone like, intellectual covers. Let's bring in the audience. Kim Petty just popped up and asked if you have any advice for artists trying to develop a unique style.
I've been lucky that I've been able to sort of, people say, how do I develop my style? And I've said this before, sort of, it's not really a conscious, deliberate thing, but nonetheless, if you're specifically asking that, I'd say just to stick to what you like, what you would like to see, because really that's the only barometer any of us have, is kind of, what we're into, what we think would look cool, what we think is a strong, whatever it is, and kind of stick to your guns. Learn the the building blocks that we all need, like learning to draw good anatomy, good scene blocking, storytelling, all those things that obviously you need to have skills in. But one of the brilliant things about comics is it does give you room to have a little bit, bring a bit of your own kind of take on things to the work. And my advice is just to stick at it, and persistence, just stick at what you love, and do it more and more, as much as you can. So that's a slightly vague answer, but you know what I mean.
Persistence. Yeah, in the arts of persistence, it's all a marathon. If you want to do creative stuff, it's going to be a journey. Another question I saw earlier was from, I think the last name was Keown, saying with quarantine and everything in Scotland, have you been doing more commissions?
No, I mean, luckily, the work I'm doing at the moment is for the next kind of, none of it comes out until 2021 at the earliest. So I've just been business as usual, but I know a lot of people have been affected, way worse than I have. So I feel very lucky. Actually, I've been busier than ever in lots of ways, which is kind of weirder because, I'd almost rather with lockdown that I was a bit quieter, but I'm still kind of super busy, and then not being able to go out, and just sort of stuck in our home, which, again, it's fine. But I've just been. My day-to-day hasn't changed that much. At the very beginning of lockdown, I felt a bit smug. I was just like, everyone, guys, I do this all the
My
time.
job's fine.
this is but like my life is lockdown. Like, who knew? But my entire life is pretty much lockdown. But now, a few months down the line, I think we're all ready to kind of, go out into the world a little bit more.
The refilling the cup isn't happening, man. Like seeing a pint and knowing I can't go to the pub to get one is definitely like psychological warfare.
Yeah, with there's the pubs and bars have started opening, and where I live, actually, I'm not in Scotland anymore. I live in the southwest of England, and it's fairly quiet. And I've been to a couple of pubs now where we can sit in the beer garden and have a pint with a friend, and it's thank goodness. Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah, March was not recently. Andre Paul asks, "What's up, Jock? By the way, big fan. I have a question. What does it feel like collaborating with Scott Snyder?"
Thanks, Andre. Scott's great. I mean, he's very open to collaboration. Always on the phone, chatting through ideas. But at the end of the day, when the scripts come in, they're fantastic. And I mean, what more could you want, really? Worked with Scott for 10 years now, and I will always work with him. Well, I mean, what can you say? I've been very lucky working with great writers, and one of the things that for me that works is really. Scott's a friend first and foremost. We do work together, but we're friends, and same with Andy Diggle. And for me, I sort of like that close collaboration element where it's almost like you're aware of the kind of characters and the kind of stories that you're doing, but when it comes down to it, it's just almost like two friends just coming up with something together, and it was the same with Alex Garland as well on Ex Machina and Annihilation and Dread. It felt very low key, and that suits me. I really like that about this kind of work where it's just two people, sort of shooting the shit together and trying to come up with something cool, and then it goes out into the world, like you were talking about earlier, Coy, then you see it in various forms, and it's kind of like, oh, no way, this is, going to conventions is always, it gives you a sense of kind of what again, I'm in my little room in southwest England, just coming every day and do what I do, but it's kind of, it's amazing seeing it out in the world and seeing people that enjoy it and everything. It's a really cool thing, but yeah, Scott's fantastic, we have much more planned together, which I'm looking forward to.
That's exciting. I love you guys working together. I think Scott's a genius. I love your work there. That's a great, like, his psychological warfare with his characters, with your aggressive, like, kinetic art is exactly how I think that. Yes.
Thanks, Corey. Yeah, I mean, he's I think first and foremost, he's a horror writer. Really, his stuff always has that kind of edge to it, which is a joy to draw, and fits perfectly. Yeah, we seem to kind of, I think lots of again, one of the great things about comics when a writer and artist kind of, there's a dynamic between them that you couldn't have with either one. What's the phrase?
Symbiosis.
Some of its parts.
Synchronicity.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
one of those words.
Yeah, again, I've been lucky. Like me and Andy, that we seem to sort of complement each other, and the way Scott writes. Yeah, people say they really enjoy the way that I illustrate his script. So I'm just, he's great. Great.
Adam West just asked, what was the comic book that inspired you to start drawing? What did you enjoy reading growing up?
Is that actually Adam West?
I don't know if we have the same Adam West, but I feel like there'd be some more dramatic pauses and expletives.
Well, Adam,
Mr. West.
yeah, it was 2000 AD over here in the UK. Which, yeah, first and foremost is known for Judge Dredd, but it was an anthology with sort of 5 or 6 stories each week. And, you know, I was always into drawing, but when I first saw 2000 AD when I was about maybe 13 or 14, I came to it a little bit later than a lot of people from my generation. But as soon as I saw 2000 AD, I wanted to draw comics, and now here we are. So, yeah.
Are there any comic characters you haven't gotten to officially work on that you want to? I mean, I'm sure, like, you know, day-to-day con work, but are there any, like, runs you want to do?
Again, I've been really lucky. You know, my first thing was Judge Dredd. That was my first work. There's the obvious ones, you know, Batman, Daredevil. I wanted to do. I've only done covers, but you know, I'd enjoy doing an interior on a Daredevil. But in general, I've kind of ticked all the boxes, you know. And you know, now, you know, it's a bit of a cliche, but you know, the create your own stuff is there's a different kind of reward that comes from that. It's very satisfying to see your own creation kind of you know, be embraced by people. But you know, Batman, I love drawing Batman. You may have noticed. You know, so I feel, you know, very lucky to have worked on. You know, again, it's I feel genuinely lucky that I've got to work on these, you know, historic kind of characters that are kind of imprinted on all of us, you know, to a degree. It's yeah, no, I mean, maybe the Punisher, maybe, but you know, I've kind of ticked the boxes. You know?
That's great, man. That's a great problem to have to ponder.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So with this next chunk of time you've already got carved out with the work you're doing at home, is there anything you can talk about? Is there anything you want to tease about the stuff you've been working on for you?
Yeah, I was thinking about this today. Actually, there's nothing I can kind of actually yeah. There's a couple of projects. So I'm doing more Witches with Scott, which I can talk about because that exists. And there's been some really exciting movement on the adaptation side of Witches, which both Scott and I are involved with, which is just kicking into gear, which is exciting. But aside from that, I'm doing a create your own project with a writer friend that we had set up doing together even before Witches started. So about 5 years ago, we talked about doing it, and I've had scripts from him for about 3 years or something. So I finally, thank goodness, found the time to draw some of that this year. And next year as well is all carved out with a project with for a licensed character rather than create your own, which I'm super excited about as well. So yeah, I kind of wish I could tell you about it, because I've drawn 5 issues of this create your own, so it's kind of what I'm doing right now. But it's not announced yet. It kind of gets announced, I think, in a couple of months. So.
So we'll know now you were talking about it then.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that thing. It's this.
Exactly.
So cons have come up a lot, fittingly, in this awesome digital con. And Tom and I both kept going back to how much each con kind of inspires the next wave of year and all those things. This is an incredibly well-organized digital con. There's fans in here. There's all these conversations. I love that this can exist. What are some of your favorite con memories? What are some things that really stood out once you were in the comic industry?
Oh wow! I think the first time I went to San Diego, like we there's many UK shows now, but when I was first sort of, you know, when I first started getting published, there was only one UK comic show in Bristol, and you know, and it was a great show and it was well attended and everything. But then when I first went to San Diego, I think maybe even issue 1 of The Losers was about to come out, so it was really, really early on. And just the enormity of it really took me by surprise. And my first Vertigo panel, and you know, for starters, there's Karen Berger at the end, who, you know, was sort of like a legend, like the, you know, as well as 2000 AD, I grew up with Vertigo, and that was my kind of, you know, definitely a kind of an aspiration to work for Vertigo, and then suddenly there I was on this Vertigo panel. It was like Karen Berger and Azzarello and Neil Gaiman, and I think was Dave McKean even there. I don't know, maybe not, but you know, all these huge names, and then it's suddenly like, you know, the mic comes to me, and it's like, well, okay, this I guess it's me now. You know, like this is you know, massive room full of like 500 people, whereas normally in Bristol you're used to kind of doing like a panel in a what, some little offshoot conference room with about kind of like 12 people, you know, so looking bored, waiting for the next panel, you know,
Yeah.
you know, and suddenly it was like, okay, well, I guess this is it. And yeah, that was maybe the most sort of, yeah, maybe not culture shock, but it was kind of, it was a moment of like, okay, this is real. But then beyond that, you know, honestly, you know, I go to conventions to you know, it's the chance that I get to hang out with friends, you know, and peers and friends in the industry, and really my favorite moments are with you know, folk that I've met through working on comics together and hanging out too late on the back steps of the Hyatt in San Diego, for example. You know, yeah, you know, that they're the moments, really. You know, it's amazing seeing the show. It's amazing, you know, seeing the response and everything, and the panels and everything like that. I really, again, I feel really lucky about that. But on a personal level, it's always it's you know, it's a really cheesy answer, isn't it? But it's the people that
it's the heart of comics, man.
You know, yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. You know, we're very lucky as an industry that you know, we all seem to support each other. We're all into what each other's doing, unless everyone's lying to me. Everyone seems very nice. You know, it's
Don't tell Jacques.
yeah, right, yeah. But genuinely, that's one of my favorite things about the industry, and that it feels very, very personable, even though we get to work on this big stuff, which comes back to what I was talking about, you know, just about the workflow as well. Like that's one of my favorite things about it, that it feels very personal, and yet it's kind of on a quite a big stage.
I have to agree. There's something about comics that, even though they've stayed, you know, the movies are huge, but the comic industry, no matter how big it gets, there's this incredible pulse to it. Every Comic-Con feels like a family reunion, and that's including this. Like this, I was so excited that this was happening this weekend, because I'm like, I need that taste. I need to know what that family feeling like.
Yeah. I wonder whether you know, because I've always thought, you know, comics are very sort of personal. You know, you go to a movie theater and it's like a spectacle, but comics are, you know, you're essentially one-to-one with you know, the writer and artist, aren't you? When you're reading a comic, it's very close and very personal. And I wonder whether that's one of the reasons why you know, it kind of attracts the kind of people that it does, is, you know, is because there's a kind of there is a kind of closeness to it somehow, you know.
Well, I think there's a certain amount of exposed nerve to art in general, but when you're combining literature and art in such a way that you have to be vulnerable to experience the emotions in the comic book. And I feel like a lot of people that don't get comic books, like your Bill Maher's and those assholes, they just don't like understand what the medium is. They're like looking at it incorrectly because they're not available to it. So if you go to Comic-Con, it's the opposite. It's people dressed as their favorite things, embodying like heroism. So we don't need those people. But speaking of cons, this experience, this digital con, what's it been like being in solitude, working on your comic books that, like we were saying, it's similar in this profession, but has it changed your style or your outlook or anything in your art now that we're like 5 months in?
I don't think it has, actually. I think the lockdown, well, you know, the lockdown in general, I think it's going to change us all in a in some ways, and it's definitely made me think about what's important, you know, you know, I think stuff like comics and movies and music is vital, you know, to people's you know, well-being and feeling good and inspired with life and all that good stuff that probably before we kind of took for granted, and we realize now that some stuff has been taken away, that you know, things are a little bit more, I don't want to get too heavy, but you know, but things are, you know, things are a bit more fragile, and things are, you know, and these constructs that you build through life that kind of, you know, get you through it. And I think lockdown's been a really a really sort of stark example of if you take away a few of those things, suddenly we all feel a bit more exposed and a bit more fragile, or whatever it is, you know. And I genuinely think that I think we all feel that, like, collectively, you know. And all it's made me really think about is again just that I'm lucky to be doing what I'm doing, and I hope that the work that I do with my friends, you know, I remember feeling, you know, being young and reading a comic and feeling that little spark of inspiration, like feeling like, you know, like just in that moment you could do anything or be anything. You know, that's a really sort of, you know what I mean. That's a really lovely kind of, and it's literally inspiration. That's the, you know, the feeling, and you know, so if anything, it's just made me more sort of determined to try and do that well. You know, to try and sort of put stuff out that's good, or always put my heart into it. Always, you know, try my best and all that sort of stuff. To you know, to, yeah, because we're very lucky, and the world, you know, needs some. I feel like it needs some sort of some good stuff right now. And you know, if I'm going to get too cheesy, that'll do. That'll do.
Well, on that note, what are you enjoying? Like we talk about comic book creators all supporting each other. What have you been reading or watching or enjoying in all this chaos?
Well, I've actually been. This alludes to what I'm doing next.
No secrets. I wasn't looking for. I'm anti-scoop. No spoilers.
I've been enjoying a lot of classic books from one character in particularly, as research and inspiration for the way that I'm going to approach that book next year.
That was a great Kevin Feige answer. That was a perfect Kevin
really?
Feige. Like, I don't know what's.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm one of the things I'm most excited about is that I'm writing and drawing something else next year, and I've been enjoying revisiting some of the classic stuff from that character. You know. So let's just say that.
Fair. I like it. I like that answer. Again, we'll know soon, and then go. Oh. I got issues 2319 says, fan since your early 2000 AD days. Any plans to revisit Dread in the near future?
I did a cover this year actually during lockdown, funnily enough, for 2000 AD, and a Dread cover. But beyond that, nothing at the moment. But I will always happily draw Dread if I can and have time to do it. Always.
I love the trajectory of Dread, like through your career, how he keeps popping up, whether it's art with 2000 AD or Alex Garland into movies. There's this like this pulse of Dread exists.
Well, I mean, the truth is, he's sort of my favorite comic character. You know, he's certainly the one that has that sort of element of when I was growing up. You know, that was my kind of dream. You know, my dream ticket kind of thing. So then getting to work on the film as well was fantastic, and it didn't kind of pass me by. Kind of how, you know, you get those little moments in life where you're just like, how has this happened? You know, like, how, you know, my love of this thing, and now I'm getting to do this as well and have an actual effect on it is it was good.
Every time I'm talking comics and and people are watching, I'm like, wait, I'm just talking about comic books. This is amazing. It's the dream. This has been an absolute pleasure, man. I want to wrap up here with you. Thank you so much for your time. I want to tell people, Mainframe Comic-Con, all the dollars go towards the Hero Initiative for charity. Jock, thanks so much for being here. Dude, your art, stunning. I truly love your work, man. I appreciate it.
Coy, you're very kind. Yeah, please, thanks for tuning in, and please donate if you can to the charity. Everything helps. So, thanks very much. And thanks, Coy. That's been great.
I'll see you in the steps of the Hyatt one year. We'll find that.
Yeah, that sounds good. Let's do that. All right.
Have a good one, man.
Cheers.
Mr. Robert Wool. Hey guys, welcome back to Mainframe Comic-Con here in Hall A. How amazing was that Tom King Q&A panel and the Q&A panel with Jock? Big, huge thanks to our good friend, Mr. Coy Jandro. Absolutely crushed it. Thanks to everybody who left comments in the comments section. We're about to get into one of my most anticipated panels of the entire week. Before we get into that, I just want to remind you guys, if you're watching Mainframe on YouTube, if you're watching it on Facebook, you are not getting the full Mainframe experience. Head over to mainframecomiccon.com. From there, you're going to find all 5 panel halls. We've got 70 plus panels going on all weekend long, so don't miss a thing. Head on over to mainframecomiccon.com, and while you're there, when you see that donate to the Hero Initiative button, give it a second. Give it a click. Give what you can to the Hero Initiative. All of our celebrities are generously donating their time for charity this weekend, so we can't thank them enough. So show how much you care. Give a couple bucks here and there to the Hero Initiative and help out a very worthy cause. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome back for the 3rd time at Mainframe. He is a Mainframe stay, Mr. Robert Meyer Burnett. Robert, man, we got to put you on the payroll, man.
Chuck, it's a real honor to be asked back here. I love what you're doing. I've met so many interesting people on this on at the Mainframe Comic-Con, and I have to say I very much am anticipating this conversation because I have been a fan of this next guest for 4 decades, I think.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you guys about the first time I ever saw him in a movie, which I think was the first movie he was ever in that I think I must have watched 100 times, and it was not Batman.
Okay, well, I don't want to take up any more of your time, so go ahead, introduce your guest, guys. I'll see you back here a little bit later on today with an Nosferatu panel. Robert?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited to talk to this next guest, an actor who has a storied 4-decade career. He's been in such great movies. Ron Shelton's Bull Durham, one of the great sports movies of all time. He also appeared in Mr. Shelton's Blaze. Then he was Super Agent Arliss Michaels in a show that took us from the end of the 20th century into the 21st century. We also know him, of course, the only man that probably ever got a grant from Bruce Wayne himself, reporter Alexander Knox in Tim Burton's 1989 Batman, which sort of changed the face of comic book movies forever. So without further ado, please, put your hands together, hoist your beer, whatever you're doing, for Mr. Robert Wool.
Hello.
Sir, it is so great to speak with you. And since I've got you in front of me, I've got to say, when I was a kid, well, not really a kid, teenager, the first movie I recorded off cable was The Hollywood Knights. I think I watched it 100 times, and I never got tired of it. And you were also in a film that I think is one of the great movies ever made about filmmaking, which is Mistress. And the first time I ever saw it, a girlfriend of mine gave it to me on Laserdisc.
Mm-hmm.
And it is such a great honor to speak with you. And you've had such an interesting career. You've worked with so many great people. Of course, in Mistress, Martin Landau and you got to work with Paul Newman in Blaze, of course, Batman, and the Hollywood Knights had a crazy cast as well. Michelle Pfeiffer in an early role. So I guess how did you get into acting? How did you begin this great career of yours?
I'll tell you, I knew I was going to be, I wanted to be in the entertainment business as a very young child. I loved looking at the movie page. I just loved it. I loved looking at the movie page. And I watched a lot of movies. I always wanted to be most likely on the other side of the camera. But I loved the whole part of it. I loved comics, and I loved comedians and watching old black and white movies. I learned a lot. I learned how to act from good actors. I learned comedy from good comedians and good comic actors. But I always wanted to do it. And then I studied, I was in drama class in high school, never got cast. No one ever cast me.
Really?
And then, yeah, no. I was never cast. I was the cut up. And then I was cast. I went to college, University of Houston. We had a very good drama department with one of the all-time great teachers, a guy named Cecil Pickett. And in my class, it was me, Brett Cullen, who played Thomas Wayne in The Joker just recently, and Dennis Quaid. Randy was there a couple of years before me. We had some great people. Billy Stritch, a great musician, and Cindy Pickett. Was her we had great drama class, so I learned a lot there. And again, they didn't cast me too much, but I learned enough that I learned a lot. I learned a lot. When they did cast me, it went well. And but I had, I started as a stand-up comic, so because I thought that was a way to show my act. I could write and show an act, and then perform the act. So that's how I started, pretty much.
Now, how long? Obviously, acting with people like Robin Williams, who began as a comic as well, I've always thought that comedians have an interesting command of, you can pretty much do anything with a comic background. You can play drama, you can do comedy. Was that something like, obviously, The Hollywood Knights being one of your first films, which is, it's a very funny body comedy. Did your comedic stand-up background help you score that role?
Absolutely, 100%.
As Newbaum?
100%, because Floyd Mutrux, the writer-director, he had Harriet Helberg was the casting director, who was married to Sandy Helberg, who played Officer Clark in the movie The Skinny Cop, and is the father of Simon, and is the mother and father of Simon Helberg from The Big Bang Theory, who can buy and sell all of us. But she brought me in to see. I was a young comic, just came out to California. I don't think I'm out 2 months. And she brought me in to meet Floyd Mutrux, and I improvised. I mean, 90% of The Hollywood Knights dialogue, the dialogue is improvised, not really the storyline, but the dialogue is improvised, which is a difference. I mean, that's when you learn about screenwriting. The great William Goldman would say, screenplays are structure. So when people say, "Oh, what great dialogue, what a great screenplay," well, no, screenplays are structure. And he's right. And that's how I got it. I improvised. I did a bunch of the jokes that wound up in the movie. The man with the 5 penises fits like a glove, that kind of stuff, which is a joke my father used to tell. And no, that's totally. Now, I had a big acting background, though. I had a great theater background, so I'm not like a lot of comics who only came from comedy. To me, I always saw comedy differently also. Growing up on movies and comedy movies, I did not see. I looked at it, and a theater background, I looked at the two masks of drama. To me, it was all drama. And you have the two masks of drama, you have comedy and tragedy. But to me, there were two sides of the same coin. But however, there are people who, if you can do comedy, acting-wise, you can do drama. Not necessarily the other way around. I'll bet on any comedian, a good comedian, will give a good dramatic performance. You've seen it time and time and time, whether it's Robin, whether it was Red Buttons, whether it was Red Buttons, whether it was, how many? I mean, I can go down the list here. Tom Hanks was Jack Lemmon started as a you can go on and on. Not necessarily the other way around. Some people just aren't funny. They, as Neil Simon said, they don't hear the music.
Now, you said you watched a lot of movies and growing up. Who were some of your touchstones? Who were the people that you admired and learned from?
Well, first of all, the filmmakers. I mean, Billy Wilder, Howard Hawks, Hitchcock, John Ford. They were the filmmakers first. William Wyler, of course, which is most people don't know who William Wyler is these days. They were the film. Then you had the actors and the greats. You start with Cary Grant. To me, you start with Cary Grant. I love John Wayne movies. I love John Wayne movies.
Sure. Did you have a favorite John Wayne movie?
Off the top of my head, I mean, there's a lot of. Off the top of my head, the one I watch more than any other is The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance.
So good.
But I loved William Holden. There's a lot of actors who I can always watch. Fred McMurray could be a great asshole. He was played a great asshole. There's a lot. Then the women. I mean, Carol Lombard is a great comic actress.
Mhm.
Myrna Loy is a great comic actress. William Powell. The most underappreciated actress in the history of Hollywood, I would argue, is Doris Day. The most underappreciated, not the best, the almost underappreciated. This is a woman who was a band singer. She was a
Right.
band singer, and she became the #1 box office star for 10 straight years. Now, let's put this in perspective. It would be as if Katy Perry was the #1 box office attraction for 10 straight years and worked with people like Hitchcock and James Cagney, another favorite, in Love or Leave 'Em. And she worked with, Que Sera Sera. And then she does all these great, by the way, great movies with Rock Hudson and
Yeah.
James Garner. James Garner's another one. They're not good. They're great. They were nominated for Oscars. People, make fun of like Pillow Talk and Lover Come Back and The Thrill of It All. Thrill of It All is written by Carl Reiner, directed by Norman Jewison. That is a great movie. The other two were nominated for Oscars, or I think Pillow Talk won an Oscar for screenplay. So Doris Day to me is the most underappreciated movie star of all time. But there's a bunch of them I love. Then came the next wave: Pacino, Nicholson, De Niro. Who like you mentioned, Mistress, and I got to work with a bunch of them.
I mean, the cast in that film is incredible.
Phenomenal. It's because it was Tribeca's first film. It was Tribeca's first film, and Barry Primus had been a longtime friend of Robert, still is, and he had this script for a long time. Pretty much a script, follows Barry's story, and I mean so he pulled every favor he could, and I got to meet Martin Landau, and I got to work with him and De Niro and Danny Aiello and Eli Wallach and Cheryl Lee Ralph and Gene Smart and Christopher Walken, and it goes on, and it was the most fun and the best part and the best performance of my life goes to Barry. That's my best. If I had to pick one performance that I say that's the one I feel best about, it's Mistress.
Well, it's
totally
such a great. Well, it's such a great film about filmmaking.
Laurie Metcalf played the wife.
Yeah. It's just, you watch that film, and I have to tell you, I wasn't aware of it. And my friend Mary Forrest, she gave me the Laserdisc, and she's like, you have to watch this movie. And I couldn't believe it. I'm like, how did I not see this film? Because there's sort of a whole subgenre of movies about movie making. And that's right up there with the best of them. And your performance, so good.
A couple of things about that movie, pros and cons. I love the movie. Somebody suggested that one of the producers thought if they would have cut all the scenes with me and the wife, which was it might have been a better commercial movie, but then I would have lost Laurie Metcalf. But I didn't. It wasn't my movie. I didn't write it. I was strictly cast as an actor. The thing about the movie is most film students. When film students talk to me about movies who've gone to school, the movie they bring up a lot is Mistress, because that's going to be their experience more than these other big budget type of things. Trying to get money for an independent movie and having guys who will put in money if you put their girlfriend or mistress in the movie, that is, that they're going to go through that. The negative was we were, timing is everything. And we came out about a month after The Player. And The Player also was about the movie industry. And okay, now The Player to me is a good piece, and I love Altman. That's another influence. But I liked him personally. He was a friend. But I have to say, The Player, in my opinion, is great when it's talking about the movie business and it's fun goofing on the movie. But the plot about a studio executive who's going to kill a screenwriter because he wants to go with his wife, that's out of Columbo. I mean, that's a plot out of Columbo. And by the way, did you ever believe that Whoopi Goldberg and Lyle Levitt were policemen? No. What made it work were the goofy cameos about the movie industry and the amazing opening shot. The amazing
with Buck Henry. With Buck Henry in it.
With everybody. And my friend Tim Robbins, of course. And that's the greatness of that movie. But as far as the actual storyline, it's like, Mistress is actually about making a movie.
And it's more realistic. I mean, having been a filmmaker myself, it's really close to home.
I've been there.
Well, since you talked about Tim Robbins, I've got to ask, because I just recently rewatched it. Criterion put it out on Blu-ray. They remastered Bull Durham. And I believe that was Ron Shelton's first first film as a director. It is, I think, one of the great movies about sports ever made. Again, the cast is terrific. Could you talk a little bit about how did you get involved with that? And was it as much fun to film as it was to watch?
Yes. Okay. I got cast giving the worst to Ron Shelton. Said it was the single worst audition he ever saw. The casting director apologized to her for bringing me in.
Come on.
Apologized to him for bringing me in. And Ron Shelton said, that's the worst audition I've ever seen. Hire him immediately. Because what happened was the character only had about 3 or 4, maybe 5 lines in the whole movie, in the script. Didn't have much. And so I had just finished Good Morning Vietnam and become friendly with the late, very great Bruno Kirby. And I called Bruno, who was as smart about acting about anybody I ever knew. And I said, what's the key to this character here? You know, he doesn't have much here. And I talked to him and he said something. He said, you know, it seems to me in the minor leagues, you know, there's not a staff. There's a manager and a pitching coach. If the manager rises up through the ranks, more than likely he's taking his pitching coach with him. So that hooked me into, okay, he's a yes man. That's all I needed to know. So when I went in for the audition, I just started going and doing all my hum baby, because my dad was a ball player. And so I did all the stuff that ball players do, you know, hum baby, nobody here. I could do all that chatter. And whatever the manager said, I just said, yeah, that's right. So I was all over the place, but it was exactly the color that he was looking for. He said, I know what everybody else is going to do. He goes, Robert's going to give me a color that I can always, if I'm get stuck in a scene, I can go to him. And that's how that came about. Now, was it as much fun to do? Yes, except for it was cold. Yes, because we was a bunch of guys, basically, with a few women, Susan and Ms. Roberts, Jenny. But it was cold some nights. You can see when we're on the mountain, you'll see our breath. You know, it's cold. But yes, it was great fun. And also, a little known fact is, you know, everybody had to be able to play ball. Ron actually who was a ball player. Remember, Ron Shelton was a minor league ball player. He wanted to look authentic, and he actually had 1 week of camp before we started shooting, and he actually replaced the first baseman because he couldn't play ball. What was interesting is the guy who played shortstop on the team was a former minor league player in the San Diego Padres system who didn't make it, and then he went into show business, and he could do impressions, which Ron wanted to do. When we went to each of the minor league parks, we shot a lot of this guy doing impressions, because when you went to minor league parks, there was always a promotion of some kind.
Right.
You know, this guy could do incredible impressions, and his name was Danny Gans, and he plays the shortstop, and he then became the king of Las Vegas. He became the man of 1,000 voices, and the highest paid entertainer, higher than Wayne Newton, higher than all of them at the time, was Danny Gans. And unfortunately, he died much too young.
Now, before you did Bull Durham, you mentioned Good Morning Vietnam, a wonderful film, obviously. What was that like, and how did you get cast, and what was it like to watch Robin Williams work? Did they just wind him up and let him go, or did he stay on script?
No, that's a misnomer. That's a misunderstanding. I knew Robin because we all started out in the clubs together, and so I knew Robin from about 77.
Wow.
About 77, 78, and before Mork hit. So we were friendly. So it was great to have a friend there. He knew we had mutual respect. He respected my work, and we knew each other. I mean, we were friendly. We were friends. So having me there was a little bit of security. He didn't need me, but I mean, it was at least somebody you know. You're on the other side of the world.
Sure.
And and the reason I got that one also, Barry Levinson had seen me work, and he'd always liked my stand-up act. And I had auditioned for Diner and didn't get it. I had auditioned for him 2 or 3 times for the pilot of Diner. I auditioned he did a show with Alan Arkin, a TV series. I didn't get that. But when it came time for Good Morning Vietnam, he had a part for me. So, and that was great fun. And Robin, there was a script. I mean, again, it's screenplay. Screenplay is a structure. Robin, you give, and it was the perfect, when I read the screenplay, I said, this is going to work. You know, you can tell, not all the time, but sometimes you knew, I go, this is the right vehicle for Robin Williams. This is a drama with humor. Do you know, it's like, because it is a drama, but because, there's a difference between this is the structure and the story of the drama was good, and it allowed the framework. Being a DJ, then he can go off and do anything. The framework was just there, and he did, and it was great. I mean, it was hot. It was hot in Thailand, but it was great.
Well, now being that this is the Mainframe Comic-Con, I know that people want to hear about Tim Burton's Batman, which is now it's 31 years old, and it sort of was the beginning. I mean, sure, there was Superman the movie in 1978, but Tim Burton's Batman in '89 sort of changed the playing field when it came to superhero films and what they could be, and the fact that you had an A-list cast of which you were part of. Nicholson obviously is the Joker and Michael Keaton as Batman. You had Tim Burton stepping up his game, Anton Furst designing the movie. How did you get cast in that? And what was it like working on those sets and experiencing the production of that film?
It looks terrible. What was it like? It was great. Everything Batman is, that's a memory. And I was old enough to appreciate it too, because I was in my, Batman, so I was about 36, 37. And so I was old enough to appreciate what was going on here, which is a wonderful thing to be able to do. What happened was the casting director on that one was Marion Dougherty. Marion Dougherty is the legend of casting directors. She started the casting director business. And
she found James Dean.
Yeah, I mean, she found out. I mean, she gave Dustin Hoffman and Gene Hackman their first jobs. So I met Marion Dougherty, and she was a fan of my work. She liked my comedy. She came and saw me in the clubs, and she had me audition for a couple of things. She had me come in to meet George Roy Hill for Garp to play, audition for Garp. Not that I was ever going to get it. They were going with Robin Williams, but she liked my work. And when Batman, she had me come in to meet with her to read for Knox, and then she had me meet Tim Burton for Knox. And then Tim Burton, I got him into an advanced showing of Bull Durham. And then Tim told me I had the part, which was like, and it was London. I mean, come on. I mean, Batman, okay, let's talk Batman. Batman is so special. I was in London for 4 months during Christmas season. So it's Charles Dickensville.
Right.
And I had my wife with me and for a lot of it, for most of it. And then we would bring around, when you're on Batman per diem, that's good per diem. So I wound up getting this great 2-bedroom apartment. And we had friends come over, her mom came over. I mean, everybody had the greatest time. And then you'd go and then you're actually working with the best of the best of the best. I mean, you gotta remember at that point, Batman is the most expensive movie ever made in Hollywood. And you're working with Jack Nicholson, and he's kind enough to let me ride home with him and tell it. And there's no raconteurs like Jack. Jack will tell you stories about everything. He's telling me stories about coconut Princess Margaret. There's nobody like Jack. And then Michael. Now Michael, I had known because Michael was a comic.
Right.
Michael had started out as a comedian. And what's interesting is I think back that had there been social media back then, Michael Keaton is never Batman. Because I remember the shit hitting the fan when they announced Michael Keaton as Batman. I remember that. And in today's society, it would be magnified a trillionfold.
Yeah,
because
it wouldn't have been pretty.
Mr. Mom is playing Batman? I mean, now I knew Michael, and I knew how good an actor he was. And if you saw a movie called Clean and Sober, when Michael played this drug addict, you knew how dark he could get. The public really didn't. Now, the other point of this is all Tim Burton. This is Tim Burton. You mentioned Anton Furst, by the way, walking out to the set at Pinewood Studios, which is the James Bond studios, and they took it over for Batman, and seeing the design was like, oh boy, this is going to work. Now, I have to tell you, I was not a fan of the Adam West Batman TV series at all. It was much too jokey and campy for me. Much too jokey and campy for me. So this was darker. This was going to be darker. But it's interesting because Tim Burton and the producers, John Peter and Peter Guber, had slightly different visions of this movie. Now remember, Tim Burton is not Tim Burton at this point. He's only done 2 movies. He's done Pee-wee and he's done Beetlejuice. Both successful movies for Warner Brothers, though.
But very quirky. Not necessarily who you would pick to.
I mean, if I could think of the greatest piece of casting probably of all time, it's Tim Burton on Batman. But I once asked, John Peters, the producer, if you didn't go with, if it hadn't been Michael, who were you thinking? You know what they were saying? You know what the replies were? Steve Martin or Bill Murray. Okay, so this gives you an idea.
Wow. So they really
they were going much jokier. They were going to go much more that way. It's all Tim Burton. So, and Tim fought a lot. Tim didn't want Prince's songs in the movie. He didn't want them. It's like, but he had no clout. I mean, Prince had just scored a huge hit for Warner Brothers in Purple Rain. He was the biggest music star in the world. They had him under contract, and they were going to have his songs. They were back in their bets. As it turned out, it kind of works, so it's okay.
Yeah.
But at the time, I mean, and again, that's Tim Burton, and making that work.
Was he when you guys were doing this? Obviously, going from Pee-wee's Big Adventure to Beetlejuice, which are very distinctly, obviously, Tim Burton's sensibilities really define the film. And when you get to Batman, like you said, it was one of the most expensive movies ever made at the time, and having Peter Guber and John Peters producing this film that had a different vision, was Tim Burton able to assert himself, and was he able to?
He probably got about 90% of what he wanted, 90% of what he wanted. What was weird was when they changed. I remember we went in with a very solid script by Sam Hamm. Sam Hamm. And I read, and then Warren came aboard, Warren Scarron, who was a great guy. He did a draft, but about halfway through shooting, suddenly Warren was called back in from Texas, and he couldn't figure out what. And what had happened was Jack and John Peters had gone to see Phantom of the Opera, which had just opened up in London. Huge hit, mammoth hit, obviously. It's still a big hit now. Can you imagine what it was 30 years ago?
Yeah.
And when it came to that final third act, with the Phantom and everything else on top of it, they said, that's what we need in the movie. And suddenly they told Tim, we're rewriting the third act. And I was like, what? And so, so that was Jack and John Peters. And then they brought Warren back. Warren couldn't believe he was coming back for this. Look, it worked.
Yeah.
However, I have a theory about all this. Is that okay? Well, I'm going to separate the two incarnations of the movie Batman's. Okay, we'll take the before 2000 and then the Dark Knight series. Okay, because I think it's before 2000 when the Joel Schumacher thing ends. Yeah. Right. Okay, so we'll take them in different forms because they're different generations. If you took the first incarnation, what was there, 5 movies?
There's 4. The Warner's.
Batman,
Batman Returns, Batman Forever, and Batman and Robin.
Okay, right. Okay, if you took those 4, let's say there's 8 hours. If you put them end to end to end to end, every hour gets progressively worse. I really think so. I mean, to the point where the last one's unwatchable. I mean, it's just unwatchable. But the first hour of the first movie is about as good as it gets. The second hour, pretty good, pretty damn good. The next one is, for my taste, is good and then not so good. I don't like, and then after that, it just goes into the toilet. I mean, after that, Joel Schumacher, who would have been the sensibilities that what you see is the sensibilities. That's what Batman would have been if it wasn't for Tim Burton.
Sure.
That's what it would have been. And what's interesting is when Batman 89 comes out, when the distributors saw it, they were terrified because they had booked away and they thought it was too dark. They were terrified. It was much too dark. People now are so used to that Batman signal, that the famous logo. When they first put that logo out on over here on Wilshire Boulevard, and they had nothing else, just the logo, people had a hard time seeing what it was.
Yeah.
It was an optical illusion a little bit of what am I looking at here? Until you go, oh yeah, now I get it. So, in hindsight, and of course now you have a different generation with the Dark Knight, which is totally a different take from a different generation, and a generation who, when I was teaching a class in New Jersey at film school, I asked a class about 7-8 years ago. I said, why is it? It seems every other movie is about the apocalypse now. It just seems every other movie, 5 movies a month come out about the apocalypse. I said, what is this thing about the apocalypse? And they said something very interesting. He said, our generation all grew up after 9/11. And so the apocalypse is not something that, being darker, because I know not a lot of today's generation, the people who grew up, which is understandable, everything is generational. They find Jack Nicholson very campy and very jokey. Where at the time, he had humor, but it was fun. It was great. I mean, he was great, but to a different generation, different sensibilities. I get it. Personally, my feeling is, like, you've heard how I feel about the first Batmans already. The one thing I will say about Batman '89, which I do not, as much as I respect the Dark Knight series, why it doesn't speak to me at all, there are 2 reasons. One is they're all too long. Every one of them are too long. They're much, they're just too long. But the other one is, and it's a different take. Batman '89 was dark for its time, but it was also fun. Batman '89 is fun.
It is fun.
I don't find any fun in the Dark Knight series. There's no fun. See, to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, in a way, I completely understand where you're coming from. It's very.
That's not saying it's better or worse. To me, it's just not as much fun. By the way, and the worst of the Dark Knight series is better than all the rest of the Batmans. I mean, those last 2 Joel Schumacher shit.
Sure.
Well, I shouldn't speak badly of Joel.
Well, the movie also had, I really loved, like you said, Michael Keaton would have been destroyed on social media, but the fact that Tim Burton cast him and saw that was unique. And I think overall, the entire cast of that movie was eclectic, and everybody brought a different flavor to it. You certainly did. And you had great scenes with Kim Basinger, who I think is one of the great, even today, even though she's been nominated for an Academy Award, in LA Confidential and things like that, she's one of the great unsung screen actresses of the modern age. I mean, she debuted in Never Say Never Again, the Bond film. What was it like working with her, and how was that relationship? And did she dig it? Did she like being in the film?
Yeah, I'm sure she did. How could you not? She's okay. How's that for an answer?
And then you had Alfred. Mike
got there, and within a week she'd separate for her husband and moved in with John Peters. Is that enough said?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
And at least you got to give it up for John Peters. I mean,
Oh yeah, listen, John Peters. Listen, John Peters, and you cannot. What is this?
I think that was an ad.
Oh, okay.
We're supposed to go for an hour, right? Not a half an hour.
I think so.
But so it was a great experience for you. When the movie came out, I have to say, I was in college. I was at.
Sorry, guys, that was my bad. Technical difficulties in the live end. As you are, you got as much time as you want.
Oh, okay,
Thanks,
good. So when the movie came out, I was in film school. I was going to USC. We actually would go. We stole a bunch of bus station Batman posters. Terrible.
Sure.
I know we shouldn't have done that. But the excitement around that film coming out, it opened June 19th. I actually went to the premiere in Westwood. And I sat in Jack Nicholson's row, and the hype and the excitement about that film was enormous. I mean, it was just enormous. And when it's coming out, like when you work on a movie, whether it's Bull Durham or Good Morning Vietnam, obviously when actors come and they do their work and then they have to go, and it might be a year and a half before you get to see the film. What was it like for you in the run up to the film's release? Were you at all aware that it was going to be the phenomenon that it was? And had you seen did Tim Burton allow you to see it? And what was it like for you seeing it for the first time?
It was extremely exciting. What I remember, they allowed me to stand in the back of a theater when they were showing the trailer for the first time before an audience.
And they were great trailers too.
when you came up, I'm Batman, and call me Joker. I mean, the place was going crazy, and I said, "Oh boy, well, this is going to be a big hit. This is a game changer." Now that said, I went to a screening of it about a week before it opened, and it was pretty dark for a lot of people. They weren't expecting, and this is an older audience too at the time. This was not a younger audience, and I think, and you remember, Batman did not get universally great reviews, by the way.
Right.
I mean, Roger Ebert didn't. Batman did not, get universally great reviews. But I had a bet with a studio executive who was working at Columbia at the time, and they had, I believe, Ghostbusters 2 came out just beforehand.
Yeah, it did. Yep.
And so we had a bet going, which was going to make more money. And he said, Batman won't do $100 million. And I said, I bet it does. And then afterwards, he reneged, saying, "Well, I meant $100 million in film rentals." I go, "I don't give a shit what graphic you put onto it. It did it." I said, I don't care how you break down the formula, what computations you use, it did it. So, and he's never repaid. He's never paid. But yeah, it was. To this day, it's still it's so generational, and it's like, it's still Batman. It's something that's going to be around forever.
Absolutely. Now, there's a lot of talk. We live in the world of the streaming world now, and HBO Max has joined the fray, and you had one of the longest running cable shows in Arliss. It was a really long running show. It had a huge fan base. What was it like, and is doing a series different than films? And when you're front and center, I mean, you're playing the titular character. What's that like for you as an actor? Is there extra added pressure? And how did you like that experience?
I loved it. I mean, Arliss was my show. I mean, I got to create it. I got to, I got to control it. I got to be in it. I got to direct it. I mean, I loved telling stories. I mean, that was the greatest. I mean, and working with the people I worked with, and having these great people around me, and getting to pick and tell stories. I mean, I got to tell stories. You mentioned Bull Durham. You say it's one of the best sports movies. Fran Lebowitz, the great author, very acerbic New York writer, once came up to me at a party and said, she was chain smoking, "I hate sports, but I love your show." And I said, "Well, because it's not about sports,
right?
It's about characters in the world of sports. That's something totally different. Your best sports movies, in my opinion, don't come down to the big game. That's why most of them suck. It comes down to the big game. And as Ron Shelton says, there are no big games. Maybe once in a blue moon. It's about behavior. Movies are about characters. Movies are about characters. Bull Durham has no big game. And in fact, the scene in the mound with the candlesticks blind, the studio wanted to cut the whole scene out because they said it didn't move the plot. And Ron Shelton said, "What plot? There is no plot in this movie." So the only reason it stayed in was because when they did the focus groups, it was always the first or second favorite scene in the movie. So they're about characters. And so I felt that way about Arliss. I was just telling a story about a guy who ran a business. My father had a business. We had a family business. So to me, it was no different than anything else. He was an agent, which is parasitic by nature because you're taking a percentage of somebody else's work, but you are doing a job for that. To me, it was no different than a real estate agent or a travel agent or a theatrical agent. He was an agent. The only difference is he had a very unique clientele. There were young men mostly, and women, who were very young, very successful, and only have a career for a very short period of time. So you have to maximize that thing. But other than that, it was a guy running a business. It was just about that. And it was never about numbers. And you can never say, "Oh, Arliss is going to make the biggest deal of all time." No, that's not emotional. Numbers aren't emotional. The great Billy Wilder always said, "Don't give me logic, give me emotion." It's about the characters. It was about having Jim Turner and Michael Boatman and finding Sandra Oh and picking her to play this part.
By the way, what a great coup that was. I mean, I've always loved her. She's just terrific. How did you find her? She was a Canadian. I mean, she'd come down and
she auditioned along with a lot of other people. And it came down to her and another actress. And I can tell you who the other actress is because she went on to a great career herself. That was Lauren Graham. And
Oh, wow.
So I was in pretty good shape. So and they said, who do you want? And I said, I want to go with Sandra because I'm not sure what I'm going to get. I like that. I like that. I'm not sure what. And in the first season, which is I always call our rookie season, you're basically trying to find out what kind of show you have, what people can do, what they can't do. It's just it's like any other ball club. So
Right.
and we found out what she could do, and she got and more confidence everybody got, the better they got, and everybody's game was raised. And she's terrific.
When you're put in that kind of a position, obviously if you talk about your whole career coming from the stand-up world into the film world and doing a lot of television, when you're finally now calling the shots and it's basically your show, was there anything that surprised you from a production standpoint or a show running standpoint? Was there extra added pressure that you weren't necessarily prepared for, or was there a learning curve over the course of the seasons of Arliss for you?
Well, absolutely, there's a learning curve. I mean, that's just that's in any job. I mean, it's like the second time you do something, you should be better than you did it the first time, and the third time you should be. You got to learn. I mean, that's anything. No extra pressure. The only pressure I had was they would say they were not concerned with ratings, but they sure as hell were.
Right.
We were always the stepchild there. We were never considered the hip show. We were always the stepchild because they had Sex and the City and they had The Sopranos and they had 6 Feet Under, which were all these she very sexy shows. And we weren't. We were just telling. But as long as I was telling stories, and Chris Albrecht, who ran HBO, was a huge fan of mine. And he first put me on stage when he was the manager of the Improv. So he backed me totally. He knew I could deliver. And he also knew I came from a business background with my family, and that unlike every other HBO show that's ever been on in the world, we came in on time and under budget every single episode.
Okay. And that's a huge deal in television.
It depends who you are. It depends who you are. If you're The Sopranos, they didn't give a shit. If it was Sex and the City, they didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
It's like you can go over budget. When you're Arliss, I never gave him a chance to, because I was always fighting to stay on the air. So, and we went up in the ratings every year, 7 years. Now, what I did do, here's what I learned. When they put me on after Sex and the City, I realized when we first went on, we had like 74% of the audience was male. Sports. By the time we ended, because following Sex and the City, my conduit to holding on as much of that audience as possible was Sandra. And I knew that. So I'm going to gear more stories towards her, make her more prominent. So by doing that, by the end of the Arliss reign, the Arliss series, we were 53% women. And
wow.
And by the way, 7 years, and we went up in the ratings every year for 7 years, which is very, very difficult to do. Not many shows ever do that. And the other thing was I could tell any story I wanted. And what was great was I went into social. I became darker too. The show becomes much darker. I mean, I was telling stories about domestic abuse, Alzheimer's, steroid abuse, gay athletes, bisexual athletes, drunk, alcoholic, unwanted pregnancies, you name it. We did a show about the Indian mascot. Recently, there's a great podcast I'll give a plug to called the George Lucas Talk Show, which is on Sunday afternoons. It's done by two of the guys from the Uptight Citizens Brigade. One pretends to be George Lucas, the other one's Watto, and they're great comic actors. But to raise money during the pandemic, they did a Star Wars live stream the whole day. They did Star Wars, and then they decided out of the blue, for some reason, to do Arliss. And so each Sunday they would live stream a season of Arliss. And they wound up, and they wanted me on, so I had to watch them. And I hadn't watched the episodes in about 15 years. And the one thing that struck all of us was how well they held up and the topics that we were doing, which were just as topical today with domestic abuse, steroid abuse, Alzheimer's, gay athletes, the Indian mascot. I mean, it was just, it held up. It really held up, because it was on HBO Max after not having it on for 15 years.
Do you think now with HBO Max that we might have an Arliss revival? Any chance of that? Has someone called you?
It has been mentioned again. I have to tell you, we were always a stepchild there.
Right.
You know, HBO, we were always we weren't the hip series over there, and now it's getting this whole revisionist second look. I mean, but we had huge supporters. I mean, Neil Simon, the great David Milch once came up to me because we were getting hammered. We got hammered by critics. I mean, there was we were people either loved us or hated us. I mean, Fran Lebowitz, the New York Times loved us. Entertainment Weekly thought we were the worst show on TV. I mean, we were getting hammered. But now, and then David Milch came up to me one time and said, before he did Westworld, well, not Westworld, what did he do? He did Deadwood. And he said, Robert, he goes, I don't know if you know this, but you're changing TV. What you're doing, what the stories you're telling. And I said, look, I'm just trying to do a show here. They're letting me do it, so I'm doing it. So so I had great David Halberstam, the great writer. I mean, Pete Hamill, who just passed. I had great people, you know, for that. So that was wonderful.
Well, you've had a really, I think, an incredible career in show business, seeing it from many different angles. And I know that there's going to be a lot of, you know, young people watching this interview. And I always ask people this: what advice? I mean, we live in a different world now with social media, but the idea of talent and performance and creating shows or movies or whatever, that really hasn't changed. I mean, it's changed in the age of COVID, but in terms of telling stories, what can you sort of give us in terms of advice over your long career that you could tell people starting out, or what are some of the pitfalls and things that maybe people don't know about? I mean, you hear some of the obvious things, but what are things that you've experienced that you think would help people to know if they want to pursue a career in show business?
Well, first of all, it's what okay. I will give you. I went to my friend Brian Cranston and I went to a ball game and last year, and the hostess of the club where we had lunch said, I'm an aspiring actress. What advice would you have for me? And Brian, as he would, sat her down. He said, okay, here's the first question. How much do you love it? How much do you love it? Do you love it enough to give up anything else? Do you love it more than you love the idea of having a family? Do you love it more than the idea of, you know, he goes, because that's what it's going to take. It doesn't mean you can't have a family. It doesn't mean that you can't, you know, but how much do you love it more than you love your boyfriend? I mean, you have to love it because it's too easy to get out of it. There's too many other people. That is not the passion. You have to have the passion for the work and for the art. Forget all the other bullshit. Forget the money, forget all the fame and everything else. The work, I mean, you have to love what you're doing. Now, as far as making a career out of it, it's totally different. I mean, it's different. Every generation is different. What's different now, of course, is that the distribution is different now, of course, with streaming. And who knows what movies are going to be. I think eventually there will be movies in theaters, but not that it wasn't going that way anyway. But, you know, it's even going to be less for, you know, the demographic in movies went from being like from 12 to 24. I mean, when I started, it was like the big demographic was like 18 to 35. That was the big demographic, right? But you know, but again, that's still now we're talking, you know, early, you know, we're talking early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. Now, when I grew up, it was different because you had adult movies. You didn't have that. That was not the key demographic at all, which is why you had adult movies. I mean, when you look at a year like, what was it, 72? What year was when you had Chinatown or whatever it was, when you had Godfather?
That was a little later, but yeah, Godfather was 72 and 74.
Yeah, 72. Like 76 when you had Network and Taxi Driver and All the President's Men and all. So those were adult movies.
Rocky.
Yeah, right. They're not really made that much anymore because that's not the demographic. The one thing that has changed recently is because there's no movie theaters. The demographic, I believe, has changed because who goes to the movie theaters are young people, understandably. They're all in school. They figure out what movie we're going to see. It's a social event. We're going to go see
Right.
movies on Friday night. What we're going to see Friday. What are we going to see this weekend? Well, that's changed. That's totally changed for the most part, because now you're at home and people are watching, and adults, older audiences are watching. They're streaming The West Wing. They're streaming Breaking Bad. It used to be
Right.
like I just did The Princess Bride. I was part of that Princess Bride thing that Jason Reitman just did. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was part of that, and that's on Quibi. So, and that's very short things. Well, it's interesting because that was always the game plan. The goal was the thinking. The model was people's attention spans are getting so less that 5 minutes is long enough. Interestingly enough, with the pandemic, people are home. They wound up streaming 5 or 6 seasons of stuff.
Right.
So the business model kind of changed right there. And you're seeing more adult. Now, it's going to go back as soon as from the studio point of view. It's going to go back because the younger demographic is the one that goes to the theaters on Friday. But for the time being, I mean, like the number one movie on demand has been my friend Rod Lurie's movie, The Outpost.
Right. Which is, by the way, outstanding.
So Tony said so. Thanks. So that's changed, but that's temporary. So as far as storytelling, watch, learn. Look, you got to speak to your audience, and speak to yourself. Write what you know, first of all. I mean, I knew something about business. I knew something about sports, and I knew human behavior. So that's where all this comes from. I did a history thing on HBO where they allowed me to. I went to 2 NYU classes, and I actually gave a history monologue called "Assume the Position," and I got to do these history which were incredibly well received. I got nominated for a Writers Guild Award, which I was grateful for. But I knew history, and and I like being a teacher. So, and I got to curse on HBO, and kids love when you curse. So if you curse in the classroom, you're the cool teacher. So, but write what you know, but you have to be passionate. You really got to be passionate about it. Learn craft. Learn craft. That's what I would say. Learn how to learn structure. And structure is not easy to come by. I mean, I learned it when I did Police Squad. I started when I had auditioned for the Zucker brothers when they were doing Airplane, and I didn't get the part. They came and saw me, but later when they did Police Squad, they hired me to be a writer, and I learned more about structure on that show than anywhere else. And then I really got into reading William Goldman's books and learn structure. Of course, structure nowadays, everything changes. Everything. It's the great line from one of my favorite authors, philosophers, and hallucinogenic takers, Aldous Huxley, who once said, "The charm of history lies in the fact that from age to age, nothing changes, and yet everything is completely different." And that's about it.
Well, also we have, I mean, what I think is really interesting, the rise of YouTube has given people the ability to stream. There's comedy shows, there's all kinds of things, and you've got this worldwide distribution network where you can put your stuff up, for free. By the way, somebody wrote in, Not Near Mint says, "I was the kid in the 90s that loved Robert Wuhl as a teacher. I really did learn a lot from him. Thank you."
Well, I appreciate that. It was just a different way to look at stuff. It was just to look at, I think most things are generational. But basic things don't change. Basic motives don't change. I mean, it's usually the reason most decisions are made, big decisions, are either money, sex, or religion. I mean, it's always, my God is better than yours. What's in it for me, or who's got the hots for who? Most decisions are based upon that in some way, shape, or form. And I was showing through history how history is pop culture. How pop culture just didn't start in the 2000s. Pop culture has been going on forever, and history pop culture becomes history. And I use the quote from Liberty Valance, where when the legend becomes fact, print the legend.
Yep.
And that's what it was based on.
Now, do you see
Thank you, Not Near Mint, and thank you, Not Near Mint.
Even comedy, HBO sort of popularized putting comedy specials on the air. And now with Netflix, stand-up comedy has become a big thing for them. bringing back, I mean, they throw tons of money at people like Dave Chappelle and bring them back and relaunching them. And I think comedy specials, whether they're on YouTube or you can watch bite-sized comedy. I mean, I've always loved stand-up comedy. And I think I loved it when I saw Bob Fosse's Lenny, when I didn't know who Lenny Bruce was. And it's interesting. We've got The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, where Lenny Bruce is a character. I mean, there's a whole new group of people that is Lenny Bruce a real guy? Yes, he was, and I think that nowadays there's more opportunity for people that are industrious and want to get their work out there.
Without a doubt, the distribution, I mean, you couldn't get distribution. Remember back then, like when I started, there was 3 networks. That was it. 3 and HBO. And then Showtime came. But that was it. That was it. And if you didn't get on one and you were on the bad side of somebody, the whole goal was, as a stand-up comic, was to get on the Johnny Carson show. That was it. 6 minutes. But if the booker didn't like you, or he didn't think Johnny might not like you, you didn't get on. And so, you had Merv Griffin. You had other talk shows. You had Merv Griffin, Dinah Shore, Mike Douglas. But the big prize was Carson. But nowadays, I mean, those shows are pretty. I mean, Tonight Show. I mean, they're not. First of all, they don't gear themselves towards stand-up comics anymore. But they're not. It's nice to be on them, but you don't have to be on them. It's like. You're like you said, the Comedy Central and Netflix, and all of them now. But Prime, all of them. Well, there's so many more, and YouTube. And that's the great thing. It's become much more little d-democratic than it was before. And that's a great thing. That is a great thing. And that's something, that's one of the great things about technology. Technology has its pros and cons. I mean, it doesn't mean, by the way, you can get distribution out there. That's a great thing. Doesn't mean comedy's better. It doesn't mean the stand-ups are better, but there's better. Same thing in modern medicine. Modern medicine is better than it's ever been before, right? We can do shit. Doesn't mean healthcare is better. Right. Movies, special effects are so far better than they've ever been before. Doesn't mean storytelling is better. It's like, so don't, technology is going to get better. But technology, remember, is one more degree away from, human contact. Doesn't mean it's better. Doesn't mean it's worse. It just is.
Now, okay, I got one more question. I mean, we're coming to this. Has been so much fun, by the way, talking to you. For longevity. I mean, obviously, you've had a career that's lasted a long time. I've been working in Hollywood now for almost 30 years. And there's an attrition rate. Sometimes there's times when I, want to scoop my eyeballs out with a teaspoon because it gets so frustrating. If somebody wants to make a go of it and keep their career going, you've been going for a long time now. What are some of the things? Do you have any tricks? Like when a day comes along and you're just like, I'm out. I'm so through with this. How do you go? How do you keep going another day? And I think I'm asking this more for myself. You've stayed in the game for a long time, and what has kept you going? Like, what's your secret? How do you still do it?
I'll be frank with you here. I mean, I thought I've been out for about 15 years now, so I really have. I said, okay, it's over for me. It's like there's not a lot happening right now, but I'll just do what I do, and and I've been fortunate to do really well. And so I'm enjoying life. And I also and then something comes along. Jason Reitman calls me up to do The Princess Bride. I did a movie 2 years ago that I did one scene in, and what came out this summer on, I think it's called, what's it called? Sheila? Is that the name of it? Sheila? Which is Shirley. I'm sorry, Shirley, about Shirley Jackson with Elizabeth Moss. Got a lot of praise.
Right.
I mean, came along. They call me. I just did an American Dad this week. So I mean, but I always think I go on doing what I want to do. I write. I'm always writing. I'm always doing something, whether it's sports oriented or it's comedy oriented, or just. And if somebody wants to pay me for it, that's fine. They want to. But as far as how did you do it? You have to have good people around you. That's the first thing. And, I've been good and bad about that. And you've got to keep throwing punches. You got to keep yourself out there, and which I haven't done that well. But again, you got to love it. And like, and here's the one thing I remember being in theater when I was in college. And my teacher, who had a tremendous impact on me, said something. He goes, if you can't be if you love theater, and by that I'll say show business or entertainment, if you love it, if you can't be, the best actor or a great actor or a great writer, you can be a great audience. And so I've always strove to be a great audience. I want to see people. There was a memorial service for the late, great Carl Reiner this week, which was as good a piece of entertainment as I've ever seen. I think it was on Zoom, but boy, they had everybody from Carl. They had Rob Reiner.
I can only imagine. My God,
Albert Brooks and Mel Brooks and Billy Crystal and you name it. They were, and it was great. But Carl Reiner was so supportive of young comics and young, comedy writers. And by the way, a lot of comics aren't. Your comedians are not. They're pretty competitive people for the most part. But then so are actors. So are filmmakers. That's everybody. That's just human nature. But I always thought I'm going to be a pretty great audience. I want to support people. I want to support young people. I help them because they're the next wave, and I'd like to see them go in a good direction. And it's not going to be my direction. I can lead them on to certain things they should look at. I think trying to get my goddaughter to watch a black and white movie is nearly impossible.
I know.
And that's a shame. And that is a real loss. That is such a loss. That's so silly.
But I do believe that there's hope because some people, I think younger people are rediscovering certain things. But listen, we're coming to the end of our hour. I just want to thank you so much for a wonderful conversation. It was such an honor to speak with you, sir.
Oh, Robert, thank you.
And I've been such a fan of yours and the fact that you gave of your time. The Mainframe Comic-Con, by the way, this is the third one they've done, and they've asked me to come back and have these conversations. And I've been able to talk to people that I've admired for a long time. And I just can't thank you enough for taking the time to speak with us today and being a part of all this.
I have to say, when Chuck started to introduce the show, and he said, well, I'm so happy to have this, I'm waiting to go on. And he says, I am so happy to have this guy on. He's been there 3 years in a row. And I'm thinking to myself, did I do this show last year? And he goes, please welcome Robert. And I go, I'm losing it. And then I said, oh my God, thank God. Because my mother-in-law's got dementia. My father-in-law died of Alzheimer's. It's like my brother-in-law just, and I thought, holy shit, I'm losing this thing right now. And oh, by the way, I will be doing meet and greets tomorrow. Next week for Comic-Con. And I want to thank everybody involved. It's a good cause. Give what you can. Enjoy it. I'm happy to have been part of it.
Well, thank you for being here. And it's a very well produced show too. I'm sure they're going to cut in and cut us off anytime. But until then, it's been a fantastic hour of conversation.
Best of luck to you, Robert.
And best of luck to you, sir. And I can't wait to see. I want to see that Elizabeth Moss movie because it looks great. I didn't realize that you were in that. So
blink, you miss me.
Well, I can't wait to see it because
scene.
I'm a huge fan of hers.
Oh, she's good.
I really enjoy her.
Well,
so I guess they're going to take us off.
Okay, get out of here. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Wow, what an awesome interview. Rob's about to leave. Oh. Rob, great job, man. Always a pleasure with Robert. Well, we've got such a packed panel coming up. We're only allowed 10 people on the screen at a time, so everybody's trying to jump in on this thing, guys. I could not be more excited about this next panel at Mainframe Comic-Con. They were here for the first Mainframe Comic-Con. Of course, we're talking about the cast and the crew of the AMC show Nosferatu. They are filling in the backstage as we speak, guys. Nosferatu. We've only got 2 episodes left. It airs Sundays at 8 o'clock Eastern on AMC and, of course, also on BBC America. I'm not sure if we have Jamie O'Brien, the showrunner, on just yet, but I know we have Elena Novik is there. Jamie is here. How you doing, Jamie?
Hello.
Hey, sorry. I know we had Mr. Robert Wool on, and you brought so many cast members from Nosferatu here to be on Mainframe today, so we packed out the backstage. So
awesome.
So glad you're here. I want to chat with you just a little bit before we bring on the rest of the cast, and I understand you brought a show clip we're going to show in just a little bit. Very excited for that. But
Yeah.
let's talk a little bit about season 2. Last time you were here on Mainframe Comic-Con, I mean, what a season, what a whirlwind season season 2 of Nosferatu has been. I mean, last time you were here, you promised that season 2 would deliver. I mean, it totally did. More characters, more action, more suspense. I mean, you weren't kidding. What can fans expect? Can they expect the same level of awesomeness in the final 2 episodes?
Well, I would say, I mean, I think that last time I promised that you'd see more Christmas Land, and you're about to see a lot more Christmas Land. So episode 9, which is going to be airing tomorrow night, is called Welcome to Christmas Land, and it was written by one of our faves, Tom Brady, who writes a lot of our big action episodes. So that's pretty cool. Also directed by Toa Fraser, who I'm very excited about you guys to see his block. He did a phenomenal job with both episodes. And yeah, I would say hold on to your hats and get ready to see some Christmas Land.
Well, definitely we posted that you guys were going to be appearing on Mainframe on all of the Nosferatu fan pages, and people freaked out. I mean, there's so much love in the fan community for this show. I'm curious from a production standpoint, any major differences behind the camera between season 1 and season 2? Season 2's got a lot of sort of on-location stuff. You're out in the woods a little bit more than you were in season 1. What were the differences in producing and making 1 and now working on 2?
Yeah, it's season 1 we were on location a lot as well. Actually, both seasons we've kind of been on location a lot, but I think that in season 2 we've been more in the woods, and I think that was Chris's cabin was in the woods, and so that we told a lot of stories there, so we wound up being there a lot. We had a lot of the same in terms of like back behind the scenes. We had a lot of the same folks come back and rejoin us for season 2, and then we had some newbies as well. We had a new production designer named Clark Hunter, who was amazing, and yeah, aside from that, it was kind of the same family, which has been great. And I think that season 2 was a lot more challenging than season 1 in a lot of ways. It was bigger, faster, more stunts. But since we had season 1 under our belt, I think that the crew really kind of figured out how to produce the show. And though it was still, enormously challenging, I am in awe of our cast and crew. They were able to pull it off.
Well, I mean, something I love, and you talk about the production design of the show. It's something that caught my eye sort of mid-season that I never quite really noticed before, is that the show, as far as the shooting location, it's set very much in the fall. All the leaves are brown. It's almost like it's just about to become winter. What can you tell us about sort of the location? I mean, was shooting in the fall something that was done literally and importantly when you were producing the show, or is it just kind of, did it happen that way?
We start in the summer, actually. We start at the very tail end of summer, and we shoot in New England. So the seasons change rapidly there. We shoot in Rhode Island. So if you see like the first 2 episodes of season 2 and season 1, actually, we shot the same time of year both times. It's very green. And then truthfully, it wasn't on purpose, but I kind of love the story that the weather changes tell, because it follows along with our character's journey. Really, it goes from like this kind of green, everything is great, Charlie Meigs is dead, he wakes up. We get to see New England in all of its beautiful fall colors for just a moment, and then he snatches Wayne and things start to die. And actually, it was snowing a few times when we were shooting the last couple episodes. So, yeah, it's a real New England journey, I guess.
So it was almost an accident, but it totally works with the story, because, like, as you say, you're approaching closer and closer to Christmas Land,
Yes.
which sort of represents winter. So
Yes.
you go through all the seasons, and then it sort of, according to what you said, seeing more Christmas Land, it sort of ends in the snow.
Yeah, it was a happy accident, for sure.
That's awesome. Well, I definitely want to invite the rest of the cast and show you show clips. So one more question just for you. The show is obviously based on the best-selling novel from Joe Hill. I've read the book. Everybody in my household has read the book. We're huge Joe Hill fans.
It's a great
Do you have story ideas that are going to go beyond the page that sort of expand that universe beyond what Joe Hill's already told? You already have, are the wheels already spinning in your head?
Yes, absolutely. And that was kind of always our intention. One of the things that I love about the novel is that Joe lays out a world in which there are many strong creatives. The ones that we meet in the novel and then the ones that we've met so far on the show are Charlie and Vic and Maggie. But there's a lot more out there. And that's one of the reasons why we created Parnassus for the show. The bar where the kind of villainous strong creatives hang out was as a way to show the audience that there is a bigger world and to bring in more strong creatives. We've already seen the Hourglass Man so far this season. So there's lots of stories to tell in this universe if people have the appetite for them.
Well, I want to start getting some guests in, but before we do, we have a video clip that is just awesome. So, Chad, if you're in the director's chair back there, if we could roll this clip, and we'll bring on some more guests in just a sec.
That's him. Wait, it's Mom.
Hey, you're too old to be here.
Okay,
Mr. Mates! Mr. Mates! Grown-ups at Christmas Land! Drifters! Everybody come look!
Victoria McQueen.
Well, there it is, guys. Check it out tomorrow. We're watching that clip, and I'm looking at all the faces in the backstage, and everybody's jaws on the floor, especially Matea. So let's go ahead and bring in our first two cast members. They play Millie Manx and Wayne McQueen. Please help me in welcoming Matea Conforti and Jason David. Are you guys there? There's Jason.
Hi, Jason.
Hey,
There's Wayne and Matea.
is my mic working?
It is. You sound fantastic.
Hi.
Yeah. Hello, guys.
How are you guys doing today?
We're doing good.
Something I wanted to ask you guys, because I mean, both of your characters, they take on a lot of physical transformations, veins, sharp, pointy teeth. I mean, how long do you guys have to sit in the makeup chair every day before you start your day, putting in those teeth, putting on all that face makeup? Wayne, maybe you, or I'm sorry, Jason, some of the blood in your mouth. I mean, how long do you guys spend in the makeup chair?
It's not too long. Like, lots of other people are there a lot longer than we are. For us, it's about 15 minutes or so. But for some people, it's been a long time, like hours sitting in that special effects chair.
With all of, like, the airbrushing the veins on, and like for me, I have to also get on that huge wig that I have to wear. So for me, for the makeup, it's just like how Jason said, around like 15-20 minutes. And with the wig, it's like an additional 10-15 minutes. So I'm in the chair around like 30 minutes in all, but it's nothing to compare to what all the other cast members have to do.
Yeah, no kidding. How long? Like, how do they do the teeth? Oh, yeah, no, maybe you don't have to tell me that. That's trade secret. But I mean, man, it just looks so good. Your makeup looks fantastic. Your costumes look great. Matea, something I want to ask you about. I'm not sure which episode it was, but in season 2, you actually sort of played two characters at multiple portions of the show. I mean, you play obviously Christmas Land Millie Manx, but you also play sort of young pre-Christmas Land Millie Manx when she's in the Manx house. What was it like playing those two characters, especially playing two characters in one scene? How can you kind of describe the process of shooting two completely opposite characters in one scene?
Yeah, it's a totally different process than what other people would usually think it is, because you can't exactly play off of yourself because there's only one of me. So we had to shoot the whole scene as me in Demon Millie, and then we would have to go back and I would have another person play me as Demon Millie and then me normally play myself. So it was a long process just to get that one scene, but it looks so cool on TV and it just looks so real.
It was. Is that what we call it? Demon Millie? Is that the name on set for Millie Manx?
Demon Millie.
Demon Millie, real Millie.
Jason, I want to ask you a little bit. I mean, you start the season as such a nice kid. I mean, you're such a nice kid at the beginning of the season, and then by the time I get to where we are now, I believe like episode 8. I mean, your personality is sort of changed just a little bit. I'm not going to say you're not a bad guy, but you're sort of a troubled youth.
Yeah.
We could put that. So, like, was it hard making that transition from nice kid to sort of troubled youngster?
It wasn't hard, but it also wasn't easy. So
Yeah.
like sort of medium, kind of
Yeah.
like
You're
it
a
wasn't
pro.
just like a breeze, but it also wasn't a huge challenge. So
You're a professional. You know what you're doing. Matea, something I wanted to ask. Am I saying it right, Matea?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Your costume in Christmas Land, such a cool costume. You got the
Iconic.
sword.
Iconic
You get to
costume.
poke people. It's so cool. You're almost like this
I love that
toy
sword.
soldier kind of costume. Like, so when you think when the Comic-Cons, the physical Comic-Cons start opening back up, hopefully in 2021, do you think you're going to see some Millie Manx cosplays walking around San
I
Diego?
hope so. I feel like it'd be such a cool costume. Who wouldn't want to wear that costume? It's so cool.
I know, sharp teeth.
Sharp teeth, general's outfit, sword, bloody sword, blood.
Think about that, cosplayers. It's not as easy as she makes it look. Last question for both of you before I bring in the rest of the cast, guys. What was the set of Christmas Land like? I mean, the set pieces, the snow. I mean, are we looking at real snow? What can you say about the environment in the Christmas Land?
I mean, I wish it were real. It would be kind of hard because the whole set was actually indoors this season, because last season it was an outdoor set, but this season was indoors. So we had to build everything so it could look real inside. But there's a lot of visual effects that you also have to add in at the end. There's like a huge green screen that just like goes around the whole wall. So it looks totally different on set than on camera.
Yeah, Jason, was it cool working with all those Christmas trees and Christmas blocks everywhere?
yeah, it was cool, but Matea knows most of it because she's been there 2 seasons, so she knows what it's like having an indoor and outdoor set. I've only been here this season, so.
Well, guys, thanks a lot. Stick around. I want to have everybody on. So let's go ahead, if we could, and bring on the entire cast. Please help me in no particular order. The cast of AMC's Nosferatu. We got Virginia Cole, a.k.a. Linda McQueen, Olafur Olafsson, a.k.a. Bing Partridge, John, look at them all go, Jonathan Langdon, Lou Carmody, Ashley Roman, of course, plays Tabitha Hutter. How is everybody doing? Is everyone here? Everybody is here.
Yeah. Everybody's here.
Welcome to Mainframe, guys. The players got so small.
It's so good to see everybody.
Oliver, are you in your car, Oliver? Are you in a...
I am in a tractor. I'm shooting a movie in the Westfjords of Iceland. So
Oh my God.
this is my view.
Oh my God.
It's pretty incredible.
How do you get Wi-Fi out there? What's going on? Your video's perfect.
I'm in the middle. Everyone's waiting for me. They're set up. And one
my
shot.
God,
So.
Well,
There's a guy
then-
with a cell
I'm gonna speak really
antenna
quickly.
just holding it.
I'm being a diva.
Well, then my
How are you
first
guys?
question is most certainly for you, man. I mean, Olafur, Olafur. Season 1, man. I mean, you so wanted to feel for Bing Partridge, I mean, especially in that first season, being a friend to Vic McQueen, you so wanted to like the guy. You felt for him, but I mean, season 2, all those good feelings towards Bing just completely went away. If he wasn't already solidified as a bad guy in season 1, you sealed the deal in season 2. Is there any chance of a redemption story for Bing in your mind? Or is he just beyond redemption?
Jamie?
I'll let Dari speak, but I will say this: in episode 8, when he's being processed, I feel for him. I have to say, this is one of the amazing things about Dari as an actor. No matter what Bing does, I always kind of come back to feeling for him. And yeah, and then I have an argument with myself. He's awful. He's done all these terrible things. But then just Dari plays him with such compassion, you can't help but come back around again and again, or at least me.
Yeah, I mean, you see, as bad as he is, he's such a lovable character. You know, this childlike innocence in a murderous package.
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's important to, and me and Jamie talked about this, that we live in a world where I think we really want to know who the bad guys are and the good guys. And I think it's really important to show some nuance to that and to see that you can actually feel for people that have done despicable things. And you can also, you can be such a lovable, cuddly kind of guy like Bing, but still be really, really dangerous.
Really bad.
Yeah.
Jonathan, question for you, man. I mean, your character, Lou Crumble. Welcome to Mainframe, by the way, John.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here.
Excellent. Lou obviously introduced last season is almost the hero almost of at the end of season 1. Became a real centralized character. I mean, big time. One of the major characters in season 2. And honestly, I mean, no matter how bad Vic gets in season 2 with her alcoholism, emotional distancing, everything that she goes through, Lou always stands by her side. No matter how bad things get. What is it about Vic in your mind that draws Lou to her, keeps her so committed to Vic and to Wayne?
So what is it about Vic that Lou stays so committed?
Yeah, just the character.
I think Lou, obviously, like, he loves Vic, and I think it's partially because he wants to protect her. She's giving him a family, and he loves her for that. And also, Lou appreciates that, like, she accepts him for everything he is. For all of his faults, for all of everything, and she just like loves him despite all of that. He thinks, like, despite all of that. So he just feels like so at home with her and willing to really do anything to be with and protect his family. So that's kind of like his want. He wants his family.
One thing I love about Lou's character, especially in season 2, that really comes out is, I mean, and we're in a virtual Comic-Con where you're surrounded by nerds. Lou's a pretty nerdy character, man. You're always quoting Star Wars stuff. I mean, Jonathan, are you as nerdy in real life as sort of Lou? Those Star Wars quotes back and forth?
Okay, I'm going to make this completely clear to everybody here. Kind of. Yes. Yeah, I would say, like, I'm into Star Wars, Star Trek. I'm into all that. I'm not as well versed as my fellow nerds, but I love it and I know it. I am, however, well versed in video games. So I kind of like would swap the passion for like the comic books and stuff. I try to swap it out for my love for video games and stuff and work with that while I was like filming. But yeah, so pretty much yes, I am in there.
Video games, they totally
check.
All right, cool. Virginia, I mean, hello. Hi. It's so good to talk to you. I got to say, your character, Linda, Vic's mom, has long since been my favorite character on the show.
Hey, Chuck.
Adore Linda for so many reasons. And it's your performance, Linda, but it's also the character that I guess Jamie has sort of created. First question, just right off the top, I'm sure you get asked this all the time. How'd you manage to hone that heavy New England accent? Because, I mean, it's pretty spot on. I mean, what was your process in pulling out that thick accent?
Well, our badass boss, Miss Jamie O'Brien, is like from exactly where our show takes place, basically. So she has been super helpful. We had an amazingly talented dialect coach, Amanda Quaid, who was a very important resource for all of us that had to do accent work. And huge shout out to the amazing I guess it's like a staple in New England. There's this fabulous thrift store called Savers. And I would literally go multiple times a week and get my shopping cart and push it up and down the aisles of the local Savers in the Massachusetts, right over the Rhode Island state line, and just listen to people talk. And I wouldn't buy it. Sometimes I'd buy something. I'd be like, that's a cute shirt. It's $2. Great. But most of the time it was just let me like soak up all of the local flavor that I can. And it was amazing.
Did you try it out on your fellow shoppers and get some funny looks inside the supermarket?
I mean,
Like, are you making fun of me?
I tried it out on my husband a lot. Like sometimes I'd come home from set and Ryan would be like, I miss Virginia. Like Linda's been nice to have around, but can Virginia come back, please?
Well, I mean, Virginia, like I said before, huge fan of the character. I'm sorry, Linda. In season 1, Vic's very much the daddy's girl. You know, he supported her art, told her to go to college, whereas Linda's a little bit more of the, say, the sensible kind of parent, sort of held her back just a little bit. What was it like, sort of taking on that bad cop role in the parenting world on the show?
You call it bad cop, Chuck. I choose to call it grown up.
The big kid.
She was the adult. I mean, it was a pleasure. It's nice to play the person that everyone's going to call the wet blanket, and know that actually the way she's parenting her child, although not popular, is actually quite honorable. And it was fun to play someone who didn't care that she wasn't popular. That was really, as actors, I think we all, maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but can get a little wrapped up in what people think about us. And so it's so freeing when you get to play a character that doesn't give a shit.
There's kids' prisons, Virginia.
Oh, sorry.
I think Linda gets a bad rap, man. I really do.
Yes.
I think she loves her child and was trying to keep her safe, and think about practical things like having a roof over their heads. I mean, she, out of the two of them, meaning Chris and Linda, she's the one who is not an alcoholic, who is not violent to members of her own family.
Except when I threw that vodka bottle at her.
Yeah,
we'll forget about that.
I mean, she does have the bottle of Kahlua over for special occasions. I think she might tipple a little bit, but I think that she gets a bad rap from Vic because Vic's a kid, and then I think the audience, because the audience is so much with Vic, sometimes we are as unforgiving as Linda as Vic is.
Right.
But I don't think that that's really fair. She's the one who was there. He didn't run off. So anyway, I'm Team Linda, though I also love Chris. I love all the characters. But I feel defensive of Linda when people say mean things about her.
You just love all your children. Like, my mother says the exact same thing. Ashley, how's it going down there?
Good. How are y'all?
I'm doing good.
First time I'm seeing everybody in a really long time.
Yes,
I know.
absolutely.
When was the last time we got everybody together? When was the last reunion?
January.
When we wrapped, I think.
Yeah.
In January.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was
Hi,
kind
Virginia.
Hi. I miss everybody so much.
I gotta see, like, how's
When we lived
everybody
in a different
doing?
world.
Right.
It was a different world.
John, I'm glad we could tear you away from your video games for 5 minutes to get back together with the old
And
dad.
Dari away from his shoot.
Ashley, let's just face it, man. I mean, the cop doesn't always make it into season 2. I mean, in horror movies, the agent doesn't always make it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, especially with Joe Bly, we saw that sometimes they're the first ones to go.
Exactly, and it's a stereotypical kind of horror trope. When you were cast in the role in season 1, did you think that Tabitha would have such an important role in season 2? I mean, you're Maggie's rock. She has no one, and Tabitha is sort of her shoulder to lean on. Were you surprised at what a massive role Tabitha was going to have in season 2?
Well, I remember getting cast in the show and then getting on the plane and reading the book. And then eventually I got to the part where Tabitha comes in 500 pages in or something, and I wasn't. And then I took time for me to finish the 700-page book. But what I love about this show is that they take all the ingredients and then kind of riff on them. I liken it to how like a jazz band takes a standard piece and just does their own riff of it, of like a Christmas standard or something. That's what I love. So I really love. I wasn't expecting to be with Maggie, but it's such a treat because Jakara, I mean, as we know, is just such a great actress, such a pleasure to work with. Best work wife I could ask for. So I was really happy to be a part of season 2 in such a big way.
We had Jakara on Mainframe, the very first Mainframe. We had Jamie and Jakara, and Joe was on. Yeah. It was phenomenal. We have to, because like I said at the beginning of the show with you, Jamie, the fans are blowing up about Mainframe. So we're going to open it up to questions from the audience. But before we do, guys, one more question for Jason and Matea. What was it like working with your fellow cast members Zachary Quinto and Ashley Cummings?
They're both amazing.
Yeah, they're both amazing.
Really professional.
It was super fun and nice working with them. And
I'm not a big fan.
I think I speak for kind of everybody in this call when I say I want a season 3. I want a season 3.
Hashtag Nosferatu season 3. Let's get it going. So I'm going to go ahead and open it up to some people in the chats because the fans are blowing up. First question comes from Scott Garrison. Hello, Chuck. Oh, hello. Can you ask Virginia? Sure, I can. Would she welcome a trip to Christmas Land?
Yes.
You guys are absolutely awesome.
100%, Scott. The crummiest part of my job is that I haven't gotten to play in that world yet, but it means that I get to watch it as an audience member and be as shocked and terrified and delighted as all of you guys. So it's kind of a mixed bag, but 100% yes. I want to give you a run for your money, Miss Matea. Watch out, Millie Mikes. Linda McQueen's coming.
All right, I'm going to put this one up really quick. So, Jonathan, keep your eyes peeled.
Okay.
It says, Jonathan, Lou is the blank.
That is an excellent question.
That's a great question.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
This is obviously the question that's on everybody's mind. Jamie, this comes from Jennifer Dobbs, writes, will we get more Nosferatu in the future? Season 3, 4, and more.
Listen, there's nothing that I would like more. I would love to keep making this show. I love the story. I love the cast. I love the crew. I love going to Rhode Island every year. There's nothing about it that I don't love. It's not up to me. It's up to AMC. So I think that we haven't heard about a season 3 yet. I think that, there's a lot going on in the world right now, and especially for television studios right now. So I'm not sure one will hear one way or the other, but I think that it is going to depend on how well season 2 does. So if you want more Nosferatu, keep watching and tell your friends.
Tomorrow night is episode 9, right?
That's right. 2 more
right.
weeks.
Yep.
9
Oh
is
my
good.
god. Oh my god.
Next week.
Bing. I mean, I keep calling you Bing. Dari.
Call me Bing.
Such a fantastic, such a fan favorite character. And all the chats, everything we were promoting this show in, everybody was like, "Oh my god, you got Bing! Oh my god, he's a favorite character." Anna's gift hatch says, "That is a beauty of Bing. That is the beauty of Bing." Okay, he's the best of both worlds. I think just kind of talking about that childlike innocence and also that murderous rage.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's one of my favorite characters ever. It's he sort of allows you to go into the deepest, darkest places you can find, and then sort of surprise you with this kind of lovely innocence. Like his relationship with Mike this season was really was kind of beautiful. Like I think he really connects with Mike, and actually I think what happens to Mike when Mike goes to Christmas Land is part of why Bing has a change of heart, sort of when the show sort of goes on and realizes that maybe what they're doing is not the right thing to do.
Dari, what can you tell us about your process of sort of, capturing that? Because I mean, you're a big dude, probably a bit of a badass. How do you make that acting transition to this almost like childlike a character that doesn't seem to know right from wrong? I mean, do you have to go to a certain place? There's a lot of method acting going in there.
I think I'm the least badass person you'll ever meet.
Is that true?
Maybe Jonathan might be the. Me and Jonathan, we're gonna fight over that. No. My process is, it's a really well written show, and it just makes it easy. It's just, and great characters, and just have a lot of love for the people I'm working with, and then make it really easy. It's just a very boring answer. There's no secret to it.
You're just that good.
Yeah, just be good. He's just good.
Andre P writes, what's the most difficult scene of the season to film? Jamie, that's probably a question for you, or well, I guess anybody. Like, what were some of the hardest scenes? I know episode 5 looked pretty grueling, which was actually called
Is everyone ready?
Wayne, right? It was the Bruce Wayne episode.
Okay. Yeah.
Bruce Wayne, Queen. Yeah.
Yeah, was that one of the tougher ones, or what does everybody
Guys,
think?
I'm sorry. Can I interrupt?
Yes,
This is my
Doug.
director.
Hey, director, you're live.
They're ready.
Okay.
So I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
leave you guys. I'm so sorry about
It's
this.
no
but
problem.
Thank
No,
you so
no.
much.
All right.
And,
Darn, so good to
thank
see
you guys for watching the show.
We
and,
love you.
big love to you all.
Bye.
Thank you,
Okay.
dear director and
How you
crew.
doing, man?
How are you?
Stay safe.
All right, so how much you guys really like Dari?
Oh, so much.
He's awesome.
The best, man.
He's amazing. Everybody's great on the show.
What were some of the most difficult scenes, sort of going around the room? Jamie?
I would say the scenes that we shot at exterior Sleigh House Ruins and exterior Christmas Land when it was 8 degrees out. The weather made some of the scenes really tough. Episode 5 was for sure a really challenging episode. It had a lot of stunts. It had a lot of crazy point of view work to keep track of. But it wasn't as cold as exterior Christmas Land and exterior Grove of Pines that we shot in episodes 8, 9, and 10 were really tough for me. And by the way, I wasn't there for episode 5, so for me, I guess it was the cold.
That was a game changer episode, man. Of course, you missed out on the Super Duper.
Yeah,
Bowl
I was
episode.
back in the writer's room for that one.
Matea, what was one of the tougher scenes you remember shooting?
I think I have 2. So one of my most difficult scenes, well, also all the exterior shoots are always a challenge because you have to make it seem like that you're not cold at the same time as you are cold, and you just have to act confident and scary, and it's hard when the weather is like down your back. But one of my difficult scenes was definitely when I have to play Demon Millie and my real self, and I have another difficult scene, but you just have to stay tuned to watch that.
Oh my God, we can't wait. Ashley, you get pretty physical from time to time on the show. Any of those fight sequences rank in some of your more difficult?
Yeah, probably just my fight scene with Bing, but I would even say that was difficult because Dari is so wonderful, and he takes such good care of like every situation. That, and it was the only time I was hot on set. Like every time we film anything, it's cold. We're outside and we're cold and it's freezing, even when it doesn't look that cold. So I felt a little spoiled because, I'm sweating for the first time on set. That was a good time.
We actually get a Tabitha question in the comments saying, do we get to see more Tabitha this season? She's so amazing. All caps.
Aw, boredom is silver. Thank you so much. This season, like the season airing now or next season?
Well, I don't know. Let's say this season. There's still 2 more episodes to go.
Yeah.
Tabitha's in 9 and 10. You'll see her.
Oh, yes, I am. Sorry, if that was the question.
I'm sorry. Wrong one. I had a question.
Oh, I love this question.
Who would you play in Nosferatu? Virginia, we'll give this one to you. Who would you play in Nosferatu if you could switch characters with someone else?
Okay, it depends on the day of the week that you ask me because it constantly changes. When I got the audition and I read the pilot, I said, I want to play Maggie. I want to play Maggie. That's the part to have. That's the part I want. Actually, and then I read the book. And after I read the book, I said, I want to play Lou. Lou is the part to have. I want to play Lou. So for me, it's probably Maggie and Lou. But then season 2, you get this insane Hourglass character that's not even in the book, and I'm like, I want to play the Hourglass. So I just want season 3 Linda to be like this, like repressed, strong creative. She had no idea the power within her. You guys just wait, get ready.
Jonathan, is the feeling? Did you want to play Linda when you first?
For sure. Definitely wanted to play Linda. Linda's like, it's exactly what you said. Linda's like a true mom, man. She's just looking out for her kid nonstop. I'm surprised she's like, people were like, oh, like Chris McQueen is a cool one. It's like everybody forgot, like he was pretty abusive, guys. He was in a good situation. Linda was holding it down, right? So yeah, Linda, man. Linda or Tabitha. Tabitha's real deal, man. She comes in there, stuff gets done.
Yeah.
Right? Like Bing, she's like, oh, nobody wants to find Bing? I'll find Bing. I'm on it. And what did she do? Found him.
Finds them.
Get stuff done.
Yeah.
Jason, this question I want to ask to you. What did you enjoy most about filming season 2? Because you got a lot of screen time in season 2 and your character changes a lot. You lose a couple teeth. You get to get in a trash compactor, or you get to actually like, oh, anyway, what was your favorite part of shooting season 2?
So my favorite part about filming season 2 was 100% the casting crew. They were all so nice, and it would not be the same without the casting crew. So everyone was amazing.
Good answer, Jamie.
Including you, kiddo.
Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're just rifling through some of the questions. Virginia, I had a question for you, and I can't remember what it was. Okay, so you like to play in a fantasy land. So say, you had a daughter who said she had a magical bridge, a magical motorcycle that go across a magical bridge. Would you believe her? Or is that, how would you handle as a mother that type of situation?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've got 10-month-old twins at home right now. They were 5 weeks old while I was shooting the second season of this. And the one thing I will say that motherhood, not quite in a year, but motherhood has taught me is that I have no idea how the world works. I don't have the answers. Surprise me. Why not? Why not? Show me, magical girl. Teach me. Yeah.
Good answer. We got a question from Matei here from the live chat. Cynthia Reed asks, Matei, she throws a snowball to Vic in the real world. Can she explain that a little more?
Good luck, Matea.
I guess I always thought that when I was rolling the snowball into the real world, I was kind of showing Vic that this place is real and that there's a way that the static is real, I guess, and that there's a way to get into Christmas Land. But I don't really know how to explain this. Do you have any idea, Jamie?
This is that static wall that Millie finds in episode 1. This is the way that I think about it. Charlie Meigs dies at the beginning of episode 1, and I think that opens up a weakness between worlds. And the kids find it in the first episode of season 2. And then I think Millie, it kind of blows her mind a little bit, because I think that she didn't think that anything could happen to her father, and that if anything did happen to her, she certainly didn't think anything could happen to Christmas Land. And now she knows that it can. So I think that she's been a little bit obsessed with this kind of weak spot between worlds. She's been warned by her mother in episode 7. She says, if your father's not going to take you out of here, find another way out. So she kind of knows that this may be the way out, because again, it's a weak place. She's seen somebody go through it. She knows that this connects to the real world here. And Vic has never been able to get into Christmas Land before, and I think that it is a higher level of difficulty to take the bridge into someone else's instinct than it is to like take it to the mall. So I think that Matea is absolutely right. She's showing Vic a way in, and she's showing her where the weak spot is.
Well, we only have a few more minutes before we got to wrap this up. So just a couple more questions, one for me and maybe one from the chat. Back to you, Jamie. One of the coolest things about season 2, a lot of season 2, it adds to that sort of Nosferatu universe. Elements like Charlie Manx's backstory, his childhood history, sort of his life as a young adult. Like you talked about the Hourglass Man. These are all sort of new elements that, you know, fans of just the novel. I know it's been expanded in the comic books and stuff, but how much creative freedom did you, Jamie, and the writers of Nosferatu have with playing with Joe's story, or was Joe very much a part of this creative process?
Joe has always been very supportive of the process. At the beginning of the season 2, he came in and spent a couple days in our writer's room. We all are huge fans of his work. And so even though we have made some changes in order to make a compelling television show, I think we've done a pretty good job of staying true to the spirit of the work. And I think that Joe would say that as well. And I think that he appreciates it. And truthfully, some of the changes he pitched. He pitched the Hourglass Man. That was his idea. And then how he functioned in the story was something that we ran with and we developed. But he is not at all an author who is, it must be word perfect to my book. He's imaginative and creative. And so he is just excited to be, playing in the sandbox most of the time. We never felt limited. We always felt inspired by the material.
That was really one of my favorite things about season 2 is all that backstory stuff was just, man, I just ate that up. Last question. I want to see if I can find it because it's really good. I want to go around the table and ask everybody this one question. Jonathan, I'll start with you. From Karen Merriman, would you get in the Wraith? Like, would you do it? All those presents, all those beautiful presents?
No. Sorry, Karen. No.
Jason, we already know the answer for that one, but sorry, Jonathan, go ahead.
I just no. No. No.
Would it be dependent on who was driving the Wraith, or just not having?
No. It's just look, the car. You see, when do I see cars that old with people coming? But come in. Like the steering wheel is not even on the right side. It's on the wrong side. There's too many variables, too many questions. Where's the door handle? How come there's no door handle? No, sorry, it's too old. What does it break? I don't even know what gas it takes. No, sorry.
Jason, we know Wayne would get in the Wraith, but would Jason get in the Wraith full of Christmas presents?
I actually have a few answers for Wayne. If I remember correctly, he actually doesn't want to go in. The only reason he gets in is because he's forced to. Bing just grabs him and just throws him in there. So, like, the part where he actually has a choice, he does what his mom says and say, "What's the password?" And when he doesn't answer, he knows that this is bad, so he runs. So, for me, I would not go. Even if I didn't know I would turn into a demon, I still would not go, because this is a lesson for all the kids who are watching this, and I guess even for some adults. Do not go in a stranger's car. Even if there's a bunch of tempting presents, do not go in a stranger's car.
That's rule number 1.
Yeah.
I mean, well done, sir. Matea, I have to assume you're going to take a cue from your coworker Jason and say, don't get in a stranger's car.
I mean, yeah, that sounds ideal. Sounds like the main point, but I don't know. I just feel like I would get in the car, but
thank you. Some honesty.
I would not want to. If I were being forced into it, then I would, be in the car. But if I weren't being forced, you'd have to bribe me with something really good to get in the car. So there's a chance. There's a chance that I would. get in the race.
Virginia, we know you'd get in the car.
I'm completely irresponsible. The car is amazing. I would get in the car.
It's a free ride. It's an Uber you didn't call.
I mean, I like presumably I wouldn't know that it's a murderous magic car. I would just think, look at that old vintage Rolls Royce decked out with presents. Wow, of course I would get in the car.
It's like if you've ever been to Chicago, they got the Christmas train that runs around the holidays. It's the exact same thing. Everybody wants to get on the Christmas train.
Yes.
I guess Virginia, or I'm sorry, Ashley.
I'm with Matei and Virginia on this one. I've done Stranger Things. I probably would get in the car. Actually, if you've ever been to Brooklyn, like around Crown Heights, there's a van where it's cheaper than a regular taxi, and
The dollar vans.
it's a you know what I'm talking about, right,
Oh,
Jonathan?
the dollar vans. Yeah, Utica.
Like a dollar cab.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
basically, you see, just pull up, and people hop in it, and then they just go, and you don't know where they're going. But they go. They always go where they need to go. Anyway, I've done that, and I don't think Charlie Mingus would have to bribe me a lot to get in the car.
It just looks like a fun ride.
Maybe some free healthcare. I don't know. Disney login. Who knows? Yeah.
Jamie, I'm going to say no, right?
I mean, I know too much about that car now. I feel like that car's bad news. No way in hell. I'm not going anywhere near it.
Well, guys, we can't thank you enough. Give our best to Dari if you see him, and give our best to the cast. Hopefully we get more Nosferatu. Thanks for everybody that hopped in the chat, guys. Thanks for taking the time to help us with Hero Initiative. Talking about Nosferatu. Season 9 is tomorrow night, 8 o'clock on AMC and BBC America, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
So, guys, check it out. And it's also streaming online at the AMC app. You can catch up on Season 1. You can catch up on Season 2. Guys, I can't recommend it enough. The book's great. The show's phenomenal. Season 2 is going to knock your socks off. So, thanks a lot for being here, guys. See you here next time.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Bye. Thank you. We're taking all the fans.
Thanks.
Bye.
See everybody
Take
later.
care, everyone. See you again.
Have you seen her use her bag? And her cigarettes? Reminded me of regular whiskey. When I saw
Hey, man.
There, John, man, how's it going?
Gentlemen, it's all going well, and thank you very much for letting me on, and I'm very excited to be moderating this incredible
We
panel.
are starting about a minute early, and I'll tell you why, because we've got so many. This is the panel everybody has been waiting for. This is the most talked about panel at Mainframe Comic Con. We have so many Justice League guests that I'm starting a little bit early because I have to jump out because we've filled the backstage area. That's why. So, John, I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to you to introduce what is for sure going to be the most talked about, the most retweeted panel of Mainframe Comic Con. So, John, have at it, man. I will see you later on in another hall.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. I'm looking forward to your panels this weekend as well. Welcome, everybody. It's John Suntress here from the Word Balloon Podcast, and we have a great group here. The original super team themselves, the Seven, are all here, and their ringleader as well. I will introduce them individually. First, the tragic heroine who almost betrayed the Justice League, Hawk Girl herself, Maria Canales-Barrera. I got to bring her in. Oh, excuse me. I guess I'm bringing you in, Maria. Hold on. There we go. Oops.
How are you, John?
There you are. Good to see you. Absolutely. It's good to see you. Great hair, Maria. Very, very nice. Well done.
It's insane.
You wear it well. Next, her sometimes lover, the Green Lantern, John Stewart himself, Phil Lamar, ladies and gentlemen. Again, am I bringing everybody in?
You're the host,
All right, I guess
John.
I am. Here we go. There's Phil. There you go. I didn't know they everyone else got a producer. I guess I'm a one-man
Well, there's
band
7 of
today.
us, so there's
That's all
really
right.
no
Great
room
to
for
see you, Phil.
anybody else.
Yeah, I'm like Snapper Carr to your Justice League. I understand, man. Moving on. The hero we need now more than ever. Superman himself.
Bring it.
It's George Newbern, everybody.
How you doing? Good to say hi.
There you go.
Maria.
Secretly disguised as
Exactly,
Clark Kent, so none of us
I need
can.
these for my eyesight. This is real. Yeah. Yeah.
It's all good, man. Next, it's the animated Amazon herself, and I got to find her here on the list because there's so many people here. There she is, Susan Eisenberg.
Susan
Everybody,
Eisenberg.
Wonder Woman herself. Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, pal. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay.
You're a little distant, but you sound good otherwise. All right,
I've always
next.
found that to be the case.
Well, I'm a little distant. What can I say?
Next up, it's the heart of the team and the fastest man alive. It's the Flash, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Rosenblum.
Whenever I'm alone
Nice.
with the Justice League,
Nice.
hang on. They make me feel like I am fast again.
Nice.
Nice. Hi, guys. Next, it's simply the Dark Knight himself, Batman, Kevin Conroy, everybody.
Am I
Kevin
blue?
Oh, here we go.
This is how we're starting. This is how we're starting.
Am I blue? Just for you, Susan. Just for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Oh man.
Miss you.
All right. We gotta wait. I'll introduce him afterwards. But while we're waiting for him, unless he's back right now, there he is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the last survivor of Mars himself, John Jones, Carl Lumley, everybody.
Hey,
Carl.
Come on, Carl. Come on, bring it, Carl. Where are you?
Not Carl. Unfreeze. Unfreeze.
Exactly. Carl's in suspended animation. There we go.
There we go.
There he is. There he is.
I'm frozen.
A little bit.
Yes.
A little bit. All right.
Yes, no.
This a little bit, Carl. This may be a challenge then for our ringleader, the John Williams to this orchestra, who will lead this group in a fantastic table read. Ladies and gentlemen, the legendary Andrea Romano.
Kevin, darling, your hair looks almost as beautiful as Maria's.
Isn't this
Almost as
amazing?
beautiful.
This is what 6 months of no haircuts looks like.
It's just great.
Wow.
It's
It looks
just
good.
great.
Andrea.
I'm so happy to see you all, you darlings.
I'm so
all.
happy to see
Thank
you.
Thank you
Great
for
seeing you.
finding this time together, and you all look fantastic. And John, thank you. And,
Oh,
and
stop
of course,
it.
we have to all thank Susan, because Susan
Yes.
is the agent for the Justice League. The Justice League itself has its own agent, and
Yes,
it
she put all
is
this
Susan
together.
Eisenberg.
Thank you.
Thank you,
No
darling.
question.
Thanks, Susan.
We
You're welcome.
love
You're
it. It's like
welcome.
It's like the mom
Thank
that
you,
brings the
Susan.
family together.
It's only fitting that Woman leads you into battle, so I think that's good.
It works well. It works well.
Now we're
And Carl,
missing one
There's Carl.
person.
Oh,
We're missing
Carl.
Clancy, unfortunately. Lex Luthor.
Is he not coming?
I don't know. I didn't see any emails. Let me check my email right
There's
now.
only one Lex Luthor. Let's be honest.
It's true. Well, for the Justice League.
I'm
anyway.
kidding. I'm
But
kidding. I
no,
love
according
to JL Wikipedia, there's 7.
Thank you.
There's a
Thank you
lot.
for that.
There's a lot.
John, do you have access to Clancy? Do we know? Because
I can email him again and see what's going on. But yeah, unfortunately, I will do that
Anybody
while
got a
You know
phone
what? Let
number
me
on Clancy?
I do. Let me
Oh,
text him
yeah?
and
That'll
just
be
see.
excellent. Let's
and
find
just
out, and we'll
see.
chat amongst ourselves while we wait for that.
You chat amongst yourselves.
I will. Is everybody in Los Angeles? I know, John, you're in Chicago. Everybody else, are you in LA?
Yeah, I'm in
I am.
LA.
Los
Yes,
Angeles.
Yes.
Kevin?
It's hot. It's hot.
Is it?
you in LA, Andrea? I am. Okay. We're in LA. Yep. Because we can't travel now. It's just.
I'm in
doesn't make any
Andrea's
sense to travel.
guest room. I'm in Andrea's guest room.
George, where are you? George?
I'm
George
in
is
Los
frozen.
Los
You in LA?
Angeles. In Los Angeles.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't know if you were using the place up north or not. Do you still use the place up
George?
north?
George is gone.
Yeah, he uses it. He does.
You mean the
He
Fortress
does.
of Solitude?
That's it.
Yes. Yeah.
Andrea's frozen. You know, this could be
Am I
just
frozen?
this could be a crazy episode where each member starts disappearing, freezing. We just go.
Yeah, believe me, I'm going to be watching.
Go with it.
So
I
don't
hear ya.
worry. George popped out for a second. Clancy will be joining us momentarily.
Oh, great.
Then
We're at full capacity. Apparently, I thought it could handle 10, but
That's
maybe
what
not.
it
How many
said.
people are
No, it
watching us,
says
John?
Wow. Something I don't have the full because of course it's a mainframecomiccon.com, the website, but I do know we have over 1,000 combined with Facebook and the various YouTube channels right now. So we're doing good.
Wow.
Hi, everybody. We're very happy to be here. We're excited. We hope this works out. We're doing the best we can.
Indeed.
Yay. Hey, and wait, you guys, am I correct that the last time we were all together and did this kind of thing was 2017 in Denver?
Correct.
Yes.
How about
That
that?
was
you
everyone
guys?
except Carl.
Carl wasn't in Denver.
Right. That's true. Carl wasn't there. Carl has
And
this
then we-
fabulous glow of light over him. Do you guys have the same
Right.
thing over Carl? It's
Yeah,
like this
yeah, yeah.
heavenly light over you, Carl.
Yes.
And
But
frozen.
he's also frozen.
I know, but it's beautiful light.
But he looks good.
He looks really good. Carl,
I
can you
wonder
speak
what we
to us?
do. I wonder what we do when we're talking and then all of a sudden someone freezes and we don't know the line
know.
because we don't hear
Oh,
it.
Yeah,
no.
Carl's in frozen is in suspended animation again. Yes.
Carl, if
Yes.
you hear us, leave the conversation and come back in. That sometimes helps.
Susan, are you able to text Clancy? Because again,
Yes.
we were okay. If you could text him
He
and
said
just
he-
ask him to try and sign in again, because I think we were, like I said, we were at capacity. In fact, if it's easier, when Clancy comes in, I will pop out during the table read. Hopefully, if that'll make things a little smoother. I'm not sure, but yeah,
Can you still monitor?
oh yeah, I'll be producing.
Okay.
I'll be backstage, and I can certainly hear
Okay.
you guys. So if that's easier, I'm happy
So
to do
he
that.
said he's trying, so I asked him to do it again.
Yeah.
Sign on again if he
Okay.
can.
Okay, and Carla's once again joining us. Hopefully.
Okay.
Maria,
Yeah.
try not to drink too much.
Yeah,
Right? And we've got you for about 70 minutes, kid. So
Thank you.
no breaks.
Good to know.
By the time we finally get to record, it's going to be a great record.
It's going to be so good. It's so good.
All right, am I back? You see me?
Okay, I see
Yeah.
Carl
There you
trying
go.
to get in. I see Carl
Okay,
in
there we
two
go.
different frames trying
Yeah,
to get
I'm
in.
gonna.
Michael's gone. You know, this
I'm
is
here.
a great.
That.
You got this is a great
Okay.
rehearsal. So we'll all
I'm
be
here.
ready when we start.
Okay, Michael.
Oh wait, we have
Okay,
started.
there's George. George is back.
Yep.
I
So we're
see
just
Carl
waiting right now for
Clancy.
Clancy, the Kurgan.
Did everybody get the script? Everybody has the script
Yes,
close by?
except for
Yes. I have.
Except for Kevin.
Kevin about 5 minutes ago texted all of us and said, "Oh gosh, the script." And I'm like, and then he's like, "Just kidding."
Oh, he
How do I
remembers
make
all
it
his
bigger?
lines.
That's
How do I
right.
make the
Phil-
screen bigger?
How do you make the screen bigger?
Yeah.
You
Um,
look
How do I fill it
perfect
up?
on it.
I don't know. I was told there'd be no method. Oh, poor Carl, man. I'm telling you, the transmat beam from Mars is not working well, unfortunately.
It's not fair too because he's good to be with us. He doesn't always do these.
Oh my God, I know.
I
It's
don't wanna lose him. I know we're lucky to get him.
And I got to ask him about the Mantis. Truly, that is my burning question that I must ask him about his early '90s superhero show.
Neat. It's about 104 in my backyard right now. How are you guys all doing?
It's so hot. It's so hot. It's crazy.
And humid, so it's bizarre because it's
69 degrees in my office. So
Oh,
there you
man.
go.
That's chilly.
Why aren't we all in Michael's office?
Yeah, I like it.
It wouldn't be that cool anymore.
Flash Andrea's basement.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You guys can tell how much I love you because I decided to put on a long sleeve shirt in this
Wow.
heat.
Yeah,
There we
no,
go.
no.
Carl,
shut the guns.
frozen again.
Carl, we see
Oh, no,
you, but
But he's
frozen.
he's muted, so maybe we could
Oh,
hear
he's
him.
smiling.
I know.
That's a
He's
good sign.
smiling.
Hey,
Unmute-
Carl, if you can hear
unmute
us,
your
unmute
microphone.
yourself.
Oh, here, and I can see if I can help him with that as well.
I'm gonna
You can do that,
see if
John.
he can see
Absolutely, I
this.
will try.
He's frozen, but if we could
check
hear him, at
left.
least and see his beautiful smile, we could be halfway
So
there.
Carl,
Oh, Carl, you have muted yourself on your end. I am not able to unmute you. I need a permit from the doctor to be able to mute you and unmute you. Let's see. Did it work?
there should be a little button on the bottom left of his
Yeah.
screen with a microphone that lets him unmute.
Yep.
But he doesn't
Okay, wait.
seem like
He's coming
What?
back again. Hold on 1 second.
Holding.
He's going to try again.
What a trooper.
All right.
You know what was
I'll
weird?
never
when we
get
did
him.
that?
We'll never get him again, you guys.
I know. I feel so bad.
know.
All right, Carl. How we doing?
Oh, look, I see his name and no
Yes.
microphone.
Yes,
There he
There he
is.
is. Just heard
We
him.
hear you.
Carl,
We hear you, baby.
Carl,
Oh, my
I would
goodness.
move to a
And are you
different
hearing
place.
Yeah, move
Oh,
to
my
a different.
That
Can you get a
place
better
does not
internet
work.
signal?
Yeah, that location's not good.
Yeah, Carl, maybe you can go to
Well,
Andrea's
Are you on
other
the
guest
desktop?
We
room.
can hear him now.
Carl is always so hard to get.
you know, this is a
What?
challenge.
Hey,
during,
hey,
time.
there's Lex.
The
I
hell
can't
is
just go
happening?
anywhere.
Oh my God.
Clancy Brown.
It's Santa Claus.
Santa's here.
What a
That's
great
Santa's
beard.
here.
What a great beard.
Thank you.
How you doing, buddy?
Gosh.
It took too
Clancy.
damn long for me to get in here. I tell you.
Well,
How you
Oh,
doing?
did we all
Clancy.
disappear for a minute there? Clancy! Yay!
There you are, Andrea.
Okay, we
All right,
got
so-
Clancy. How
so
you,
who we
darling,
missing?
darling? Just Carl.
We're missing Carl again. Oh man.
Yep.
Well,
But I have a feeling he went to move in his place, in his house.
Okay.
to
He
a
may be on
different
a
location.
desktop computer, and that might be more of a challenge.
And he may
then.
just be too far away from his wife, from his
yeah,
router.
from his right. Oh, I love it when you talk like that, Susan.
Well,
Clancy, you're a real man. You're a real man with a real beard. Look at
Does
you.
he look fantastic?
I'm growing it. I'm growing it.
I like
I-
it, man.
I
Just
do too.
letting it go. What
George,
else do
what
I
is
have to
that?
do?
It's my iPad with my script on it.
Smart.
Oh, I see. I see.
Right up in there. I got my script right there, and I got you right there.
All right.
you
So
go.
we
George?
just
Hi, Clancy Brown.
I was listening to you as I
Yeah?
was driving down the coast with my son on
Oh, yeah?
this book on tape called The
Oh, was
British
it?
Are Coming.
Oh, it's yeah, it's a long one. That must have been a long
That's
trip.
a long one.
Yeah, it's a long one. Well, I hope I
Total
didn't bore you to death.
respect, my man. Total
Oh.
respect.
How often do you zone out and
Thank
uh,
then you rewind?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
completely,
Yeah.
completely. Oh, well,
All right,
Still waiting for Carl, unfortunately.
Well,
Okay,
John,
he's
great
gotta-
to be here. Thanks for having us.
yes,
Exactly.
we're so
Been a
happy to
great
be
time.
here.
Guys, honestly, longtime fan and
It was a joke,
watcher.
Andrea.
And
See you later.
I,
Thanks. That was fun.
was that it, Michael? Okay, Michael's leaving us. All right,
Mike, that's a wrap for Michael.
I know you have to leave too, Michael, don't you?
Yeah, Michael
You
has
have
to
a-
leave.
Yeah, but
you have a hard
let's
out.
get Carl in here and we could
Yeah.
get to
Absolutely,
He's got
buddy.
some
No,
of the
that's
first
what I'm
lines with you, so I'm just waiting on him.
hopefully
We'll do it.
Oh, that's right. Because it's in the monitor room. Absolutely, I read the lines. Absolutely.
See. So
Maria,
I'll
you look
I'll start us
marvelous.
off by telling us what we're doing. You guys might recognize these scripts, but what I did was I took the last 3 scripts of that season of Justice League Unlimited and just pulled some scenes that allowed for all of you to have some words to say. Maria, I gave you the reporter because Shayera is being kind of tight-lipped in this part of the story, but it's 3 shows. It's Flashpoint, Divided We Fall, and Panic in the Sky. Those are the 3 episodes that I just pulled dialogue from, just to give everybody a chance to say some words, and and not too much
Cool.
fighting stuff because I didn't think the fans wanted to hear too many.
Hey, Andrea. Andrea, I mean,
Well,
you're the
thank
best director. You're the best director in history. But I just thought maybe an idea would be as if, like, all of a sudden I'm speaking, but you guys can't hear me because something happened. Say, Michael, we couldn't hear you. Can you repeat that line? I think that's probably. Otherwise, we could do half a script with people frozen and we don't know what the hell's going on.
Are you asking me just to check in every once in a while to make sure things are done twice?
Well, no. Like in other words, if like Clancy's saying a line and then nobody heard it, but he read it, he doesn't know it. You might have to jump in and say, "Hey, Clancy, read that part again."
I can do that.
It's going to keep happening. I have a feeling.
Look,
Here comes Carl.
Here comes Carl.
Carl Lumley.
Carl Lumley.
Yes.
Yes.
Hello.
I can hear you.
Well,
yes.
Your face is
yes,
frozen,
you
but
hear
your
me?
mouth is.
And I see. I stopped.
Carl, do you have?
But we can't hear you though,
moving
Carl.
To another
We can hear
place.
Yeah. So this is the Buckaroo Banzai.
We'll try one more place, and it's not.
Right.
And now I'm going to move into other rooms. I will not
buddy.
give up this fight.
You're a good man. We're rooting for you, Carl.
I will not
Absolutely.
give up this fight.
Are
And
you going to
people
stay
are-
connected and move? Is that your plan,
Well,
Carl? to stay
people are
connected
listening
and
right
move?
now, John. So they're seeing all these technical difficulties. So that's
Sorry, man.
that's
So,
show
yes.
business. That's what
Absolutely.
happens.
Well,
So-
but the thing is, we don't all have to keep talking about it.
Right.
Well, I mean, otherwise it's like, what are we? They're going to be like, what are they doing? Are they going to do something? Otherwise, we're just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
No,
we
I
gotta-
was gonna
We're going to
suggest
do
that
stuff.
while
I
we were
see-
waiting for Carl, either start with a like as opposed to the first scene, maybe move. Is that possible, Andrea? Or
No,
or I-
no.
Okay.
It's consecutive. It's in sequence. No, of
It's
course
all
not.
good, buddy. Then I will ask questions around the horn that I intended to.
We could just start talking
You
about
can.
our
Go ahead.
experiences on the
He's
show.
got questions
you know?
for us.
We could.
He's already got.
Yeah.
You
questions.
could just
Glenn's
comment on my performance as much.
Well,
What did
Kevin
you
got a
think
point.
of me?
So they can't see us yet. Is that correct?
Yes, they can.
So Kevin,
They
so
can do
Kevin's
that.
got a point. Maybe the questions you're going to ask us after, ask us now while we're getting this all ready.
Yeah,
and then we'll
yeah.
read.
Go for it. Go for
Okay.
it.
Yes,
John.
go around the horn.
Great.
Yeah.
So what did you think of me?
Start.
Good Lord, Kevin, you started it all with the animated series. You did.
I did actually.
First
I
one
take
you did.
credit. I take total credit.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, the success of the animated series begat all these other shows,
You can.
and it was
So,
so
Kevin, how
exciting.
many times did you pass on the role of Batman before you finally agreed to take
They came to me
Begging,
over and over and
begging.
over, and I said no, no, no. And they
I've
came
got a
back and they
recurring on
begged
China
me,
Beach.
and they threw more money at me, and I said no.
Uh-huh.
So they brought another bag of money, and I said no. And then they said, "Well, Andrea Romano's going to direct it," and I said, "Oh, I'll be right there."
Yeah.
And he has your bags of
No.
money.
I'm
see
just
comments.
kidding. I'm just
We know
kidding.
you're kidding.
I
I'm
see
just-
comments from you.
Yeah, but I want to make sure the
Oh, yes.
audience knows I'm kidding.
Yeah, which is great.
Did
So
any
they
of
gave-
you appear on the animated series on Batman or the other series before?
Yes, Kevin is
getting
kidding.
together for Justice League.
No,
Michael did?
Clancy?
I did.
Michael did?
Michael, who'd you play on the animated series?
Michael did.
Yeah, I was. Didn't I play like Scarecrow and
Yep.
think so,
Deadshot?
You
yeah.
came in for a couple of yeah.
Deadshot,
yeah,
a bunch of characters. Yeah,
That's right.
it was a lot of
That's
fun.
right.
That's sort of how the Flash came about, right? Because then
No,
wrong.
I think you just I auditioned. Actually, you came in. This is the weirdest thing. How I came to get to know Michael Rosenbaum. An actor canceled on me the morning of the session, and the agent called me and said, "This actor is canceling, but I got somebody for you who is so wonderful and so good. You're going to be crazy about him for the rest of your career. Michael Rosenbaum. I can get him there in time for the session." Michael showed up, and
Wow.
I hired him 20 times
Good.
after that, including as the Flash,
Wow.
which is a recurring role.
That's great.
But
That
it was
is true,
awesome.
and that's luck. Because if I didn't come that day and those, that just happened, then I don't know what would have happened.
I don't
I'd be
know
here
when I
with
would
you
have
guys.
met
So,
you.
I mean, I'm
I know.
lucky. So thank you,
So-
Andrea.
That was an amazing
So
thing
Michael
about
came in.
that was an amazing thing about doing this show was Andrea, was the cast that
Yeah.
you put together.
Thank you.
Yes, it was.
All across the board, the guests, the principals, everybody. It was just there wasn't a weak link in any of the shows that you did.
Thank
You
very
you
Except
really
Hamill. I
went
thought Mark
for
Hamill
it.
was a weak link.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark Hamill
What a
was.
slug.
Yeah.
What a
Ugh.
slug.
What a hack.
You know, I was very lucky that after Batman the Animated Series, and when I started to get a name for myself, and the show certainly had a name for itself, a lot of agents called me up and said, people want to come and play with you, Andrea, and they want to be a part of the DC universe. And so I had this massive wish list that I compiled and that agents sent to me saying, these 15 clients of mine want to come and work with you, celebrity-wise or just fabulous voiceover actors. And we had remarkable people come in and play with us.
Yeah.
Only 1 or 2 times ever did I have to replace someone. And that always breaks my heart. I'll keep them after school and beat them up and beat them up and beat them up until I get a performance that we're both happy with. And there was only once or twice. And one of them, I think, Kevin, you might have mentioned this not long ago in an interview because somebody brought it up to me. Was the
can you
one
guys
where
not
we
hear
were
her
trying
either?
to get. You can't hear me?
I can hear.
I can
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear.
Michael, you can't hear me, Michael?
Because I'm not hearing much. Like I'll hear, like Andrea's frozen for me.
Oh.
Really?
That's
No,
on your
but
end, baby.
Yeah,
Wow,
that's you,
I-
Mike.
I might have problems then. I'm trying. I don't know what happened, but Andrea, you went out. You came
Am I
back.
back?
No, you're
Conroy-
frozen.
Conroy was
No,
frozen.
you're frozen to us.
Yeah, Michael's frozen.
Yeah, Michael's frozen.
Well, we
with
can
his
hear you,
hands like
Michael.
this.
But as long as we can hear you, I think we're good.
You can hear
I
me?
do too.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
hear
we
you.
can hear
Okay,
you.
We
great,
can.
great,
We can.
great.
I'm hoping
like
Carl will
Michael.
come back and we can.
I know.
Try and do the
if we
read.
could just get Carl's audio, we could make the read happen.
I hear you, buddy. Yeah.
Good. Meanwhile,
You know,
Jonathan wants to
Andrea-
ask another question. What?
Andre, you know, Hank Azaria, when I first started doing the series, he said, "Oh my God, I love that show. I want to get on that show. Can you get?" And he was in the middle of The Simpsons. I'm
No.
like, "Yeah, I said, Hank, I think they'd probably have you on." And I talked to him a month later. Said, "Yeah, no one would call him back. He wanted to be on the
They
Justice
never
League."
reached out to me.
I-
They never reached
I'm gonna
out
tell
to
you,
me.
he said, "God, I wanted to be on that show so bad."
I would have had him in
Maybe
a
he was
second.
lying.
Nobody ever
He
told
might
me.
have been
Nobody
lying.
ever reached out to me
Yeah.
personally.
Oh, we lost
Yeah.
Rosie for a second now.
Oh, maybe he clicked off and started again.
Yes.
Is everybody healthy and well and everybody getting through this all okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Good.
we're all
Yes.
good.
I
Good.
go for a 3-mile walk every morning.
Hey, I wanted to ask you how long that takes you, Kevin.
Huh?
How long does it 3 miles take you to do?
A little under an hour, like
Okay.
50 minutes.
Because I do about 2.5 miles in 40 minutes.
Yeah,
But
that's
this
about
morning
right.
was so bloody hot, I couldn't bear it.
Mikey's
I mean,
back.
I
There he
really
is.
thought I'm
Unbelievable.
gonna
Hi, Michael.
okay.
Michael's back.
But you've got to do
Where's
that
Michael?
stuff.
Carl.
You know,
It's
you've
the
got to
best.
get out and do that, you know?
It makes the difference. And Michael said he's been walking his dog, so he's getting outside and walking.
A lot of
around.
people
That's
in my
good.
neighborhood are doing that, actually, in the
Yeah.
mornings early.
It's-
And everyone's
it's-
very respectful. You know, everybody
Good.
wears masks.
Good.
Everyone
good.
walks around you, you know.
Yes, that's great. That's great. You gotta.
So I
Gotcha.
feel
Smell.
like we should do
What?
something.
Well, yeah, forgive me, guys. I'd be happy to ask questions,
John,
but I.
ask questions.
Great.
Ask questions.
Do
Let's
it.
try to get Carl back in.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
Maria, I wanted to tell you I really enjoy your on-screen work as well as your voiceover work, and I really think it's interesting, especially in these times. It's been a couple of years since you made Larry Crown, but I think that movie speaks to a lot more people now than maybe when it was originally released.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Yeah, it sure does, huh?
Yeah.
How did it
How
start?
was that experience doing that movie? I don't know if she
Cut
could
out
hear
your
it. How was that experience doing that movie?
Oh,
Yeah.
it was really great. I mean, Tom Hanks and
Well,
Julia
Nothing
Roberts.
else. Everybody's enjoying our.
It was really cool. And I
Yeah.
remember Tim Allen
I heard
visited
of
the
him.
set. It was cool to see the Toy Story guys. I took a picture with them. It was really great.
That's fantastic, George. Forgive me, I don't have the name
Yes.
of the game in front of me, but I know you're a big veteran of a very popular online game, and you've been doing it for several years.
Yeah. Besides Justice League, I've been doing Sephiroth in Final Fantasy. It's been about 15 years. That's been fun.
Wow.
And yeah. And then I just have an adult chat room. So that's the third thing I do.
It's really good.
Well, that's where the money is.
For a second, the
It's
rest
pretty
of them
good.
believed you.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah. No, I don't.
Yes,
Listen, it's up to me what I do. It's up to me how far I take it. And I don't take it very far.
Clancy.
I don't take it very far.
points.
And Clancy, honestly, from the Kurgan and Highlander to your turn as Lex Luthor, which I really think, much like this entire cast, you really made your own. No disrespect, Michael, because you're a fine Luthor as well. But also, God, I really loved you on Sleepy Hollow. I thought that was a really cool turn and great work.
Well, thanks. That was a complete lark. I just worked with those guys on Cowboys and Aliens, and they called me up, and they were shooting in North Carolina, and I happened to be in North Carolina visiting colleges with my daughter. So I said, yeah, I'll come on over and do that. So I like bopped over and did it, and they said, well, we'll have you back. I went, well, okay, whatever. And
yeah, because you die in that first episode.
Yeah. I mean, right. I'm like, my head gets chopped off. I thought that was as far as you go, right?
But flashbacks, right, and ghost appearances, as I recall.
Yeah.
Am I right?
What a weird show that was. I never quite got it.
I understand. Phil, aren't you and Susan both in the He-Man Kevin Smith animated series that's coming up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Good for you guys.
Masters of the Universe Revelations.
And who are you playing?
Cool.
What
I'm
Revelation?
Playing, I don't know what Phil's playing. I'm playing Sorceress.
I'm playing Hero.
Yes.
I was in that too.
Yes.
Kevin, I was going to ask. Yes. Okay. Very cool.
I can't remember who I did,
cool.
but I did somebody.
How's Kevin Smith as an animation director?
Oh, he's wonderful. I love working with him.
I mean, he's really, and I have to tell you, because I just did my last episode for the season the other day from my closet, and the most surreal thing so far in this COVID experience has been they want to do Zoom while you're recording, and so there is Kevin Smith with me in my closet as I'm recording Sorceress, and it was just you know what he is? He's a cheerleader. He loves actors, and he he knew me from the Justice League, and he's just such a big fan of what people do. Yeah. And he's just there cheering you on, and it just makes you feel like giddy.
Fun.
It's been a joy. It's been amazing.
He loves actors. He really
It's actually
does.
sort of full circle for me, because I did an animated show with Kevin before I did Justice League, actually.
Was that Clerks?
Yeah, I did. I guested on his Clerks animated series back in the 90s.
Wow.
The 90s, Mr. Bob.
Wow. God, I was in high school.
Yeah. I couldn't grow a beard in the 90s.
Until the cops came.
Andrea, did the whole cast get together for table reads?
You know, for the most part,
we
kind of knew what we would set a day of the week for the show. It's okay, every Thursday morning we're going to do the show, and we try to make sure everybody was available for that. And I would determine that day based on what other steady gigs everybody had. So we go, okay, we can't do Thursday mornings because George has that, and we can't do this day because Susan has that. And then it was funny because as I pulled my paperwork for this, Kevin, you had to be in New York during this time because all three of your sessions were recorded at Pullman. Right. Clancy, we picked you up, so you must have been shooting something during this. Rosenbaum, we picked you up, all on the same day, but at different times. And then Ken Schreiner was in this too. We had to pick up Ken because Ken was the Green Arrow. I cut him out of the script for today, but let him know we were thinking of him, Susan, okay? And CCH Pounder, of course, was in this too. Dana Delaney, Carl Lumley we had to pick up, so I'm guessing he was shooting. But so a lot of people weren't in the room at the same time. But we did typically.
What year was this? What year was this?
Damn it, I don't know. I could tell you. Hold on, I got to move to it.
Was it 2000?
2000?
If it was unlimited, it was later than that.
Yeah, like 2004.
Pre-COVID.
Let me see if I can find
Pre-COVID.
Jeez.
By the way, Kevin Smith, I just interviewed Kevin on the podcast, and Kevin Conroy. But Kevin Smith was wonderful. I mean, you guys were good. And I had only met him once when I was before I did Guardians of the Galaxy, and he was like, he was just so passionate. You know, he loves comic books, and he's. Oh yeah. I mean, afterwards he emails me. He's like, anytime you want me as a guest, I'm like, all right. How's every Friday?
2004 we made this.
I did a movie with him. One of his movies, Yoga.
Wow. Oh, that was his daughter?
His daughter. And Johnny Depp's daughter. Yeah.
Wow. I had no idea you were in that.
You guys, I'm going to go grab my phone and text Carl to see if he's still trying. So
I emailed him as well.
Hey, by the way, you think it would work, or I don't know, if someone had a phone at least with his voice?
That's a great
that's
idea.
thought.
Yeah, that's a
guys are
great
all so
idea.
Yeah,
Great idea, Michael.
we'll just put a little pause in there. Let's do that. Get his
That's
phone number.
excellent idea, guys. And in the meantime, Michael, you're a fellow podcaster, and I must tell you how much I enjoy your show. And I think you're doing a great job, man.
Great.
Thanks. It just started. I just interviewed everybody here except Clancy.
How'd that go, by the way?
No, we got to do that. We got to figure
Clancy,
that out.
you're an interesting guy. I got to get you on. But it was amazing because, obviously talking to a lot of people at the same time, but somehow it just really worked, and everybody was great and had a story. And we read something. It was a lot of fun. So that's going to come out in a couple of weeks, and it was a joy. I'm so glad we got everybody together. It was awesome.
That's excellent. That's fantastic.
And in fact, when I asked Carl to do this, Carl was like, well, when we had the conversation with Michael, it was just so perfect. And I said, I know. I said, I know. And what we do for Mainframe might not be perfect, but we'll all be there together.
Yeah.
But like, that's where he just had the best time.
There he is.
There he is. Yeah, it was a great time. It was
great.
time. I love
just
talking to
lovely.
people. I never thought I'd ever interview people, and now I'm just
You're a natural, Michael.
in love with it.
You're
Andrea, I
very
gotta
good.
get you on.
There he
Very
is.
good. Well,
Yeah,
hopefully
hopefully-
here, Carl.
Carl, talk to us, Carl.
Carl, are you alive? Are you there? Can you talk?
We can see you.
Just
Hello?
these
We can see her.
incredible digital portraits. of
I would
Carl
still follow up
Lumley.
and
You're right.
ask him to suggest that he calls on his phone
He's frozen.
and not.
This beautiful.
Yeah, I would-
Just
Yeah.
call on the
Yeah.
phone.
Yeah.
Call on the phone.
Oh,
Carl?
yeah. I think it's better if someone calls Carl.
Yes.
And Carl, if you
Right.
can hear us, we're
Oh,
going
there
to call
he
you
is.
on the phone.
No, I hear it.
You hear him? You can
Yeah.
hear Carl?
Clearly.
Carl?
Yeah, but again, the fact that he's frozen suggests to me that it's going to still have issues, guys. And that's
Yeah.
why I think it might be better to get because I'd really love the table read to get in.
Yeah.
So Carl, that's the plan. Is we're gonna someone could
Carl,
follow up and
It's Andrea. Hi, love. We can
she's
see
on
your
the
sweet
flip side, up
face,
and down, so you're not looking
but
for it.
freezing. Are you trying to use your phone to do this? He's on an iPad, John.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, iPad's slow. iPads are slow.
iPads are tough with this. They
I just
recommend
thought
a
of something
laptop.
stupid. I was like, well, why don't we FaceTime him? But it's like internet.
well, that's literally, or just have his voice and everything would be fine
Yes. No. Yes.
Yeah, just put him on speaker,
Okay.
Andrea.
Okay. Give me 1 second here. Let me just ask John. Hey, John.
Yes.
If we, is there some way if we move you out of this and bring Carl in? He's on an iPad.
We
So
could try it
would
one more
that-
time, but the fact that he's on an iPad, Andrea, I don't think it's going to matter.
It's the iPad is slow. It's a
I think it's the
processing
iPad
issue
that's slow. Yeah.
Yeah.
What
Oh,
we
yes,
suggest
yes,
is that
Carl.
Carl be on his
Hold
phone
on. Hold on.
and we
Hold on,
use the
Carl. Hold
speaker.
on. They're talking to me. Then
Yeah,
he-
like right
oh,
now, if you just put him on speaker and kept him with you, Andrea, we
all
could
right.
just read
Okay,
the
hold on 1
scene.
second. Please stand by. Hold on. Carl, I'm going to put you on speakerphone. She says,
bet that
haha,
works.
audio. Speaker. Speak to me, Carl.
Yes, hello.
Can you guys hear me?
Perfect.
Yes,
That's
Okay.
great.
That's
That's
how
how
we're
we'll
Andrea,
do
put
it.
it close to the
That's how we're
speaker
gonna do
then.
it.
Can you put it
Yeah,
close?
Get it close to the
Put his
speaker.
phone close to your microphone, Andrea.
I,
This is so funny.
that's right next to the speaker. You guys hearing him?
Yes.
I thought your
Okay.
speaker's on your mic on your. Okay.
You mean microphone, not speaker.
Yes, we can hear you, Carl.
Yes. Hold on. Here, you mean. Here, you meant on my headset.
There you go. Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's great,
Yeah,
Andrea. There you
Okay.
go. All right,
Awesome.
Andrea, I'm gonna let you lead the table reading, and I'm gonna turn off my microphone.
All right. All right.
Will this
Oh, we just started getting echoey, yes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm okay now. You okay?
Yes.
Everybody hears me. Give me a thumbs up if you can all hear me.
Yep.
Thumbs up.
Hello?
Thumbs up. Thumbs up.
Thumbs
Okay, I
up.
got Carl. Carl.
Yep.
Carl, you giving me a thumbs up?
Yes, I
All
My
right.
mic is muted, it says.
All right, my love. I'm so happy you joined us, Carl.
now
You're
I
so
get-
dear. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. This whole scene begins with the Watchtower
Well,
weapon.
we're doing
Can you hear me? You all hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Watchtower
Yes.
weapon has been fired. Nobody in the Justice League fired it. So the weapon has hit the earth, has hit Cadmus in, I believe we're in New Mexico. And Flash comes running into the room at line 1. Michael, you start us off.
What did we hit?
And John, you're next. Carl, do you have your script?
Cadmus headquarters.
That's it. Flash?
There's going to be some people who need our help down there. I'm taking a couple of rescue teams.
You know what? I want you to do one more of those, please, Michael. It's a little bit more urgent. Just a little bit more. There's going to be people in trouble. I'm going to help them.
Ooh, I like this direction. This is good.
Oh, direction. Okay. Oh my
This is
God.
great.
So demanding.
There's gonna be some, are you ready? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Here we go.
There's going to be some people who need our help down there. I'm going to take a couple of rescue teams.
John? Can you hear?
But the teleporters are offline.
And the bay doors won't open without power. We'll think of something.
Good. Do one more, Michael. It's a little golly gee. It's just a little bit golly gee. Make it a little bit more urgent. A little bit more superhero.
Better acting, Michael.
You know
Well, I
that
can't even
acting that
hear
you
anything.
do? Could you do it better?
Yeah, hold on. And the bay
Here we go.
doors
Here we go.
And the bay doors won't open without power. We'll think of
That's it.
something.
So much better. So much better. So Jean's attention is drawn to the chirping of a red phone, and Flash says,
Whoa. Is that who I think it? Let me do that again. Whoa.
Please do.
Is that who I think it is?
And Jean takes a deep breath, prepares himself, and says into the phone.
Mr. President.
And Flash ducks out, taking Supergirl's hands. We are now at the Eagle News Network. It's covering the accident. The reporter is live at the site. Maria, this is you.
Continuing coverage live from Covenant, New Mexico, where a huge explosion has caused tremors detected as far away as Japan.
Perfect.
Ooh, nice. Again,
There
keep
is still
going.
no official word on what occurred here. Eyewitness accounts vary widely.
There's devastation on the screen. She goes on.
Although many agree that in the instance before the explosion, they saw an energy beam strike from the sky.
Turn it off.
Superman says.
Turn it off.
Jean.
Our sensors are still out. This is the only information available.
And Superman toggles his comm link and speaks to the rest of the team.
Diana, John, Shaira, meet me in the main conference room. Now. You too, John. On the phone.
Very good. On the phone. We're in the Watchtower main conference room. Superman, Jean, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman are all at the main table. Shaira is visibly apart from the rest of the group. And Batman and Flash are absent. Superman says,
What have we done?
Jean.
We haven't done anything. An outside force took control of the binary fusion generator. Whoever's behind that is responsible for the destruction of Cadmus, not us.
Tell that to all those people in New Mexico. They're terrified of us. So's the government.
Well, we can't let technical difficulties stop us from doing our job.
Thank you, Wonder Woman.
How can you protect people who think you don't have their best interests at heart?
And then she notices that Shaira is about to say something. She lowers her eyes in shame, and Wonder Woman catches it and kind of apologizes.
I didn't mean that as a shot at you, Shaira.
Look, a lot of people don't like the Green Lantern Corps when we first come to a planet. We just take our lumps and do the work. Over time, folks come to see what we're about.
Want to try that again without the little stumble?
A lot of people don't like the Green Lantern Corps when we first come to a planet. We just take our lumps and do the work. Over time, folks come to see what we're about.
Much better. Thank you. Jean?
And yet, over time, the Justice League's reputation has eroded.
Maybe so. But when it comes down to it, we aren't here to be liked. We're here to make the world a safer place.
How are we doing so far today?
Come on, man.
Really cool. Hey, you guys, we have an interesting situation here. We can actually overlap because we are in separate places. So I would love to hear Green Lantern
Everybody
interrupt
all at
Superman a little bit there. So Superman, read him in again from line 24, and Lantern, jump on it a little bit sooner, okay? Here we go. Again, Superman 24.
How are we doing so far today?
Come on, man.
That's better. Thank you. Wonder Woman.
I don't see the two goals as mutually exclusive. We should make a gesture of cooperation.
That's not a bad idea.
We could dismantle the binary fusion generator, at least until our innocence has been proven.
I say we permanently dismantle it. The thing is obviously not secure.
And John says?
I agree. Considering what happened during the Thanagarian invasion, Batman was right to have it installed, but under the circumstances, keeping it is much too great a risk.
I've seen it on 100 worlds. Space-based weapons always destabilize planetary politics.
Okay, getting rid of that thing is a start, but it's not going to be enough. We have to start working to regain their trust.
Superman rises to his feet and says,
Then there's only one thing to do.
we cut to Batman in his Batmobile responding to what he just heard. Kevin, we're at 34.
You want me to what?
There's a voice for you. We see the interior of a Javelin. Jean is piloting Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, and Shaira are the passengers. Batman and Flash, still in New Mexico, are visible on the monitor. Wonder Woman says at 35.
Turn yourself over into U.S. custody along with the rest of us.
Flash?
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Meet us at the coordinates I'm sending first. Yeah, go ahead.
Go
Meet us at
yep.
the coordinates I'm sending first. We should all go over together.
This is the single dumbest plan I've ever heard. You agree with this, Kent?
It was my idea.
Long beat, and then
If you're feeling guilty, clear your own name. Don't stand on the sidelines waiting for somebody else to do it.
We've already voted. 5 in favor.
6.
You have to come with us, Bruce.
I don't have to do anything. I'm a part-timer, remember?
and he hangs up. Wonder Woman says,
Actually, he took it a lot better than I expected.
very good. We're in Belle Reve prison. The Javelin lands. The Justice League exits. Soldiers raise their energy rifles and point them at the League. Phil, will you be my soldier at line 47, please? Superman says at 46.
As promised, we're surrendering ourselves to your authority.
Where's Batman?
Running late. The Batmobile lost the wheel. The Joker got away.
And then the soldier just looks blankly at you and you say,
That's what I heard.
very good. We're in Luthor's lab. Luthor is welding something. He lifts his visor. We see his smiling face as he says at line 50, Clancy.
Now you're perfect.
And we see it's an Amazo android, but this one has his face.
A perfect, super powerful, immortal body. A suitable place for me to spend the rest of eternity.
He begins flicking switches.
Ironic. Years of plotting, hundreds of millions spent on Cadmus R&D projects, and none of it bore fruit.
He connects the leads from one of his consoles to the Amazo android.
No, it's a lowly employee of LexCorp, Dr. Ivo, creator of Amazo, who we have to thank for my impending godhood.
And we hear from off screen,
That was the last piece I needed.
Batman is stalking forward. Luthor says,
Got it all figured out, have you?
When you and Adam worked together to try and stop the first Amazo, he showed you the blueprints, and I suspect you have a photographic memory.
Luthor proudly taps his temple.
I'm too modest to boast.
The real purpose of Cadmus was to give you superpowers.
And to ruin Superman's reputation. Imagine how sweet it will be when I save the world from the menace of the Justice League. Now, when I kill Superman, they'll build statues in my honor.
Maybe next time.
Nice. Nice. Throw a batarang for me, Kevin. Just a huh. Thank you. Batarang. Thank you. That's it. And the batarang explodes in your fist, Clancy, but it doesn't really hurt. It's kind of like a match.
Right.
And he says,
Ow.
that's right. And then he goes on with more dialogue.
That was uncalled for.
Very good. Some time goes by. The Justice League destroys the Brainiac ship. We find out that Brainiac was behind all of this. Batman says at 63.
That was too easy.
Shaira.
Easy? I guess so, standing on the ground watching.
And from Superman's point of view, we scan the wreckage, and Superman says,
No, he's right. Brainiac isn't here. He suckered us.
we're at LexCorp. Flash returns from a super speed recon, zooming back to where the others have gathered. He says at 66, Michael.
No sign of Brainiac.
Green Lantern, Superman fly in.
My ring can't trace him either.
If we can't find where he is, we have to predict where he's going.
Okay, he's weakened and damaged. He'll need to repair himself.
He may just dump Luthor and find himself a new body.
No, he'll head right for the highest technology available.
And John says,
higher than LexCorp. Then he'll go to Star Lab.
Sure. He's all nanotech now, right? What's the most advanced nanotech on the planet?
The Dark Heart. We destroyed it, but your people confiscated the debris.
and Waller, who was voiced by CCH Pounder, says, we've never been able to get any of it to work again. And Batman, will you button this scene for us at 78?
Are you willing to bet Brainiac didn't?
Good. Try it again one more time.
Are you willing to bet Brainiac can't?
There we go. Beautiful. And that's how we do that, my darling. Well done.
That was a really good rehearsal.
You know what? That was really fun. Like, just I know the
I thought Carl was really cool. The had an effect on his voice was amazing.
Hearing Clancy, I haven't heard Clancy in a while.
I know.
Oh.
And Kevin, your voice just
And
cut
even
through.
hearing John, hearing Carl through the phone sounded like smack.
Amazing. I
That's so
love
cool. That's so
I
cool.
love it.
Kind of fit.
It was meant to be. It was so good.
Excellent. Excellent.
Super fun.
John, did you?
Outstanding.
Yep.
Carl, while we have you on the phone, can I ask you? I wanted to ask you in particular because it really was a groundbreaking show of its time. Can you tell us anything about your time being the Mantis on Fox?
Carl, could you hear that question? No. Okay. John, ask it again.
Sure.
I actually can't
Sure.
hear anyone.
Okay.
Carl,
Yeah,
I was
okay,
wondering
John,
if
you know
could
what?
tell us
He
about
can't.
your time.
I've got him on speaker, but he's not
Yeah.
hearing you because I've got you on a headset. I will ask him the
Okay, well,
question.
yeah, if you could
I wanted
telegraph
to ask
it
you
for
about
me,
the
Andrea.
Mantis
You know,
character that you played
I just
many years before we did Justice League, yeah?
No, actually, Mantis. Well, was that Mantis was
After or before?
94,
94. Oh, yeah, way before.
93, 94. Yeah.
And John, what was your question?
just in terms of, I mean, it was, I know it didn't last long, but it really was a groundbreaking
You're
show. I
talking-
mean, this is before Black Panther and then one of the first television
Okay,
Black
you're talking
heroes.
about how it was one of the groundbreaking shows so early on, even though it didn't last. What was it? One season? How many seasons did it have?
It was one season.
One season.
But the document was really the pilot.
The document was what?
Really the pilot. The pilot. It was a 2-hour pilot.
Oh, I see.
For Fox, and that was the real statement of Mantis. And we went on and we did a series, but the series lost some of the elements that made the pilot so special.
Ah, interesting.
Cool, Rosamund.
Yeah, really.
Thank you, Michael Rosenbaum. He's showing us the Justice League lineup there. Thank you for that, Michael, too.
Absolutely.
Thank
No,
you,
that
Carl.
was
Really
all
nice.
It's not that great.
Go ahead, John. Ask us.
It's not that great.
Yeah, well, I was going to also ask Michael and Clancy. I look forward to this podcast because much as DC Comics is releasing 3 Jokers at the end of the month, 2 Luthers is going to be an interesting conversation.
Cool. You know, it's funny,
Luther.
we only worked once together, right? We did the Great Brain Robbery, Fancy and I, where we changed. So that was, and hearing Andrea directed, I wish somebody would have filmed that. That was incredible.
Yeah,
That was a lot of fun. Like him delivering my lines and just trying to find out how it was very interesting.
Neat.
Yeah.
Neat.
Well, you
Hey,
were always
give
so
me one
busy.
second, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm just going to check something. Carl, are you no longer connected at all through the site?
No.
I don't know. I haven't checked since I started talking.
Check it out because then you can hear everybody speaking rather
Yeah,
than
and
having to-
maybe tell Carl instead to connect with his iPhone
Connect-
as opposed to the iPad.
Now you connect
because
with
there
your
might be a better
iPhone.
connection.
Your iPhone might be a better connection. John is saying your iPhone might be a better connection.
All right. I'll
Okay.
go get it.
Okay.
Thanks, man.
Okay. Cool. He's gone.
There we go.
All right.
Understood.
All right.
No, that was great.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. No, I totally understand. George, great turn on Scandal. Really enjoyed the
Oh,
the
thank
stuff
you,
there.
thank you.
Absolutely.
That was a fun 7 years. Fun 7 years, I'll tell you.
That's great. Here, I'm going to go to some questions here from the audience and stuff. Let's. Leanne wants to know. We'll go around the horn. Who are your personal heroes? I'll cue everyone. Maria, a personal hero?
Oh gosh, there's a lady, an older lady who passed away. She was a friend of mine, and boy, she was just the kind of person you'd go to her home to give her something, and you'd come back with 5 things in your hand, and she'd cook for you and offer you help and anything. She was just one of the most generous, and she loved people. She wasn't suspicious of people, and she was a great example to me and a mother figure, being that kind of selfless, giving people the benefit of the doubt. I think I have a little too much suspicious tendency in me to distrust, and I always think of her about loving people. She was a great example. Rosalba was her name.
Nice.
That's beautiful. Rosie?
Wow, Rosie. Call me Rosie.
Well, I see it in the parentheses, so I figured it was.
Oh, yeah. My grandfather was really my hero. He was, nobody's ever been more patient with me, maybe Andrea, but he had such amazing patience, was always willing to do things with, just a good man, good heart, loved me unconditionally. I felt that. He was just a great role model, and he passed away in November, so it was tough. But he had a great life, and I'm grateful for that. So he was definitely my hero.
Nice.
That's awesome. How about it, Phil?
Actually, it's interesting because it's sort of been on my mind. John Lewis, the congressman who recently passed away, and I had the fortune of getting to meet him, weirdly, at San Diego Comic-Con.
Wow! Wow! Oh, I saw the video of that. Yeah.
He because they had done a comic book called March about his life and his battle, and it won an Eisner Award the year I was presenting, and so not only did I get to meet him, I got to introduce him to my son.
That's
cool. That's cool.
Wow. That's very cool.
Awesome, man. Awesome.
Really cool. Fantastic. Susan?
We had a chance to think about this because on Michael's podcast, he asked us this question. And, I think, I can't think of one single person, but if I had to choose right now, I'd say people who get involved, who, talk the talk, but also when it comes down to it, they get really involved on the ground. People like Shannon Watts, who started a thing called Moms Demand to help gun violence in this country and throughout the world. And she has just started this revolution and has created so much change in that world. So people like that, who I think we get to play superheroes, and it's wonderful and it's so much fun, and we get interviewed. But there are so many people who are down there who just don't get any publicity for what they do every day to try to make the world a better place. And Shannon's one of those people that jumps out at me.
That's awesome.
Outstanding. Absolutely. Clancy?
Present company accepted.
Smart.
Probably my dad. He's still hanging in there.
That's great, man.
Cool.
That's
wonderful. Cool. Smile on his face.
That's beautiful.
Tells me what's going on Turner Classic movies whenever we talk.
Yeah. That's
I
outstanding.
got him off Fox and on to Turner Classic movies.
Oh,
so
well done.
Yeah.
Well done, sir.
Fantastic. Good timing, too, with Summer Under the Stars. That's great.
Yeah, right.
Carl, you're out of stasis. This is great.
Yeah,
So we
guys,
can
we're
see
going
you
to
in-
reread it now. We're going to reread the whole thing.
Carl, we're
We
asking
can see
everybody
you.
we're asking everybody for their personal heroes. That was a question from the audience. Who's your personal hero?
Well, right now I would say it's my father was always first, but James Baldwin right now, because that's who I think is a man for our time, and was a man for the time he lived in, and was almost prescient. And quite misunderstood, because what he was talking about was always about love, even though he was enlisted to talk about all sorts of other things. But at the root of it, it was always love, and that's what I think is most important. That's him.
Incredible documentary about him on Netflix. Really, really amazing. Absolutely. Did I forget anyone who hasn't spoken up yet?
Andrea.
Andrea?
I didn't. My mother was a
And
force
Maria.
of nature. And Maria too. That's right. No, Maria spoke, didn't she? Anyway,
Yes.
my mother was a force of nature. My mother had 8 kids, and then realized after 6 were born that there was no way that our household could survive with just one working parent, and so she ultimately became the highest executive in Suffolk County in New York State. Her next position, if she wanted to go any higher than that, would have had to be an elected official, and she did not want to be that deeply into politics. But she was awesome. I have seen Suffolk County police officers shrink at her, when she lets them have it. And it was the point. When she would point at them, which was all of us kids would go, "Oh, the poor officers, we know that point." But she was awesome. She passed away many years ago now, like 12 years ago, but she was crazy cool. She was really good. She was my hero.
That's amazing. A lot of people have been asking on the chat, and I'll ask for everybody. Susan, as was mentioned before by Andrea, not only did you spearhead this group, but you're leading the charge as far as a Justice League reunion, and it's something that I know that a lot of us fans really want to see. Any suggestions, all of you, in terms of who the people can contact and try to make this happen? We got a bit of one last year when you had the Justice League versus the Fatal Five, and several of you were part of that.
Yeah, that was a treat. Yeah, that was just Kevin and George and I, but that wasn't, it just gave us a taste of what we wanted more of. So, I can tell you not to tweet at Warner Brothers Entertainment, because we've been told that is not accepted and that they don't want the tweets. But people should just be outspoken about it, because I think that if the fans give voice to the desire, then eventually they'll make good on it. I hope, because I know the fans want it. The cast wants it. Andrea has said she would come out of retirement to direct it.
That's true.
Bruce Timm has said he would do it. But we just need the powers that be at Warner Brothers, whoever they may be, to greenlight it. We have a writer waiting in the wings, and truly we do. And everything's there, but the will from the studio.
The money, everything but the money.
Warner Brothers.
And to be honest, having actors and writers is really sort of like having paint and rubber. And it's like we've almost got a car built. No, you don't.
Right.
Really what it is. As somebody who's been on shows that came back from the dead back before that was a thing.
Right.
All the studios care about is money.
That's
right. By the way,
if
Phil,
Justice League episodes are getting bought on iTunes, they're going to say, "Oh, geez, we left a pile of cash on the table. Quick, go get it."
So is that what happened, Phil, in terms of Futurama being able to come back?
Yes. People bought the DVDs after the show was already off the air, and they're like, "Wait, people still like this, and are not just like it, but are willing to spend money on it."
Well, and interestingly too, I don't know how many more months DC Universe as a specific streaming channel has, and I know that things like DC Direct and the Daily Show have gone away, but the Justice League series wasn't on DC Universe, so I think that is the only way that people can vote, is if they want to purchase it from iTunes or rent it from iTunes.
Blu-ray and
Blu-ray, sure.
DVD.
Well, I came up with an idea, and Phil seemed to love it. We just have names like Crash and the Blue Lantern, and we just change the names around.
Yeah.
Get a great animator.
That's adorable.
There
I
are
love that idea.
There are enough public domain heroes out there. Yeah, there's enough ciphers out there that it's easy to kind of make the Black Terror George's character, and there's a lot of street vigilantes that Kevin could play, and even some speedsters that Mike could play. Yeah.
Well, by the way, if they decided later on, after things were going well, successful, and they sued us, how would they look? We've been trying to do this forever, you jerk.
So Phil, if you had a direct, people are asking. So what would your advice be in terms of what people should do to try to get buy the DVDs and
rent the episode, buy the episodes,
merch, buy the merch.
Whatever puts money in their pocket, that gets their attention.
Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Good.
No, I
like the T-shirt, Phil. By the way. Thank you for wearing the lineup T-shirt.
And
really good.
And also, everybody, support the Hero Initiative. really a big reason why we're all here. Much like the fact that we can't enjoy live conventions in person, the Hero Initiative is really suffering because that's where they make a lot of their money. Like literally over 80% of their donations come from being at conventions and people literally putting money in the jar. They can't do that now, and that's one of the reasons why Mainframe exists. So if you would, it's heroinitiative.org, or if you're watching on the Mainframe Comic-Con page, there's a donate button right at the bottom there for Hero Initiative as well. So keep that in mind, if you would. So a little public service message there.
Thank you.
And also,
Nice.
I wanted to ask you guys another key member of the production team of Justice League, Dwayne McDuffie, who I had a chance to talk to a few times and really appreciated his company. And man, I'll tell you, not only in animation, but also in comics, really one of the best writers that really understood the characters and stuff. Any memories of Dwayne, anybody?
He was so talented. He was such a wonderful guy to work with. He was really generous. I so admired him. It was so shocking when he died.
So shocking. So shocking.
Huh?
Truly.
And
Truly.
So shocking.
He always struck me. He always struck me as somebody who just couldn't believe how fortunate he was.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. To be in the room and
He felt
writing
that.
this stuff.
Yeah.
He so
felt that.
enjoyed
Yeah.
it so much. I mean, it just leapt off him, his enthusiasm for it.
I mean, he
for the
was
genre.
incredible. What was it? He had a PhD in physics, is it? Something like that. I mean, he really genuinely
Yes,
was
I remember that,
a
actually.
smart guy. And but the joy he got from working in the animated field with Static
Yeah.
Shock first,
Yeah,
and
just
then which
amazing.
was so cool, and then with the Justice League. And every time I speak to fans about him, they all have nothing but kind words to say about his engagement with them. He was really understanding of actors. He understood the creative process an actor goes through. He was not, a lot of producers and writers, they don't understand it. But he engaged himself and wanted to know what you guys did to get the performances that you did.
Yeah.
And he was one of those guys too, that if you guys would change his words, because not intentionally, but just it rolled better off the tongue that way, he was absolutely fine with that. He was not precious with his words. They were
beautiful.
whatever works and makes it better for the whole project. So he was
But
good.
Clancy was right. It was.
Hey
Clancy
guys, I
put it
gotta
well.
get going.
Yeah,
I gotta
sorry,
take the dog
Kevin.
to the
Yeah.
vet, and then I have my charity online event that I'm hosting. But I love you
Okay,
guys
good.
all, and thanks for having me.
Michael,
Thank
thank you
you.
so much for coming on.
Bye,
Absolutely.
Michael.
Michael.
All right, thanks.
Bye,
everyone.
Bye, love.
Glad I made it back.
See ya.
See you, Michael.
Take
All my
care.
love.
Carl, are you
Take care.
going too? Are you
Yes,
leaving
I
too,
am.
Carl? All right, my
Okay.
love. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks
Good
for
on
being
you.
Carl,
on.
love you,
All right,
Carl.
Paul.
Thank
Carl,
you.
thank
Talk
you.
soon.
Thank you very much, man.
I'm-
See you on Mars,
Is-
Carl.
Well, maybe there'll be room.
Yeah.
There might be
Oh,
room
you
now.
can stay if you
I'll
want. If you want to
stay.
stay, certainly,
Stay.
Carl.
I will
Because
stay.
yeah, Michael had to go.
Minutes.
Okay.
Great.
We have
No,
another
that's
20
It
terrific,
ain't the
Kevin.
kind
I'm
of
sorry.
place
We
to
didn't
raise
mean
a
to.
kid, though.
We didn't mean to step on you while you were saying nice things about Dwayne McDuffie. Please.
Hmm?
We
just
want
what
to
he's-
continue.
You were saying about
What Clancy was saying about the fact that he seemed so genuinely amazed at what he was doing and that at what life had brought him. You know what I mean? He was so appreciative, and so that no ego got in the way when you were working with him. He was a truly generous guy. I loved working with him.
That's beautiful,
Just
man.
a gentle
Me too.
spirit. What a
He
gentle
was-
spirit, you know.
Truly.
And he really understood character. I mean, that's the
Yeah.
thing. I mean, really, it was a hallmark of his comic work as well,
Mhm.
and would just do these great, real like acting moments in these comics where the real like even across the street with his Marvel work, great Fantastic Four stuff between Reed Richards and Doctor Doom, and they had that kind of Luthor Superman kind of adversarial role, and more Silver Age where they really got under each other's skin because they really knew each other on a personal level. So
Well,
yeah.
I think that's actually part of Dwayne's genius, like his actual like mental genius, like that ability to work on a number of levels at once. He could work on the character level. He could work on, creating milestone. I can create an entire world. And but he also got the nerdy stuff. Because I remember we would be in sessions and there would be some deep cut Silver Age reference to some, minor Charlton character that got moved over to DC. And we'd be doing the read through, and that would come up, and I would look through the glass. I'm like, Dwayne, I know that was you. And he like,
Nice.
Well, we're on the
But
subject
isn't
of
that
milestones.
amazing about the process that we go through, the people we get to work with? Dwayne is one example, but like Shirley Walker and then the actors Mark Hamill and Maurice LaMarche. I mean, the people that we work with on a daily level, I'm always amazed at the level of talent.
Like Maria Canales Barrera. I can't remember. She was really good. She was.
It's overwhelming. You know what I mean?
Well, and Andrea, truly, you really bring those performances out, and we literally saw it in this table read and everything. And I really, the sophistication of acting and the casting that went in and happened, starting with the animated series, but throughout the various DC animated television shows. I mean, that it really went from, and you know best, Andrea, because you were directing initially during that "Hey guys" sort of period. Oh, that's funny. I think she's trying to get in. I think she's frozen there. So I'll remove her there, and I'll bring her back here. There you are, Andrea. I was just saying, I don't know if you heard me, Andrea. Oh, no worries. We were giving it up to you because we were talking about the level of acting that evolved from when you started in animation to really the great acting that we got on all the DC shows and things like the Boondocks as well, for that matter.
Oh, nice. Thank you. You know, the thing is, when I started in animation, which would have been like back in 1979, 1980, I know it's terrifying. I was
Groovy,
at
baby,
at
groovy.
the time.
Come on.
And the style of acting, of animation acting, you guys all know, you remember those cartoons. It was really broad. It was really cartoony. Even Super Friends was absurd. It was so silly. The voices were kind of like this. Everybody sort of sounded like they were auditioning to do promos. I mean, it was really, really weird.
Promos.
And then I thought, when Bruce Timm came to me to do the Batman series first, we talked about wanting it to be a different quality of acting. We weren't so concerned about people being able to come in and do 3 voices. That was lovely if they could do that, but it was more important that they be good actors. And so the very, foundation of the cast was based on good acting. And then from there, we did the occasional voices and stuff. So yes, I take great pride and I compliment all of you on the fact that you made me look good, because you were good actors first, and then you let me, those of you who needed to be taught, teach you how to translate that acting into animation acting, which is different because and those of you who had stage experience transitioned quicker. It was an easier transition because, stage acting requires just a little bit more energy. It's a little bit more boosted reality, but it is still reality. And as we wanted the cartoons to be too, even though there were fantasy elements, we wanted it to sound like it was based in reality. And that's what you all brought to it. And that's why you were cast, because you were strong actors. That really is why.
Well, Andrea is the best at giving direction for punches. That's what I'll tell you right now. She's great at teaching you how to give and receive punches.
I can do that.
Takes a
I'm
skill.
happy to
It's
do
a very
that for
good
you.
skill you have.
Thank you
So
very much.
basically, Andrea,
It's
so
so
basically,
interesting because
oh, sorry, go ahead, Susan.
it's so interesting because as we started this, it's like knowing that Andrea was going to be, directing us for the read. There's just a certain I just can relax. Because she's
thank
here
you for that.
and
That's lovely.
it's just unless you've been directed by her and unless you know what that is to be in the room with her, you can't appreciate what her presence means to all of us, to all the actors. And if every show she worked on, if all the people were here, they would say the exact same thing. She has the reputation she has because she's the best.
Well, no, and
for that.
It's not just her impact on us.
Right.
It's her impact on animation as a whole. Because
Period.
basically, if you think about it, Batman the Animated Series was Streetcar Named Desire. Kevin was Brando.
Yes.
And Andrea was Elia Kazan. And they
Elia
changed
Kazan,
the
that's
landscape.
fantastic.
I'll take it. I'll
They
take it.
changed No, Kevin. What would you do for your sound check, Kevin?
That's right.
Andrea.
It's my favorite. I love it so.
Andrea.
But I you know what, you guys? I fear that the day of the ensemble record is over. Do you fear that that's
Really?
happened? Well,
Why?
nobody's recording together. Well, because nobody can get into a room together. You can't all get into a recording
Well,
studio.
now
You all
certainly
spit on
COVID.
each
Yeah,
other.
yeah.
And I
Maybe.
fear that everybody's going to get comfortable in their home studios, and that it's going to become much more of the norm rather than the ensemble record.
Well,
That
then
you'll
it'll
be in
be
a little box
rediscovered.
like this.
Yeah,
You'll be in a
once,
box like
once
this.
it's all over, it'll be rediscovered, and somebody will
It'll-
say,
it'll be
"Wow,
right.
I can't believe I invented this." You know,
Right.
Yeah.
I can't believe
some
you
young
did that.
clerk will
Yeah,
come in.
right.
But Andrea had about bringing us together and being so aware about how the foundation of good acting is relationship and wanting
Yeah.
it to be grounded and real. And then if you have wonderful words to say and Andrea's concentration on the relationship. I mean, I think that's why it was so touching and so many people were not just entertained, but really moved by the show. I get stopped all the time about what a difference, how different it was, how deep, how cinematic, how they just love the show. And I'm just so happy that you picked me because I get to be part of something that's so special and lasting. It's been just such a
truly.
wonderful thing. And when we
So
were
fun.
reading, it felt like we were just right back 20 years ago, right there. And it was
Isn't that great?
Yeah, super
I
fun.
love that. You know
Super
what's really
fun.
cool too, Maria, is your story arc and yours and Phil's story arc together was a major emotional arc in the show, as was Carl's. Remember, Carl did an episode. It was a Christmas episode where he goes back and tries to see his family or something like that. Do you remember? Anyhow, it was a very emotional. But my point is, I love the emotional aspect. It's perfectly fine. I have no problem directing all that stuff. That I can do that. I can tell you to go faster because you're running. I can tell you to do the line again because you're panting. But what I really wanted to get into is what makes this character feel, and how do we get in there? How do we, the audience, get to feel what that character's feeling? Carl, do you remember what I'm talking about? The episode where I think you end up singing a Christmas carol in Martian. Isn't this true, Carl?
Yes, I
Was
do
it
remember.
Comfort and Joy?
Yes.
Yes, that's it. Comfort and Joy. That was the name
Yeah,
of it. And
that's
it was
right.
so emotional and so wonderful. And I remember thinking, I'm going to cry in this recording session. I thought, you know what? If I cry in the recording session, I bet fans will cry when they watch this, and that's good. They should. They should
For
feel
a lot of
so
people,
emotional.
that's White Christmas. For a lot of people, that's
Sure.
White Christmas. They watch it every
Right.
year around the
Right.
holidays.
Yeah.
Right.
Reaching back to the Batman series, Andrea, Michael Ansara when he played Mr. Freeze
Oh.
in Heart of Ice,
The
and that's
best.
What a
such an
heartbreaking
emotional
performance.
Yeah,
Truly,
Heartbreaking.
truly. And you know, when we first recorded that, and I thought Michael Ansara was excellent casting. I was particularly proud of getting him, for him to say yes. And he came in and recorded with the cast in an ensemble record, and you can feel it from Bruce Timm. It's just not working. The energy coming from behind me, because he would sit behind me, he wasn't liking it. He wasn't liking it. And so I just said to Bruce, let's just keep Michael after the cast, release all the rest of the cast, get all their pickups, and then we'll work with him alone. So he's not embarrassed working in front of a bunch of people who have a lot of experience already. He's kind of new to this. Let's play. And so he stayed, and with a handful of notes, he made the slightest adjustment to make that voice sound not robotic, not flat, not monotone, but cold. And at the same time he made that voice sound cold, he made it sound extremely emotional in that episode that you guys are referring to. So he was the right guy. We just had to give him the right words to get. And I was still learning from Bruce what the series was. So I've still been directing a little too broad, a little too cartoony. And God, we had fabulous people, didn't we? These remarkable
Sub-Zero.
actors.
His performance in Sub-Zero
Oh, yes.
was incredible.
Yes. And didn't I think Mask of the Phantasm is just coming out again too as a Batman?
That's right.
Something that's coming out.
Yeah.
I think Netflix has it now or something. But they
Stacey
never die,
Keach.
these shows, you guys. They keep coming around. Suddenly, something that I did forever ago, Avatar: The Last Airbender, I did for Nickelodeon,
Oh.
suddenly came out. It's huge on Netflix.
Yes.
They never die. The work will always come back.
My daughters love Avatar, Andrea.
It was a great series, wasn't it? How old are
They
your
do.
daughters
Oh
now,
my, yeah, my
Maria?
kids love Avatar.
16 and 15. Wait, no. 17, she just turned it, and 15. Isn't that crazy?
I went to their
Oh.
baby showers. I was
pregnant
This is
during the
time
show
has
with
gone.
both
Right. George said to you, I'll never forget this in a recording session. He kind of quietly went over and said, "Are you pregnant?" And he said, "What the hell?" He said, "I'm the father of multiple children. I can tell." You're pregnant,
Wow.
and you weren't showing it all yet. We were like, what
It's your
the hell?
superpower.
It was. It
And
was
the
another
glow, the glow,
superpower.
man.
X-ray
She has the
vision.
glow.
My favorite thing is
better than his echocardiogram or sonograms. Yeah.
one of my best friends when Justice League debuted and it would be on prime time on Cartoon Network. He and I were watching, and I told him like the show's amazing. And after about 2 or 3 episodes, my friend's wife walks in. And she's like, "What are you watching?" And he's like, "Listen, I know it's a cartoon, but you don't understand the writing, the acting. This is like the greatest superhero show ever."
yeah.
And she sat down and she's like, "Oh, okay." You know, and she got it, but it really was terrific. And it's like, truly, that's the thing. I mean, there's a generation of kids that grew up on your guys' work, but truly, as an older viewer and stuff, I mean, I was already an adult, and I mean, yeah, we were watching right along. And in fact, I know that might have been one of the frustrations and why, thankfully, it was able to come back as Justice League Unlimited, because I know it was aimed towards this Y7 audience. But like the best cartoons, you didn't talk down to kids as we were describing the acting and stuff.
They never
I mean,
talked down to kids.
It was a smart show.
Yeah.
It was
yeah.
smart.
It was always multi-layered, you know. And I think the biggest audience was usually college age, wasn't it?
A lot. That's
I believe it.
A lot. A lot. Absolutely.
I totally believe it. Another great actor, Ra's al Ghul, David Warner.
So
Back in
lucky
the
to
day.
have David come and play with
Detective.
us. I just watched what's the Omen. I had forgotten about him with the
Yes.
plane of glass.
Oh, was that?
Think
Oh,
about
was
David
that?
Yeah.
Warner. How many times David
Oh.
Warner has been killed that way on Titanic? We don't even really know how he gets his comeuppance in Titanic, but he's bloody as the ship breaks into 2 parts. But he was so wonderful on this series as Ra's al Ghul. And then we had Olivia Hussey in the last seasons as Talia al Ghul. So, Juliet from Zeffirelli's Romeo and Juliet played
Yes.
Talia al Ghul, which was just fantastic. But these quality caliber actors that came into play and were often so nervous. I mean, they would come and stand next to Kevin Conroy, and you could see them visibly shaking. And Kevin would just be so generous and kind to them and let them know, "Don't worry, Andrea's going to tell you everything you need to know." And I always committed to everybody who came to work with us, I will never let your voice go out sounding bad. I will make sure that we stay here until we're all happy with what's coming up, because you don't ever want someone to come in and guest and then leave saying, "I hope no one ever sees that episode because my acting was dreadful." So I'm happy to stay a little bit longer to get it. I hired them because I think they can do it. I believe I have a good sense of what they can do. And sometimes it would happen with you guys too. Even, there'd be a second role we'd give you and we'd say, "Clancy, can you stay after school? We have to change that voice a little bit more so it's not so close to something else you've done." Or, "Kevin, can you stay? This guy's fine, but we have to make him sound." And we would do that all the time. And only once or twice were we never able to get what we needed.
Right.
There were 2 instances I can remember. One was, and I think several of you were on this session. The line was, "You go after those 2, Wilkes," talking to a character named Wilkes. "You go after those 2, Wilkes." It was a police officer saying this. And I believe we had over 50 takes in the initial record and probably 30 takes in ADR. And it almost always came out, "You go after those 2, Wilkes. You go after those 2, Wilkes." I mean, it never, ever
She couldn't
came
get it,
out
yeah.
right. She couldn't get it, bless her heart. And then the line that actually had to be cut, the whole scene had to be cut because we couldn't make it work, was an actor who had to say, "Yes, yes." And Phil, I know you were there. That's all he had to say. "Yes, yes." Frustrated, annoyed, tired, yes. We recorded, I'm not kidding, 70 different yeses and tried splicing them together to get yes, yes. We'd get yes, 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 yes. I mean,
So funny.
Other reading, but yes, yes. We couldn't get it. We do, and
Funny.
Phil. I looked at Phil and just went, "He's beat me. This actor has beat me. I cannot get him to say it right." I think I even
actor's
had
beat me.
I went around the room and I had all the actors do it. Phil, you go, "Yes, yes." Phil would do it. Maria, you do it. "Yes, yes." You would do it. Thinking that maybe if everybody else did it, and then it came to this guy, he would just echo them. Couldn't get it. Couldn't get it. But those are
I
the only 2
remember
times
that.
I remember not getting it.
You did everything. It
I
was
did.
basically a master class on directing. She did every conceivable. It's like,
Every
backstory.
trick.
Here's echoing. Here's
Echo me exactly.
That's
Do
the
me
part. I don't think I was
exactly
there that
what
day.
I'm
I wasn't there
doing.
for that.
It was
No, me
so
neither.
nasty. It was so nasty. But Phil was there. We told the stories before.
Phil, can I get I know people have said it on the chat. Can we get you to do a quick back and forth between young Static Shock and old Static Shock?
Oh, what?
You know what I mean? Can you do the young voice and immediately answer back in the old voice of Static when we saw him in the future and we saw Static as an old man?
I don't know, because actually that was a real challenge because we had been doing Justice League and we'd been doing Static.
We'd already established the voice of Virgil.
And of course, we already established the voice of Jon Stewart. It's like, all right, now it's Virgil at 55. I'm like, okay. What does he sound? Well, he can't sound like this. We know that.
What did we do?
Okay. Well, if this is you when you're 14, well, not everybody gets a deep voice as they get older. Some people just get more mature, you know?
There you go.
Of course,
Yeah.
you know, you
There you
get
go.
through, you know, the age that I am now, where there's just, you're the same person, but there's just a little more texture.
There you
Good,
go.
Phil.
You got
That's
there.
beautiful. Really nicely done.
That was beautiful, man. Absolutely.
Really good.
And Susan and Kevin, my God, the veiled romance of Wonder Woman and Batman that people still make allusions to.
Veiled romance.
Not so veiled.
love
Not so veiled.
Yeah. Well, I like to tease the fans and tease Kevin with the Wonder Bat stuff because I think it just was such a wonderful dimension to the show. I loved it. I loved it. I loved the flirty, and he sang for me, and I had his number, and he had my number. I mean, this little piggy I get asked about more than any other show written by the great Paul Dini.
Yeah.
And that was just all those little moments. People have put videos together of all the moments between Wonder Woman and Batman and then put them to very romantic pieces of music.
Oh, that's
And
great.
it's so fun to watch them, and people love it. And I mean, Kevin and I think our voices really do have a special something, a je ne sais quoi.
Oh.
Je ne sais quoi. I would agree. I would agree.
So did
Fair
they
enough.
ship your
Fair
name
enough.
Wonder Bat or Bruana?
Huh?
Oh yeah.
Bruana.
Wonder Guana?
Wonder Bat.
I like them
Wonder
both.
Bat. Wonder Bat.
No, that's
Wonder
great.
Bat.
And
good.
Carl and Clancy, Kevin as well, and Phil certainly with Jon Stewart, but really that you guys have wonderful. I mean, I wish you guys were born a couple decades earlier, and we could have gotten a few radio dramas out of you because I mean we get a lot of it through thank God through animation, but really all of
Stand
you.
by. I mean, they're coming back, so
Well, I know
stand by.
Susan was working with the new suspense program that they put together, which I think is
good.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I do a lot of radio drama. I love it. I mean, it also lets you play these very broad characters, which is so much fun.
How fun.
And here she comes. It's just the best. The best. I can't get enough of that stuff. I can't get enough of it. I
No,
love
but
it.
John, what you said about those voices, I mean, I don't know, Andrea, was that you or was that Bruce? Because there was always a lot of bass in that room. I remember there was one session where there was Kevin and Carl and Clancy, and I think maybe William Smith.
Yeah.
But basically, there was so much bass in the room. I don't think they put the mics. They just put mics on the floor because you were just hearing it through your feet.
I love that. I did like that. You're absolutely right,
Yeah.
Phil. I think it was combined. I think it was both Bruce and I. We both loved that. And we loved the fact that we were able to find guys with that deep, menacing, powerful voice, but who sounded completely different from each other. Carl sounds nothing like Kevin. Clancy sounds nothing like, so many other people. And that's what was so cool is that you could have all those guys talking to each other and not go, no, wait, whose voice was that? Was that everybody's voice was distinct? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I hate to do this, but we got to wrap up because we got another panel
Let's
coming
do it.
up soon.
All right.
We're filling up the room as we are, so we're filled to capacity.
I just want to
But
give a huge thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, John, to Susan for putting this whole thing together. She has been
Absolutely.
such a ray of sunshine this entire time. Always
Great.
calm with all of our craziness. She has just been so awesome. And thank you all for being here. John, I'll go ahead and let you say goodbye,
bet.
everybody. But
No, I
Bye.
appreciate it, Chuck.
Thank you, John.
Guys, seriously,
Thank you so much for putting this
pleasure.
together.
Very much,
And,
Don.
and I hope we have a chance to do individual one-on-ones as I've done with Phil and Susan in the past. It'd be great too. I'm not going to pressure you,
Great.
but truly, it's an honor being able to speak to all of you. And thank you for really 2 decades of incredible love of what you put on screen and through your acting and everything. It means a lot, and I speak for the fans when I say it. So thank you greatly.
Thank
Buy
you.
the
Thank you.
DVDs.
Thank you.
Buy the merch, buy the
Everybody.
DVDs.
Thank you guys. Bye.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye, Andrea.
Stay
Take care,
Bye-bye.
everybody.
George,
All
who's
right.
your hero,
Take
George?
care, everyone. Bye bye.
Who's my hero?
Amazing. Amazing. There. Okay.
All right, guys, welcome back to Mainframe Comic Con. I actually have my TV on over there, so it's you might hear a little bit of reverb. Up next, we got Mr. Kerry Tagawa coming on, but to host that amazing video. Actually, we're still waiting on Mr. Tagawa, but I'm going to go ahead and bring on the host of this final panel of Hall A Day 1, Mr. Robert Meyer Burnett. Rob, are you there?
Chuck,
you are.
I am here.
Is it Miller time yet? What a day.
You know what it is? It's Elysian space dust time.
Thank God.
You're talking
So
beer. I came on with Lonnie.
Oh, you got like a nice summer shandy?
I got a summer shandy. Rob, it's awesome to see you again, my friend.
You know, I have to say, I love these events. You should do them once a month.
Wouldn't that be great? Can you imagine a world where Mainframe happened every month?
I just think that what you guys have done and how you've put it together and watch it grow and evolve, it's been really great. And look, I thought I had a great conversation with Robert Wool today. I really thought that was
awesome.
It was terrific. And our next guest, I mean, Kerry Tagawa, I got to tell you, one of the coolest dudes. Whenever he shows up, because you never know when he's going to show up, he's had the coolest, most diverse career. He's worked for directors like Michael Mann and Bernardo Bertolucci and John Carpenter, and he's been on Star Trek The Next Generation and Babylon 5 and the recent Lost in Space and The Man in the High Castle. I mean, this guy he worked with Jeff Speakman in The Perfect Weapon.
Have you ever met him before? Is this a first?
This is a first, man.
Wow.
And he's just one of those people where I think the cool factor of any project is elevated just because he's in it. Because he's been in, Mortal Kombat.
Shang Tsung. Come on.
He was Shang Tsung, and in 2019 he came back and played Shang Tsung in the video game.
Yeah,
it's I don't know how you get these people. Like what made you? I just think it's so cool that not only are you getting them, but I don't know who comes up with the ideas to the people you get to be interviewed, but they're so cool. Like
we're just making friends everywhere we go, Rob. We're just making friends and keeping people happy.
Can we tell you a story? A real story?
We're on air, Chad.
Please tell me a story.
So yes, Thursday, Chuck actually said to me, "Stop."
Just stop booking guests.
Stop.
We're loaded.
We're done.
Because people kept calling us and saying, "Hey, we got all these people. This might be him on the phone right now. I don't know." But yeah, people just call us up and they want to be on the show. They want to be on the show. They hear about it. And what we're doing this year at Mainframe is it's hitherto undreamt of. It's bigger than anything anybody's done. I mean, 5 panel halls, all streaming live for 8 straight hours. Like
124. Why 8, man? Go 12, 24. Why just make it a?
And we added a Friday. I forgot. We added an extra day and an extra panel hall just to fit
right
all
now,
of people.
Right now, over on that extra panel hall is Fred Williamson.
Fred Williamson is hanging in Hall E as we speak.
He
So John,
literally
don't tell Rob that. He's going to leave.
He just joined us, and
have you guys ever seen? First of all, a Slaughter, the Slaughter movies that Fred Williamson started. But did you ever see Larry Cohen's mid-90s magnum opus, Original Gangsters?
Yes.
When
No,
Fred
but I saw it
Williamson,
on his IMDb.
Fred Williamson shows up, he's got like the greatest entrance of any actor. A Learjet pulls up, and he's like coming back to Detroit or something, and to take back his old neighborhood. And he steps the Learjet door comes out. He steps out with a big old stogie, dressed to the nines, because he's Fred Williamson. And when I saw Original Gangsters, I went to one of the biggest theaters here in LA. I went to the first show, and there was only like 6 people in the theater. But it was one of the greatest movie-going moments of my entire life because all 6 of us literally stood up and applauded when Fred Williamson stepped onto the screen. It was that cool.
So Hall E has been interesting, and I got to share this with you guys. If you haven't checked out all the halls, you have to check them out. But the uncle from The Sopranos,
right?
Just
aren't they all uncles in the Sopranos?
Uncle June
Junior. Just I don't know if it was June. It was his assistant on the show.
Okay,
I think they called him Gabagoo.
You are right. Okay, yeah.
He just jumped on Holly and just said, "Hey guys," and then that's all he did, and then left.
Who is sharing this link?
We were like, "Who
should we like kind of tighten it up a little bit over here at Mainframe Comic Con?"
You mean I could give out these links to anybody?
No, please don't. Not at this point.
Please join us. Well, obviously these have been working for you. The shows have been doing, and they've gotten better every time.
Well, we've raised thousands of dollars for the Hero Initiative. We're always expanding every time with more panel halls. This year, we're doing private meet and greets with Mr. Tagawa. You can get a private meet and greet, which might be the only way you get to see him, actually, if things keep going the way they are. But we're always trying to expand and do new things. Did you see your boy Coy Jandro this morning with Tom King and Jock? He crushed it.
He crushed it. Yeah, I feel like I'll be replaced soon by Coy. No,
although he was getting some great comments in the comment section. A lot of people were saying, I don't know who this Coy guy is, but he is amazing.
Oh, Coy's the best.
We might have an answer. I got to go, guys.
Okay.
We did, we did Heroes together for a while, and then he took over after the great Bird himself, John Schnepp, left our world. But yeah, it was very fun. He's a great guy. Really knows his stuff. So it was great to have him. I watched the Mr. King interview.
Did you happen to check out the panel that just came on right before this right here, the Justice League reunion with the Justice League animated? Please tell me you saw some of that. It was the most amazing thing.
I did not. I heard it. I was looking at the comments, and I was living vicariously through the comments because I popped in. I was on my own YouTube show on Robservations, and I popped out of that and came over here.
Well, we had the entire Justice League and Lex Luthor, who was played by Mr. the Kurgan.
Clancy Brown.
Clancy Brown was on. We had Kevin Conroy on. We had everybody. We had Hawk Girl, Wonder Woman, Wonder Woman, Superman, Green Lantern, everybody, and the voice director, awesome lady, came out and she brought a bunch of scripts. And so for about 20 minutes, they actually did a table read. Everybody in their voice of just doing a table read of an episode of the Justice League animated series. It was the most incredible thing I've ever seen.
Now, these are all saved. You're going to put these up later.
They will be going up later. See, we're going to have to chop down 8 hours worth of content into a series of videos. We also did this amazing Walking Dead dance party, which you probably were doing your own show while that was going on. That was incredible. We had everybody who's ever been in The Walking Dead was in this thing, but everybody picked a piece of music. So they'd all come on. There'd be a doorbell ring. They're trying to simulate a house party. And so a doorbell would ring and who's that? And then someone would come in and they're like, oh, it's Norman Reedus. Norman Reedus came on. Everybody came on. And everybody had their own music that they picked. So everybody would start dancing. And so the screen just got smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until we had like 40 people on the screen and everybody dancing.
Now, you guys created the Mainframe Comic-Con during lockdown, during this pandemic, right?
We did. It started out strictly as a COVID thing. Myself and Chad, who is just on the screen right now, we regularly do the con circuit. We do con coverage. We get booths and, do broadcasting stuff and panel moderation on stages. We were going to be in Boston. We were going to be in Orlando. We were going to be in Chicago. And then it all just shut down.
I mean, it's amazing, though, that you didn't let that stop you. And this is the third one of these events that you've thrown. And thank you again for having me back. I mean, this is the third time doing it, and what a great event. I mean, I love the fact that when people get lemons, they make lemonade. And you certainly have done that. You've taken this. I mean, you created something, and now you guys are really first out of the gate to create a virtual con, and then of course San Diego followed. Now the New York Comic Con is going to follow, but you guys really were the first.
We really were. When COVID hit, we had Mainframe on the air within about 3 weeks. And it was a stacked cast with Kevin Smith, David Harbour, Clark Gregg. We had a reunion with the kids in the hall, Clerks, all that stuff. And that all turned around in 3 weeks. And so we sort of set the bar. And then, the virtual thing is sort of taken off like wildfire.
Yeah, I mean, this you've got these halls now, these virtual halls. I haven't popped in. Can you go and look around? Are these like virtual spaces?
They are. Each room. See, if you're watching this on YouTube or if you're watching it on Facebook, you're really not getting the whole experience. You got to head over to mainframecomiccon.com. We've got a whole show floor map. So it's essentially like a virtual convention center that we've built. So you click on Hall A, you go into Hall A, there's a video player, there's links to our exhibitor page, which you got to check out. We got some amazing
comic books. Is it open 24 hours or is it only open during the time of the con?
It's open 24 hours. And I think, what just happened? Oh, Chad's just bringing up the screen here. So yeah, you can go into, if you hit enter, it'll take you into the virtual space. This is going to be open the whole time. So that was the Walking Dead dance party. Don't go
Wow.
there. But Chad, go cruising out to the beginning, cruising up to the top where it says enter, and just head on into the map. It's a little glitchy, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, but it's amazing that you guys have grown like this. And the guests, like, I can't tell you, like, tomorrow I get to interview Howard Chaykin.
Yes.
And
which you said is like a hero of yours.
He is Howard Chaykin, American Flag, his comic American Flag. When I first went back into a comic book store in the early 80s, which I was on, I had a paper route, and Robbie Cullen, this kid on the paper route, had Camelot 3000 #4. And it was Mike Barr and Brian Boland drew it. And it was a Baxter paper comic with the incredible Boland's artwork was all through it. He didn't just do the cover. And I was looking through it when I was delivering the paper one day, and I'm like, what is this? Like, this is a comic book now. Like, I couldn't believe it. And I'm like, I have to go get it. And so I went down in Seattle, downtown Seattle. There's a comic book store. It's still there, called Golden Age Collectibles. I hope it hasn't been destroyed by COVID, but it's been there for over 40 years. And I went down there, and one of the comics that I found was American Flag 8. And it was a picture where Reuben Flagg was walking off, and America, it was like a for sale sign, and he had painted "not" above "for sale." And I bought the comic, and the panel design, the way the letters and sound and were used, and just the artwork itself, I was immediately enamored of this comic. And I went back and got all the back issues, and I was blown away. I was absolutely blown away by the tone of the comic, the characterization, how bawdy it was. It didn't shy away from sex and violence, and it really was a prophetic comic book. When RoboCop came out in 1987, I even think they thanked Howard Chaykin in the credits because the fake commercials and things were so inspired by that comic. And that comic got me into comics again. I started going to the comic book store every week because of American Flag, and it's fantastic.
There he is. Look who it is. Going on in Hall E as we speak, Mr. Fred Williamson.
That's so amazing that you've got Fred Williamson to do this. I mean, it's now when you reach out to the people to do this, how do you do that? Do you just call them up?
We do. We cold call people, and we just explain to them that that it's for charity. We explain to them about. I don't want to give away all of our secrets, but I mean,
sure.
We explain to them about the Hero Initiative and what they are, and that Mainframe. People might not realize this. Mainframe is a completely for charity event. All the money, if you're on the MainframeComicCon.com website, you click on donate to the Hero Initiative. 100% of that, every single nickel in those donate buttons goes directly to the Hero Initiative. All the celebrities, all the creators, amazing hosts like yourself are donating their time free of charge.
Yeah.
And like it sometimes blows my mind that we can put this together, and that just the volume of people that donate their time for what we're doing is insane. I mean, like, look at that. We had the entire cast of Walking Dead, including Norman Reedus. We had the whole crew all joining us.
Yeah.
And they didn't ask for any money. They were just like, okay, it's for charity. We'll do it. And I was like, it's like, I'm blown away.
And right here, I mean, you have George C. Romero.
Oh, this is the Heavy Metal Magazine panel going on in Hall C?
Yeah. I
Yep.
think Hall C. So we Chuck and I and our team have really taken the effort to try to give everybody the con experience that they wanted.
Yeah.
We learned from our mistakes, and we've always we tried to make each one better. And everybody after the first two said, hey, we wish you had stores and you had more stuff that we could purchase from like an actual con, like you can go hunting for comic books.
Yeah.
So we partnered with CAF, which is Comic Art Fans, and we actually are currently in the exhibitor hall. Oh, I'm hoping that comes through. Yeah.
Pull out your checkbook, John or Rob.
Over in the
there's some good
exhibitor
stuff
hall,
in here.
We've got original artwork. We have some really amazing pieces from some awesome artists.
Pretty sure we have an amazing fantasy in there if it hasn't sold yet. I think it was going for like
there's
$40,000.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I mean, here's original artwork right now from Green Lantern number 74 cover. Green Lantern versus Sinestro for $45,000. Yeah, there's
Wow, some slab books.
You know what?
Great.
I think it actually sold. It's gone.
So you bought?
Yes. Oh, there it is. Amazing Fantasy number 15, CGC 5.0 for 42,000, and the first Amazing Spider-Man number 1. It's a 2.5 CGC for $6,250. Then
That's
there's
a
also
steal.
some original art from New Dimension. New Dimension has some comics on there. Then, which is cool, is the Artist Alley. We have Jock, who's actually selling pieces, who rarely sells anything. You have All-Star Batman cover for $4,000. It looks like Batman Who Laughs from the number 5 page.
Wow.
For $2,600. You got Alberto is selling his original work. You've got, it just continues, and we have a bunch of guys. I mean, we couldn't have done this on our own, and it's been fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a great event too, and it's funny. I've been able to talk to people. Like, I never thought I'd be able to have an hour-long conversation with Robert Wool.
I'm surprised you haven't already had an hour-long conversation with Robert Will. You know everybody.
Yeah, I have. No, I mean, I've never see the actors. When you work, like, especially when you make DVD documentaries, you spend more time with the behind the scenes people, the directors, the producers, the writers, the things like that. So, when I interview actors, and I've done, working on movies like Lord of the Rings or the X-Men movies, you do get to interview the actors, but when you interview them, you never just get to have a freewheeling conversation about anything. And Robert Wool, he's had a 40-year career. And like Mr. Tagawa, I don't know if we'll be able to get to him, but
he's logging on right now.
Oh, he is.
Yep. So
just so you know, Rob, you got as much time as you want, man.
I'm gonna.
I know this ran a little bit long, but I appreciate
Rob,
this
thank
little
you so
talk.
much, man.
Yeah, are you kidding? It's great.
I'm gonna go back to my normal position because Chuck keeps me in a cage behind scenes.
Get back in your cage, Chad.
I mean, I already gave Mr. Tagawa such a long intro. I mean,
if anybody's in a cage, it's me, man. I mean, just look at this,
dude. I'm in my laundry room. Come on.
No, you're in Mainframe Studios.
I used to broadcast. I did observations for my laundry room for a long time. The first year.
My wife only allows me to have this wall, and that's it. So
all right, guys, there it is, Mainframe Comic Con.
There you go.
Cold calls and cold loads. Anyway,
I'll see.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm glad we had a chance to chat a little bit about Mainframe. Hopefully, we can get Mr. Tagawa in. While we're chatting, what are you working on? What do you want to plug there, Rob?
Well, I can't announce what it is yet, but I have been working on an original anime series for Netflix. And my position is I'm the animatic editor. So I cut together the animatics. I work with the producer, the creator of the show, who's a friend of mine, and brought me on, and we do the final version of the animatic. And then when the animatic is done, we ship it back to Korea. Studio Mir is the studio that's doing the animation, and then they animate that final animatic. And it's 8. The series they have an order for 24 episodes, and I have done. Each season's 8 episodes, and we're just about to start episode 16, the final episode of the second season. And it's so funny. The show hasn't been announced yet,
really,
but it's really cool.
Announce it on Mainframe.
I can't. I
don't want to get fired.
Yeah, I can't announce it. I would get in trouble. But it's a really cool show, and it will appeal. It has. I will say this: it has global appeal, and when people find out. I guess I could say it's based on something that already exists.
It's GoBots, isn't it?
No,
it GoBots?
no. It's not GoBots, but it is really cool. And that I've been working on that, and then this feature film that I produced and edited, Tango Shalom. We're waiting to make an announcement on the disposition of that film, and then in June, I don't know when was the last Mainframe Comic Con? Was it in mid-June?
The last one was mid-June.
Yeah, the same time on June 16th, a movie I produced, The Hills Run Red, came out on Blu-ray for the first time, a horror film from Scream Factory. And I did, Dave Parker, the director, and we did 6.5 hours of new special features for the movie's only 83 minutes long. And we did 6.5 hours of special features to join the 2.5 hours of special features that were already there. So it's
clearly you shoot too much.
Yeah, it's the most self-indulgent. I thought my Free Enterprise DVD was the most self-indulgent special features package ever. But no, the Hills Run Red has surpassed that. And if you like low budget indie horror and you ever wanted to know how to make an indie horror film with a major studio involved, you should get the Hills Run Red Blu-ray. And yeah, proud of that. So this year, work-wise, it's been strange. Like, I haven't really left my house. You know, I've been going through my comic book collection as
You're not
slab
supposed
books.
to leave your house, Rob.
I
You're
know,
supposed
and
to stay put, man.
I've been alphabetizing my Blu-ray collection and changing the observatory around. My girlfriend says free the toys and wants all my Hot Toys figures open, and I'm like, no. But you know,
open them. You can open them.
We're doing. I think I'm at that age where I'm like, if I have to sell my toys at some point, I'm not doing life right. So I like them. I like being able to pick them up and play with them.
That's what I do. If you look around what I'm this weekend calling the Mainframe Comic-Con studio, it is just nothing but Legends figures out of the box, all in perfect poses.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you keep the boxes?
I don't. I have a friend who keeps every single box. Go into his garage and it's nothing but Legends boxes and pop boxes. I toss them.
See, I'm almost, people are gonna freak out that I say this, but I'm about ready to throw away my toy boxes because, you know, you keep the boxes as a collector with the idea that you'll repack them and I guess sell them. But like my Hot Toys figures, I guess when I die, but who's going to, you know, no one's going to know what they are. People aren't going to go back and repack all of my toys so they can sell them again, you know. And
I'll do it for you.
I mean, but these boxes, they're so big, they're so bulky. I mean, they take a lot of space, you know, and I mean, I see people with this idea that, like, I'm not buying toys as an investment. You know,
You are. You most certainly are.
No.
How many of those Baby Yodas did you buy from Sideshow Collectibles?
I only ordered one, and that was the Mandalorian hot toy that comes with the child. But like one of the cooler things I got lately was there's a company out of England, 1612, that does these Space 1999 die-cast toys of the Eagle transporters, the spaceships from Space 1999, which you can't get enough of. And like they just put out a new set. Their Earthbound set, and it comes with Christopher Lee played this alien, Captain Sandor, and like this is his ship. So the Eagle, which I just moved, actually that's his alien ship, and the Eagle. Here's the Eagle that came with it, that has the magnetic. So here's the Eagle transporter, and it's got the magnetic docking clamp, so it can actually link up. And there's magnets inside. I mean, come on.
I mean, that's just too cool.
It's too cool, right? And it's from the first season episode Earthbound. Now they just keep making these, and they're hideously expensive, but they're awesome. And you know, they're die-cast metal. I mean, this thing has some weight to it, and
you could kill a man with that.
You could kill a man with it. And if you love Eagle transporters, I mean, I think I have like 10 different Eagle transporters of various sizes just here where I'm sitting. I can't get enough. But like the box for these things is huge.
Mm-hmm.
And while I remove this from the box is still in mint condition. But I'm like, do I keep the box? Like and I've got so many that you need a whole nother room just to keep the boxes in. But then if I throw them away,
I'm always kicking myself that I threw away my my Hasbro Force Effects lightsaber, my A New Hope box, because there's the one with the retractable hilt. You can actually take the thing off the hilt and you can just put the hilt on display, or you can put it in there and light it up. In the box, this thing is now selling for like $1,000, but out of the box, it's practically worthless.
Right. I mean, that's the thing, and I'm like, okay, but I'm torn. I got to tell you,
but
Chuck,
it's on display right now. It looks good. I mean, you don't buy a lightsaber with a hilt you can take apart, and you don't not put that on display. Interesting story. We're still waiting on Tagawa. I see Chad's on the phone right now. But I had an interesting call with our good friend, Mr. David Desmalchian, a couple days ago. You were talking about booking guests for Mainframe. You were I believe, on a panel with him on the last one.
Yeah.
Weren't you with Lloyd Kaufman, David, and you?
Yeah.
Right? So he called.
It was great, by the way. That panel was great.
It was awesome. We were going to do a horror movie panel with him and Svengoolie, which I don't know if you know Svengoolie, Chicago.
Of course.
Yeah, classic, late night horror TV show host, but. David really wanted to do it. He called me up and he said, I really want to do Mainframe again. I've done it twice already. I want to do the third one. I want to be the mainstay at Mainframe. He said, but I can't because I'm overseas right now. I'm doing my reshoots for Dune. I was like, that's the coolest phone call I've ever gotten. He's like, I can do it from my hotel room if you really want me to. I was like, dude, You do you, man. You work on Dune. You tell everybody
Can't you
in
just
Dune
bring
I
in
said hi.
bring in Denny and do a little Q&A? But by the way, I cannot wait to see. I read the screenplay for the Dune movie.
How'd you get that? Oh, we're starting to get, I'm sorry, people. I wasn't even noticing that we have some chats here. So let's talk to Toss
Jay
the box.
Glasgow says toss the box. I know it's hard.
I agree.
It's hard.
Jay.
I mean, it's I have these. There's a Japanese die-cast, a toy company called Future, Fewture, and they make these hideously expensive robots, die-cast robot toys for Getter Robo and Getter Robo G, which were Japanese super robot shows from the 70s. And Getter Robo G, they were released here as part of Force 5 when they did this group of 5 different cartoons called Force 5 in the early 80s. They were the Starvengers. And so I bought these robots. I don't even want to say how much they cost each. They're way too expensive. But I finally opened them, and I did the boxes. I threw the boxes away. And these things are so expensive, it's ridiculous. I threw them away. But I have them. They're in my peripheral vision from right now. They're across the room and I see them. And every time I look at them, I just love them. And I'm like, I just feel better about my life that I have these robots that I spent ridiculous amounts of money on, where I can see them all opened up and posed cool. And
yes.
I'm like, I think I would much rather have these toys where I can see them in my peripheral vision. I can turn and look at them right now than in boxes somewhere.
Exactly. What I like is I can repose them based on my mood. You know, you wake up and you're just a little bit angry. You really just want to put, Magneto and put Gambit in a chokehold or something crazy. You have that ability.
Oh, yeah.
Who's this? Nepzer1 said, how did you get to read the screenplay for New Dune?
Well, I learned English, and then I would just go individually page down and page 1, page 2, and I would just read. And then after a few pages, here's the thing. People ask, and I'll tell you something. In Hollywood, if you live and work in Hollywood, you can get everything. There are very few things that you cannot get if you know people. And I'm not just saying that I know people, but no, if you work in the business. I mean, the first regular job I had was I worked in feature production at Warner Brothers for Senior Vice President Bill Young. So we oversaw the physical production of all the movies that Warner Brothers made. And that was 30 years ago. And more people care about scripts now because obviously with the internet, people are more interested. So when there's a script that, Rez asks, is Cary Tagawa still participating or could he not make it? He's still got, does he have technical difficulties? Is that what
our director? I'm seeing him in the backstage. He's literally on the phone right now, just trying to talk him through it. So it's happening.
Yeah. I mean, I'll wait. I've got, but so you can get scripts. Like for instance, I reported on the Duel of the Fates script, Colin Trevorrow's Duel of the Fates script.
How was that?
And well, it was interesting because
can you talk about that? Can you reveal anything from that?
I did a whole review of that script and on my show, but I believe I was the first person to do it, but it was sent to me specifically to review it. It was said to me, somebody said, would you review this on your show? And I'm like, yes, I would. Now, I didn't show any of the images that came with the script because the images are copywritten and everything. And theoretically, the script is copywritten too. But interestingly enough, nobody cared because the Duel of the Fates script didn't get made. We got Rise of Skywalker anyway. So Disney didn't call me. But when I reviewed the Dune script, and then I recently reviewed the 3 scripts for Nicholas Meyer, who wrote and directed Star Trek II, wrote a Khan Noonien Singh miniseries called SETI Alpha 5. It's called Star Trek SETI Alpha 5. And it was a proposed 3-night miniseries about what happened with Khan at the end of Space Seed when he was marooned on SETI Alpha 5. So it was after Space Seed, but before Star Trek II. Mm-hmm. And I reviewed that, and then Paramount, as soon as I finished broadcasting the show, they blocked my show worldwide.
God.
And which I mean, I guess I can understand, but I didn't know it was going to get made. Dune I knew was getting made, but I figured who would care because it's based on a book.
Let me ask
You
you
know-
about Dune, because I watch you every single day on the John Campea show. It's my lunch break. Why? I know your excitement level for Dune. I know how excited you are for Dune. Why would you read that script before seeing the film?
Well, to me, you know, it is the book. You know, I've read the book like 3 times, and then I've seen the David Lynch version, and then I saw the Sci-Fi Channel miniseries. So the story is very, very familiar to me. What I was curious about is how they're going to handle it. Like, what was their approach to Dune? And it was, you know, it's only the first half of the book, which is interesting.
Really?
Yeah, it's only the first half of the book. And the script is it's great. And what I find really interesting now is that when David Lynch made his Dune back in 1984, I don't know. I mean, the movie is what it is, but now in our post Game of Thrones world, the audience is much more sophisticated in terms of warring families and big factions and the political machinations of good guys and bad guys. The audience is much more sophisticated and Dune is a pretty sophisticated story. I mean, there's a lot of political intrigue. It's very adult. It's not so much space opera, but it's much more along the lines of Game of Thrones in space. And the script really is heavily weighted toward that. It's just a really great, very smart script that has terrific world building in it. And it's really focused, unlike the David Lynch version, like you don't meet the Padishah Emperor, you don't meet guild navigators. It's focused really on the Harkonnens and the Atreides and their I guess, for about lack of a better word, their hatred and their acrimony and their backstabbing and their competitiveness. And it really builds up Arrakis Dune, and it's fascinating. I mean, it was so engrossing. And when you know the cast is amazing, so I expect the film is going to be outstanding, because with one of the many problems with Lynch's Dune is that the visual effects just aren't there. And even back in 1984, they were sort of subpar. And I would expect with modern effects technology and how Denis Villeneuve is able to do, we've had tastes with Arrival and with obviously Blade Runner 2049 of the tone that he can bring to this material. I mean, he takes it very seriously, and yet he doesn't shy away from the pulpy elements. I mean, here's aliens and here's their language, or, you know, here's replicants and here's irradiated Las Vegas. I mean, you know that he's going to make this film just look amazing. And with the actors and the performances that he's going to get, I think this movie is going to be one of the great science fiction movies. The real question is it going to attract if you're a teenager who's hanging out on Instagram all the time or whatever it is you're doing, are you going to find Dune fascinating? That's the question, because it demands a lot of the audience. And I think so. I think that one of the things we're going to get is you're going to see Giedi Prime, and you're going to see Caladan, and you're going to see Dune, these 3 alien environments. And I'm sure that they're going to be just amazing to be immersed in, and with all the different actors, it's going to be, my excitement level for this movie is at 11. It's totally, it's Spinal Tapped out. I'm at 11.
We could try to get Gus Malchin on the phone right now. I think he's in his hotel room. I don't know what time it is in Dubai or wherever they're shooting, but we're supposed to get our first trailer right attached to Tenet. Isn't that supposed to be our good first look at Dune?
Are movie theaters opening in Illinois?
No. Well, there's the independent theaters, like some of the little ones, you know, the mom and pop theaters are opening to insanely limited groups. Like a theater of like 500 people is only letting like 20 people in. So yeah, that's actually really cool. So you can go see. They're showing Dune. They're showing
Tenet.
They're going to show the new Inception. They're going to show Bill and Ted. I think they might even show New Mutants. And AMC's are supposed to be opening up, you know, at the end of the month.
I mean, I don't know. In LA right now, the theaters, I don't think they're allowed to open. I would sell if I had children, I don't, but if I did, I would sell one of them to see Tenet at the Chinese theater in laser IMAX on Hollywood Boulevard. And it just kills me because I wanted to go. The last movie I went in completely spoiler free on was Avengers Endgame. I went spoiler free on Infinity War and Endgame, and I had such a great time. And I know, other than what we've seen in the trailer, nothing about Tenet. Nothing.
Yeah.
And I know that it's going to open. You know, I've got friends they keep sending me friends that live in other parts of the world. They're like, I've got my tickets. Here's my seat. You know, and I'm like, damn it.
They're going to spoil it for you.
I
know they
know.
are.
And then I can't help myself. I'm going to go read all the reviews.
I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to go sit on a boat and watch Tenet. Like I'll wait. You know, I'll wait till I can get my Dolby seat. You know, with my mask. Totally, I'm fine wearing a mask in the theater.
I don't care.
But give me that rumbling Dolby seat. Give me those subwoofers behind my back.
I know. I know. You know, last time I went to the Dolby Cinemas, I went with John Campia. He has the AMC 16 by his house has a great Dolby auditorium, and we saw Joker there, and it was just the presentation is so good, and I that's how I want to see Tenet, and I mean I would love to go see a double bill of Inception and Tenet.
I would absolutely do that, except for the fact that they're showing you like 4 minutes of Tenet right before Inception. So I'm like, well, all right, you know, I hate it when they do that. Because a lot of times Dolby, I remember went inside, and I'm going off a rant here, but we went and saw, I think it was The Last Jedi, and you know, Dolby shows you that thing to show you how cool Dolby is.
Yeah,
they made a special one for The Last Jedi right before you went and saw The Last Jedi. I'm like, come on, you couldn't have not shown us a lot of the movie right before it.
I took some people a couple years back. There was a screening of Close Encounters at the Cinerama Dome, and then they showed a featurette about Close Encounters before the movie started, and I brought some teenagers who had never seen it before, and I'm just like, God damn it, what?
Right?
What? You know, you're giving away,
man.
I mean, come on. You know, if you're taking virgins to a movie, you want their experience to be a pleasurable one, and not to have it spoiled. So,
I take my wife to the movies.
Well, so she already knows. But
Chad, I'm just curious, man. Is Mr. Tagawa gonna make it? Robert, I gotta thank you, man. 40 minutes of just this has been the highlight of my day.
Are you kidding? I could talk a yammer away. I usually just talk at a computer screen, and I mean, people send me letters and super chats and all that, but I never know if people can hear me because a lot of the time they can't. I will have pulled out my microphone cord or something, but it's great to talk to another person. I'm starving to talk to anybody. I mean, even when I'm not in the same room with John Campia, you know, I'm here.
Yeah,
and it's funny because we talk, but I don't, you know, I'm not in the same room with anybody, and I have been sort of sequestered at home since March.
Bunyan Snipe asked, what's the running time on Dune? I can't imagine they have one yet since they're still shooting it, right? I mean, they haven't probably chopped it up quite yet.
No,
they're at least doing reshoots.
Yeah, I mean, the script is over. I would imagine the running time is going to be 2.5 hours. That's what I would imagine.
Which is a lot less than Blade Runner 49 or 2049 was.
Yeah, I mean,
that was clocking in like 3, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that. A little less than 3, but I think Dune, and it's that interesting. So I'm really, really excited about it. And you know, it's funny. I mean, the movies. I want to see Top Gun Maverick. I want to see No Time to Die. I had the greatest seat. I had my favorite seats in my favorite theater in LA for No Time to Die, and that was the first of the big movies to get yanked. And I'm like, damn it. I mean, I can't believe that a James Bond, as a lifelong James Bond fan, there is a finished James Bond movie on this planet that no one's seen.
It's amazing how it hasn't leaked yet.
No, I mean, it's probably, you know, that they were holding it under it's probably under 24-hour armed guard or something. But I'm like, I can't, it kills me to know that I love the Fast and the Furious franchise and Sun Kang's character Han. And I've been screaming about justice for Han ever since they showed that Jason Statham, not only did he kill Han, but then they became friends with Jason Statham. I'm like, what? You know, and Jamie Cruz says that I'm about to do my 500th show on my YouTube channel in a couple weeks.
Is that true?
It is. Today I did my 490.
Oh,
was
wow.
Today. And the last time I had my 400 show, I was on for 400 minutes, and I did 5 different interviews with people. I interviewed like Barbara Crampton, the actress who was in Reanimator, who I think she's 61 now, and she's as beautiful as she was when she was 25. She's amazing. And then I interviewed David Goodman, who's executive producer of The Orville, and he's also the president of the Writers Guild of America. I interviewed Bill Sienkiewicz.
You interviewed Goodman at Mainframe #1 also.
Yes. And it was great. I mean, he's great. I love David. and we had interviewed him. We worked with him when we were doing the Enterprise documentaries for Star Trek Enterprise for the Blu-rays, and I mean, it's crazy that I've done 500 episodes of Robservations, but it's equally cool that you guys have done. Are you planning more mainframe Comic Cons, or can you not say?
I don't want to spoil it,
Right.
Because I don't want anybody to steal our idea.
Well, you had alluded to something. I won't say what it is, but you had alluded to something pretty big.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to whatever you guys do.
It keeps growing, you know. It's just
Yeah.
like we're always trying to top what we did last time, and if it's not by, you know, quality, it's by volume. But this is luckily in Mainframe 3, it's both.
Now, are you excited about next week's DC event? I mean, I've been calling it Fandome.
Fandome, that's what it is.
It's not fandom. I mean, I've been saying Fandome, and people are trying to correct me. I'm like, no, it's spelled Fandome.
Have you seen the logo? It does this.
Yeah.
and it's a dome.
Yeah,
it says it
okay,
right over
good.
the logo.
So
I'm incredibly excited. Now, I don't know. I'm assuming it's going to be all pre-recorded, and there's not going to be any sort of audience Q&A. I could be wrong at that, but if it's anything like San Diego Stay at Home, which I did enjoy. I did watch them after the fact. They were really good, well-produced panels. It did suck that they, deactivated the chat feature. Even the just comments. Like, I know you couldn't communicate with the stars, but they even deactivated just the fan-to-fan chat.
Yeah,
which was kind of a bummer.
Yeah, one of the things that I thought was interesting is there were some of those panels that were clearly produced and edited that were too slick. They had graphics in them, and Raygun Media Production says this is like a bonus Robservations episode, eh, Bunyan Snipe? Mr. Raygun.
Can I consider? Can I put this on my my resume? I appeared on Robservations.
Absolutely, you can appear on
your channel.
You can appear on the show and talk about this. I mean, it would be great to have you guys and talk about the origins of the Mainframe Comic Con and what you plan to do and how. Like, I think it's really interesting. You know, the show I do with my girlfriend, whining about movies. She goes to art school, but she has her own salon, and she couldn't do anyone's hair anymore. And so she was like, well, what are we going to do? And I said, well, let's just do another YouTube show. And so we've been doing this movie review show where we share a bottle of wine and talk about movies. We're doing our 66th show tonight.
It's like 4 cases of wine.
In quarantine, 66 shows. I'm like, that's crazy.
Wow.
You know, and I think when people ask, because I always pass the time, like in my own mind, all of the years that go by, I associate with movies. And the summer movie season, like I could tell you what movies came out what summer. And this summer is like the lost summer.
That's what's missing in my calendar life is, you're right. I plan, like, because I'm an AMC Stubs A-list member, I book my tickets the day they go on sale for just
me
about
too.
everything.
And
I got nothing booked.
I got
creepy.
nothing booked, and my app, the ArcLight app that I use, and I like my seats, and it becomes a thing, like an ordeal. Like, oh, the tickets are going to go on sale like at 8:00 tonight. They say midnight, but they always go on sale early, and then you have to get them. And I've got like a network of friends like, guess what's on sale? You know, and you go, and that hasn't happened, and it might not happen. I mean, we don't get to see Tenet, at least not in LA, and I feel like. I just feel that part of my life is ebbing away. You know, I'm already close to death.
I like the way this conversation's going.
No,
it's ending on such a high note.
But that's why the Mainframe Comic Con has been such a bright light. It's been something to look forward to.
You're not the first person to say that. I mean, like Lloyd and just a lot of the guests we had. We even had what's his name? He's the comedian from Curb Your Enthusiasm. Anyway, Jeff Garland. Yeah, he was just like, this is amazing what you guys are doing. You know, I heard I was coming onto this thing. I didn't even know what we were going to talk about, but we talked for 45 minutes just about, you know, the weather, and it was great. He had a great time.
Yeah, I mean, it's for me, it's great because being able to sit down with an actor like Robert Wuhl, who has, and same with Cary Tagawa. I mean, even though we probably won't get to talk to him,
I don't know, something just popped up down there. Rob, do you have the time to keep it going?
Are you kidding? Yes.
I think Mr. Tagawa let me just say, for all you people who have been sitting around watching me, is he on? Are we good?
We might, we're going to have to tell him to turn his camera sideways.
Okay. We will figure this out. Damn it. This is happening. There it is.
There he
There's
is.
the man.
Wow.
Robert, we're going to leave you go.
Thanks.
I'm happy you're in there.
Mr. Gawa, so great to meet you. I'm going to bow out, Robert. It's been a pleasure chatting with you, man. We'll see you tomorrow for Howard Chaykin.
Yes, I'll be here for Howard Chaykin. Mr. Tagawa, I want to say my name is Robert Meyer Burnett, and I'm going to be interviewing you today. Okay. And I have to say that you're one of, whenever you're in a movie or a TV show or your voice appears on a video game, it makes that movie or TV show or video game that much cooler. Oh, and I was talking about earlier, I was explaining, I mean, you've worked for Michael Mann, you've worked for Bertolucci, you've worked for John Carpenter. I mean, you were in movies with Jeff Speakman. You worked for Albert Pune on Nemesis. And I was about, now that you're here, I would like to wax rhapsodic about your performance in Philip Kaufman's adaptation of Michael Crichton's Rising Sun. Yeah. Because I thought you were so good in that role, and it was meaty. We got to see a lot of you, and you had a really fun character to play.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Mainframe Comic-Con. But I guess now that we've got you here, I've got to ask you, you've been entertaining people. Babylon 5, Man in the High Castle, recently Lost in Space. How did you find yourself getting into acting?
I started out at a really young age with an aspiration to be an actor, which is unusual for Asians or Asian Americans in general. I was born in 1950, so half the last century and into the beginning of this new piece. A lot has changed racially, for sure.
Right.
It's not a normal choice. Normal, I say average. So average choice for Asian American child to want to be an actor, more so these days than when I was young. But my mother was an actress in Japan. And so it kind of ran in the family, family DNA.
Did she encourage you when you expressed interest in being an actor? Did she encourage you, and did she think that was a good thing?
That's what was funny. We never talked about it until way late in the game. I mean, I just accepted it as my DNA. But when I announced to her that that's what I wanted to do, she asked me not to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the nature of the roles, and we know certainly the war with Japan had a lot to do with it. A lot of the Asian roles in all the way from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and finally in the 90s that it kind of just broke loose. And 1 year there seemed to be a lot of Asian roles. It's the bad guy turnstile.
Right.
Each minority was taking their turn. And finally in the 90s was an outbreak. It was a pandemic for the Asian American actors in Hollywood. And that was the beginning of my my career.
Well, it's interesting because there is a lot of talk, obviously, now about representation and trying to break away from the stereotype roles. And I have a lot of conversations. Like, I grew up, I loved Japanese movies, I loved Chinese films, and I watch a lot of Korean movies. Obviously, I grew up a huge Kurosawa fan. But in terms of, like you pointed out, Asian roles in American movies, obviously, as you said, they weren't exactly the most diverse or necessarily flattering roles up until. How do you feel about how representation is today? Do you feel it's getting better?
It's highly qualified, yes. Meaning getting better when you go from like pure zero of quality and substance to maybe level 1. Yeah, it's better. There's a move from 0 to 1.
But you have been lucky. I mean, you worked for Bernardo Bertolucci on The Last Emperor.
Yeah.
You know, and you worked like Michael Mann's prototype for Heat, LA Takedown. You know,
Right.
you were in that. John Carpenter, you were in Vampires, and you had a bit role in Big Trouble in Little China.
Yeah.
You did get to work with a lot of great filmmakers. And was that for you inspiring? Did you learn a lot from the various sets you were on?
You know, it was amazing when they told me Bertolucci and China to do Last Emperor. I almost blurted out, "How much do I have to pay?" You know?
Don't ever do that. Your agent
Yeah.
will slap you.
Don't give them a chance. I consider myself to be one of the most fortunate Asians or Asian Americans to enter Hollywood, and it certainly was. Well, I mean, it must have had something to do with me. I can't say it wasn't me at all, but just at that period, The Last Emperor. I mean, to do a film about China, a historical film about China,
Right.
in 1986.
That won Best Picture at the Academy Awards.
Yeah, 9 Academy Awards. It was on. The game was on. Somebody had it out for me out in heaven to allow me to show up for all those opportunities. It wasn't anything that was planned on. I'm just a spontaneous kind of person. I show up when it's called for, and I've always been that. I was raised in the U.S. military, the Army, and father was a lifer. And I learned very quickly at a young age, being raised on military posts, but mostly in the South.
Oh.
So the environment of the South, to grow up for a Japanese boy, and always being the only Asian around, period. You know, in that moment, the U.S. Army didn't have many Asians, period.
Sure.
Largest concentration were the 442 and the 100th Battalion, boys from Hawaii, and volunteers from the internment camps in California. So it has been a singular kind of run the gauntlet.
Have you been surprised? You know, over the last, say, 25 years, there's been a huge influx, especially with this crowd, the mainframe Comic-Con crowd, Asian culture, whether it's Korean pop music, whether it's Japanese animation, whether it's Hong Kong and Korean motion pictures. There's been a huge influx of Asian pop culture in America over the last 25 years, which I think is obviously good for everyone. Has that been something that you've been aware of? And have you, I mean, the fact that even now American studios are making things like Ghost in the Shell, a live action film there, or that we're getting like Bong Joon-ho with Parasite winning Best Picture from Korea, winning Best Foreign Film and Best Picture. Do you see, have you been aware of the fact that has been changing, that Asian pop culture has become a much bigger part of American culture, American pop culture?
Yeah, I didn't quite envision it. I'm rather forward-looking kind of guy. I hate to use visionary or vision, but it was a vision, and very clearly the idea when it was bad news back in the 50s and 60s and as a child, and just not relating to any of it. I knew it had to change.
Right.
And if it wasn't going to change, I knew in any typical way that minorities and stereotypes had fallen into it, especially with the fact that in America, of course, when we look at it from an Asian perspective, I mean, from Asia, they certainly have just always had amazing film, just unbelievable film. So I knew that it wasn't for lack of substance as people or a culture or stories or anything like that, but I knew you just had to be patient. To me, one of the greatest attributes I have is patience. For somebody who's just can't wait, I had to learn patience throughout my life, and definitely took some bumps learning that. But I knew it would come.
Right.
Yeah. Didn't quite see it in the form that it's coming, but this is a beginning. It's a transition.
Sure.
I think and I'm not really Asian American because I was born in Tokyo, but
Yeah.
I knew I had to do it on my own. I had to roll my own from the beginning. And yeah, again, I'm patient. So it may not be moving as quickly, and it may not be that all these new forms of attention in terms of manga and anime
And music. I mean, K-pop is huge now.
yeah, kind of thing. And so I'm certainly thankful for it. Although I've kind of done my time. I started late at 37.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, and that accounts for me looking like I'm older now.
Well, I mean, you've worked with directors multiple times and actors. Like you were in I Love Rising Sun, and obviously Sean Connery and Wesley Snipes were in that movie, and then you later went on and did another movie with Wesley Snipes. Have
Right.
you maintained relationships with other actors and directors you've worked with that have helped you along, that people hire you again because they've worked with you before?
I've never, I mean, underline the word never, experienced working with someone because I had worked with them before.
Really?
And I'm probably the most unlikely kind of actor because I don't especially appreciate most actors. I'd much rather hang out with the real people.
Right.
And when I lived in Los Angeles, I stayed away from sort of celebrity parties and stuff like that. I mean, the most I would do is red carpet kind of stuff for film, and but as far as showing my face just for face sake, there's been very few times that I've done that. And there's one thing that I teach in my acting classes. This thing called Hollywood. There's a split between the definition of this is the business of illusion, and then there's the craft.
Right.
And I've always gone for the craft. The illusion part mostly doesn't have to do with us anyway. It's publicists or it's agents or a lot of people that would have you become, well, to be branded. And it just seemed to me, I never really reached certain levels of notoriety, except with the fans. That's the one thing. The studios are the worst at recognizing people. But the fans, I've been lucky that the movies that I've been in are pretty much cult movies.
Right. I mean, you were in Showdown in Little Tokyo with Dolph Lundgren and Brandon Lee. How cool is that?
Yeah, and Dolph is somebody I've worked with.
Yeah.
3 times. And I don't know if you're aware, but he was had a degree in chemical engineering. Was it?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's no dummy.
No, he's very, very smart. Actually, I met him once in a gymnasium in a hotel in Bulgaria that we both were staying in.
Oh wow!
I was working on a film in Bulgaria, and he was just he was in the gym. It was just I walked in one morning, and I'm like, that's Dolph Lundgren. And I was able to speak with him he was great, but yeah, he's a very articulate, very, very interesting guy. Now, did he come back after you'd worked together was he somebody who had requested to work with you again?
You know, I don't know what part of that. It certainly would be an odd question to be asking someone. So I didn't approach the question, but all I know is that it was enjoyable every time we did work.
Because I mean, when I think back to roles that you did like Rising Sun, your character was so great. I mean, from an audience perspective, it was so much fun to watch you play a role where you were playing a party guy. You were playing a guy that was having and you had that kind of Cheshire Cat grin throughout that role. And then you're working with Sean Connery and Wesley Snipes. I mean, and Phil Kaufman, one of my favorite directors to be in that film, and Michael Crichton, the man who wrote Jurassic Park, wrote the book that was based on. So,
and both of those guys are amazing people, and they both passed away now. But yeah, that was one of the most easygoing film sets that I've ever worked on. And
really,
find is in Hollywood, the tone of the set is set by the director, and Phil just liked to take his time. And I mean, I think one day I went home. We start, of course, like 6 a.m. Went home by 1 p.m.
Wow!
He had made the schedule so that these particular scenes kind of clumped together, and yeah, it turned out by 1 o'clock we all went home. It was amazing, just easygoing kind of stuff. And Sean Connery, what can I say about him? He was my favorite actor growing up and through the Bond stuff, and he was one of the last dinosaurs of Hollywood, and I kind of make a distinction between like a man's man, and then there's kind of those that fake being masculine, and then there's straight out kind of non-masculine guys, and that's okay. That's just part of it. But certainly he was one of those guys,
right?
That I was just so fortunate to work with.
Did you ever get because you, as you said, you grew up watching the Bond movies, have you ever worked with somebody where you're just starstruck because you were a fan of theirs?
That was definitely a moment in Rising Sun, and I had purposely stayed away from him because everybody was always at him for something.
Right.
So I didn't. Yeah, just kept my distance until the scenes where we came, of course, to work together. And in the scene, he comes in the door with Wesley, and they sort of separate, and Sean kind of goes around to the left, and Wesley comes walking straight to me, and I have dialogue with Wesley. And we're talking along, and the next thing I knew, Sean Connery's face, that face is just like Mount Rushmore, It's like this close. I just turned and looked at him, and I forgot my lines. I was starstruck. And Wesley said, don't worry about that. He does that to everybody. So, but that was an enjoyable film to work with him, certainly.
Now, your career has taken you have a lot of longevity. Like you said, you started late, but you've been working now for the better part of almost 40 years.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer to 4 years.
I mean, it's and a lot of people. There's a lot of attrition in Hollywood. People don't last, you know. and you've been here for a long time, and you're still working on. I mean, The Man in the High Castle and Lost in Space. Both one is a streaming show for Amazon. One's on Netflix, and you've been in both of those. So I don't think that you're gonna be out of work anytime soon. I mean, you're keeping current and doing all this stuff. Do you want to branch out? Like, have you produced, or do you want to produce or direct? Anything?
Acting has got my hands full.
Right.
I can't think of anything else. I mean, it's not a dream to become a director, considering you become responsible from the first frame to the last. Your life is so consumed, and I've never really had. I think I had some sort of odd fantasy about it, but thinking about the amount of time, I'm not the kind of guy who's attracted to stress. I've had so much of it in my life, certainly from the business and trying to balance a family and work. I don't know many people who've been able to balance it.
Right. It's hard to do.
It is, and the more that you have notoriety, the more attention you get, and yeah, it takes away from the family. Now looking back, I see that it was so unbalanced, that work was getting too much of my attention. And
right.
If I had it to do it over again, I'd find somewhere a little more in the middle. But I always had this intention in working in this industry that I wanted to, in my work, create work and roles that would have people have a different view of, when I say us, minorities.
Right.
And I always included all minorities because I consider myself a man of color, more so in America than Asian American. It's a very unique, I mean, talking about acting and roles, it's a unique role to be raised in America, not be considered with much attention. And I liken that we have not, and in the time now is exploding for a number of people to be involved in politics. There's nobody in politics when I was growing up. I mean,
Right.
That's how old I am. There were no Asian representatives from the 50s, 60s, and all the way up until the, I hate to say it's 90s or 2000 that it sort of started or trickled in, and especially with the influx of Southeast Asian immigrants,
right?
The Vietnamese, and especially the Vietnamese. They're quite a vocal group. The Koreans, kind of, to me, the Koreans, I think, really stand to inherit the legacy of Asian Americans in film. Daniel Dae Kim.
Yeah. Who's terrific.
Yeah. And one actor that I am impressed with as an Asian American is certainly Joel De La Fuente, who was in Man in the High Castle.
Yeah.
And also Tamlyn Tomita. That lady got balls.
She's great.
You know, there's so much women can say or do that men could really be punished for. And one time in a project I did with her, there was some concerns about subtle kind of racism. But she jumped up and she just let him have it. I was like backing off in case it exploded, and that was amazing. Got to give her hats off to her, and she's great. She's great. She's half Filipino, and half Japanese.
Hmm.
Yeah, she's a toughie, small woman, but she's got a lot of power.
Yeah, I mean, it must be. You really have watched things change. Do you? I mean, obviously, right now we've just come out of Black Lives Matter demonstrations, and there's a lot of talk of representation. Are you optimistic about better representation in film and television for Asian American actors? Are you seeing things really change, and to the point where should we ever reach a point where that shouldn't matter at all, where we don't see the difference, that the greatest actors can be cast for the role no matter who they are?
Well, I've been absolutely proud with a capital P about being Asian, and sometimes that I've had classes sort of in conversation and stuff with Asian American who would rather be, well, not rather be, but become more American and be accepted in America, and all those things. I hate to use the word because it is kind of overused today, but entitled to be treated more as American. I mean, to me, how you're treated is up to you, and really what you choose to do with it. And I was raised so Japanese, and especially after the war, my grandfather was Secretary of Architecture for the Imperial Japanese government, and so I had been raised by the daughter of my grandfather, and there were points that were straight out just imperialistic, and there's bits of that left in my consciousness somewhere,
sure,
subconscious, but it was the point of being proud to be Japanese, and I'm not so sure that all Japanese Americans are living in a way to focus on that. And a lot of the roles I played had a lot of Asian American flack about playing bad guys at a time when there weren't Asian good guys. What did you expect? You know, or it was either be the businessman with the camera and the glasses or play the bad guy, and I just couldn't play the guy with the camera. There was just something about it. It was just too demeaning. But the bad guy, after having grown up in the South and had a lot of backed up angst, I let it out in film.
Right. Well, and also the bad guys are usually pretty smart too. I mean, they might get defeated, but they had nefarious plans that were working. You know, they were doing something right. That's why Wesley Snipes and Sean Connery got called in.
Yeah, like that. I've enjoyed it when I was doing it, and certainly there is some backlash from it too, because acting being part of really becoming the character, and yeah, there were moments that kind of had residue, kind of quick-tempered physical situations which weren't notable or mentionable, but I was glad I got to get paid for it.
Right.
But
Was there ever a time that you just couldn't do something? Like you're like, no, I can't. I'm not going to do this. Did you ever get to a point where you just said, please, we have to change this. It has to be, I can't do this.
yeah, I was real clear in moments that had to do with children. And when the bad guy would start to intimidate children, I just said, guys, I can't do that. This is just not going to work. So just back up on that energy. And I was given a chance to change it up in a way that definitely fit me better. There's
Right.
a way to be scary without being mean.
Yeah.
And I thought, especially with children, that it's just not a good thing.
That's interesting, though. I mean, I could see that. That was probably a very good choice that you made there.
Yeah. Because one thing I do know and I've been aware of from a long time, I just look scary. If I don't walk down the street smiling, people somehow get intimidated. They move over down the down the sidewalk. Some people will cross the street just to stay out of my way.
But I think that's also, look, as an actor, one of your strengths is you have that great face.
Well,
And I think one of the things that I really loved about your role in Rising Sun, not that it was a much bigger role than we would see you in, but you did have that Cheshire Cat grin. You know, I hadn't seen you smiling, and I mean, you were playing a Japanese playboy who was rich, and you had a stable of girls, and you had cool cars and a great place to live, and like, you know, I think many audience members, I certainly wanted to be you. If I was going to be anybody in that movie, I didn't want to be Sean Connery. I wanted to be you and have your life in that film.
You know, that role was a lot of fun. And actually, for a short period, probably a year or two, that began kind of a closer connection to Japan, I hung out with guys who were pretty much like that. I mean, like Playboy kind of energy and Ferrari models and in Tokyo. So I had a sense of what it was all about. And they were fun-loving guys, you know, they weren't gangsters.
Well, you know, there's a show that's being made right now by Michael Mann, and it's called Tokyo Vice. And I read the book it was based on. There was a reporter who was covering the Yakuza in Japan, but it was also a book that was about Japanese lifestyle. And they're doing that book as I think it's an HBO series now. And I just assumed that you would show up on that show at one point, you know, that they would have you play a role.
Yeah, you know,
it got shut down because of COVID, but I thoroughly thought, I mean, if you haven't been cast now, I'm sure you're going to get a phone call to be in that show.
I think I did read that book, and it had the stories from like the 50s and 60s and the wrestlers and.
Oh yeah, the sumo wrestler. It was fascinating, all the way up to the modern age. I mean, I've been fascinated by Japanese pop culture and movies and things like that, but just Japanese culture in general. And that book was interesting. It was very interesting. And it was the same thing was true of, like, one of the things about Rising Sun that I found interesting was when I was reading the book, it was back when there was a lot of Japanese investment in the United States, and talking about the karetsus and how Japanese business worked and all that was all very fascinating to me. But there was a little bit of I think of a panic about that. Like, watch out for the Japanese corporations, you know?
Yeah.
And it was kind of the end. It began, you know, you saw a little bit of it in Die Hard in the 80s with the Nakatomi Corporation, the Japanese corporation. And then Rising Sun was all about that, you know, was all about Japanese investment into America. And
yeah. No, it's absolutely true. There's one thing. The Yakuza are no joke.
Right.
They're a deep culture within themselves. And from the beginning, they actually were formed to protect neighborhoods. from, well, at one point, from the samurai of all things. You know, it's like the word samurai means to serve.
Mm-hmm.
And they were sort of serving themselves to all the props of oppression. I mean, it's true everywhere. But the Yakuza have, at least from what I've seen from the 60s, and just aware of them and them aware of themselves, that's one thing. They're not into a lot of exposure.
No.
They like to stay in the shadows, and that's why when it gets to Yakuza in film, and for the sort of surfacey kind of energetics of Yakuza that I've played, it's been okay up to now. But at this point, if you go into the depths of it, there are people that would not want the stories to be told. So
right.
I hope that Michael Mann has done his research in a way. And also, you know, to be playing Japanese nationals. I have always done that, and I've always accepted it with pride to do it. And I don't know everything about the Japanese culture. And I purposely at one point made a mental note not to go deeper into it, because there's a part of my brain, because I was raised until I was 5 in Japan, that it can tap into a part where all of a sudden I become more Japanese. I was a foreign exchange student to Japan and was studying in Tokyo. And the time that I was involved in the school, it was foreign exchange kind of stuff. So that's where I felt the American side or a foreigner side. But when I'd go home to stay at my grandmother's and my aunt's, and I would feel Japanese most of the day. And so I knew I couldn't really start to grab the culture, grab the language, or else my brain could definitely slip into that.
That's so interesting that you go to Japan to be an exchange student, and at school you felt less Japanese, that you were exchange, and then you'd go home and stay with your grandmother or your aunt, and then you'd feel Japanese. That's such a strange place to be in, I guess.
It's good for an actor,
right?
But my life has always been that. I've been sort of parachuted behind enemy lines between these two groups.
Into the South.
In the South, you know, that's wow. It was a trip growing up in the South.
Where in the South did you grow up? What bases were you on?
Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
Okay.
Fort Polk, Louisiana.
Wow.
Fort Texas. Yeah, and then finally in 5th grade, 6th grade, we got a break, and my dad went to Army language school, and we were living in Monterey. But that was the only time that we had spent out of the South, which was thankful. It was definitely an interesting upbringing. Someday I'll have to write about it, I guess.
Yeah, you should. I mean, you've got that's a great story to tell. And getting into acting at 37 or something. That's what you said.
Yeah.
What were you doing before you became an actor? But after you got out of school?
You know, when I was in school, I mean, I did a couple of plays in high school.
Mm.
And for being the only Japanese in the school besides my brother, I played King Arthur in Camelot.
Really?
Yeah.
What was in the musical version?
The musical version.
Wow.
Yeah.
What was that like?
Well, let me give you a little sample. I know what my people are thinking tonight as home through the shadows they wander. Whenever the wind blows this way, You can almost hear everyone say on and on and on. And I love that play. That's what I felt like in high school. Like I was a little kid running through an unreality. So
I love that they cast you. What is Richard Harris, right? Who is on stage?
yeah,
So you got to be Richard Harris. You got to be the British.
yeah.
You're the Japanese British Richard Harris in Camelot. You know, what a cool thing for them to do for you when you're in high school to play that role.
Yeah, that was.
I mean, that's the title role. I mean, that's the.
Yeah. Yeah, it was, and I really related to it. I really related to
being the king.
Yeah, being the king, the once and future king.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my life is, and there's a certain thing about actors too and their experiences. I always felt like from the time I was in first grade was the first recognition how strange a place that I had come to, considering I came from Japan where everything was about security. And in coming to first grade in North Carolina, it was everything about insecurity. And I was going to have to work. I was going to have to work to catch up with language skills, and everybody in school, had working experience of environments of America and magazines, and we never had any of that. So I had to open up I'd say my intuition, and just to know that I was safe.
Right.
Was,
by the way, one of our viewers, Comics Misplained, said it's amazing that you remember your lines from Camelot. They think that's very cool.
Oh, well, thank you.
So the idea of being secure and then going to be insecure, when you were in Camelot in high school, did your mother come? Did your parents come see the play?
Yeah, and
was your mom impressed with your performance? Did she feel competition with her son now that he was the king thespian on the stage?
Yeah, she enjoyed it. She made the costumes. She was great at sewing things and had the coolest costumes. And it really set me apart as the king. And I had a little beard, and it was quite a trip considering how sort of Caucasian the whole play is. And the only foreigner was a Frenchman, so there was not a whole lot of diversity in the roles or the cast. And that's one thing too in my life. I've always stood out. And so I found ways to use it. And when I was in high school, the area of the school, it was in DeWarty, in Azusa, Monrovia, and all those places.
Yeah, I mean, I live in Pasadena, so I'm close to where that is.
Right, all the working dynamics of America in the '60s.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so not knowing anybody in the school, the freshman year they had elections right away, but coming from different areas within DeWarty. And it was certainly the African American section of town and the privileged white section of town and everything else in between. And so I just had skills all my life to fit into situations where I didn't have security or standing. And so in the first year, I made it a point to go out and meet people. And by the end of the freshman year, we had student government. and I was voted sophomore class vice president, junior class president, and then became student body president.
Wow.
So, when I saw that there was a task and an opportunity, I certainly knew how to take advantage of it.
Well, that's great. I mean, it was good to hear. It's good to hear that kind of diversity existed even back then. Like you could take that opportunity and wind up class president.
Yeah, kind of thing. It was.
When you look back at the projects that you've worked on, both television and movies, even video games, are there favorites? Do you have certain roles? Well, aside from, of course, the lead in Camelot, do you have roles that you look back on that are some of your most favorite roles to have played?
Well, certainly Rising Sun and Mortal Kombat. That was quite a career-changing, mind-bending experience. And then to be asked to do the voiceover over 25 years later.
For the video game.
Yeah, for the video game.
What was, I mean, bringing back Mortal Kombat was a big deal. Bringing back the video game last year. What was that like for you? Did you just go record the voice, or did you get to do any motion capture at all for the part?
No, that is something I do not get involved in at all. Those guys are amazing athletes.
Right. Yeah.
That you have to do it over and over. No.
Well, it's really cool that they came and asked you to come back and play that role again. Like you said, 25. I mean, they could have not done that, but they wanted you. I think that's so cool.
Well, it's like, I mean, I hate to burst your bubble, but it's business, It's like anything for profit that they would think of ways to do it. I mean, I think it was Mortal Kombat 9, they had done the movie version within the game.
Right.
And they did have another Shang Tsung. And when he said, "Your soul is mine," my jaw just dropped. I thought, oh shit, he ruined it. And I always pointed when I say that. And he had his hand up like he was asking for some bread or something. It just seemed so wrong. It just seems so wrong.
Well, clearly they knew it was wrong. That's why they had to come back. See, it can't just be for profit. There's got to be, people love the games. They love your performance. They had to come back and get the genuine article back. Don't you think?
There was definitely a lot of support for it.
Yeah.
From the fans. And yeah, that made a difference. But it is absolutely evil how much money they make on games.
No, it is true. It is true. But still, it is pretty cool they came and got you back.
I like that you and I don't know how old you are, but the word cool is definitely a word.
It's a little old. I say cool and rad, as in radical, a lot. I mean, I think I'm hopelessly mired in the 80s and 70s. I'm old too. But no, I mean, I do think, look, I think that what's really interesting now about a lot of these franchises, I mean, and you've been in a lot of very cool, like you were in the pilot episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation, Encounter at Farpoint. Yeah. You were Q's bailiff, his Mandarin bailiff. But I think you've done so many for me, like someone like myself who grew up as a big fan, and I think you being a part of this Mainframe Comic-Con, raising money for charity, this particular audience is going to be the kind of audience that is so receptive to everything that that you've done. Somebody just Bunyan Snipe, one of our viewers, asks, can we have a King Arthur fatality? He wants you to say that.
Well, one thing I just want to preface for Shang Tsung, I think somewhere I have an alter ego that's English, Anglican. I love accents, and think Shang definitely has delivery of dialogue and stuff that has part of that. Fatality. That whole experience was mind-boggling. It took me to a lot of deep places. So let me try a fatality.
King Arthur fatality.
Yeah. Boy, it's making me work.
I know. I can't give you a line reading. Only you can do this one.
Yeah, like that. And fatality. That's all I got. It's hard to do with one word, but
I think it's pretty good though. But you know what I was going to say is that I think that like this audience, you know, we have a when you're a fan of something and you say play Mortal Kombat as a kid and you watch the movies, and when you grow up, we have a lot of these franchises, like the Rocky franchise, for instance, began in '76, and then all the way up the last couple of years, you have another the sixth Rocky sequel was made by Ryan Coogler, the filmmaker who grew up as a fan of the Rocky franchise, and then he writes a script like Creed and gives Sylvester Stallone a chance to come back and the role that he originated, and he earns an Academy Award nomination for playing that role in the sixth sequel. And these fans come back and they want an authenticity. They want, because they grew up as fans and they want to keep a fealty, and they want to honor what it was that they were a fan of. So if they're going to, like when they did Mortal Kombat 11, there was probably no question in anyone's mind. You had to come back. Like you are the one, money aside, there's a legitimacy that the fans want to see. You know, if your character is going to be played, it can only be you. If you're still here to play it, no one else can play that role.
One thing for sure is that I couldn't be any more grateful to the fans. They have been supportive from the beginning. And especially with Mortal Kombat, then becomes a global phenomenal franchise. It's been unexpected, but greatly appreciated.
Did you think that they would ever come back and do a game like Mortal Kombat 11? Or did you think that was done?
It had always felt like it was part of my resume and something that I was proud to have done. Pretty outrageous. It was one of the first films that New Line was making.
Yeah.
And they were trying to do it on the budget. We were filming in warehouses and at airports, and it was amazing that the director, Paul Anderson, did it and put a soundtrack to it that no one had heard martial arts with sort of metal music. And I think it all kind of mashed together and made a product around something that was due for an injection of some amazing amazing kind of stuff.
And then he's gone on and he's been a very prolific filmmaker over the last 25 years.
Yeah. And married his star.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Mila Jovovich. He did all right.
Yeah, she's quite a catch.
Absolutely. She's the fifth element, after all.
Yeah.
Malbrained says, "We're grateful to you, Carrie. You are a magnificent actor. All who know film know this."
Oh.
I'm telling you, you're in the right place. This is you've got a captive audience of people that grew up watching all of your work.
Well, thank you for that comment. Yeah, I feel like my time is now to start a career.
Well, do you have anything coming up? Is there anything that we can be looking out for, looking forward to? Or can you not say?
There what's interesting because of this COVID thing is
Yeah, nothing's
voiceover is it going on, and it's a lot of it being consumed, and in these next couple of years, I mean, a lot of product will be animation. And
yeah.
Got a couple of things happening there I can't really talk about, but
Right. I've been working on one myself, and I can't talk about it either.
Oh, well, good.
Yeah,
for you. Is
editorial. I'm on the editorial side, but what I do find, like you said, what I find interesting is I mean, you did some Star Wars work. You were in Rebels, Star Wars Rebels. You did a voice. Yeah. But what I find interesting is now the access to the different actors you never would have thought you would have been able to get to will do voices for animation because that's the work that's being done now.
Yeah. It's a whole different world.
Yeah.
From acting. And yeah. Sort of the depth and the substance and everything you don't have to have coming into, but if you bring that in, there's an opportunity to really light up the genre. I'm excited about that. And
yeah.
Been lucky to have that kind of response. And it's the kind of thing, you know, where, and I guess because it's harder to find, that people are looking for you and they're asking for you. And,
right.
And all of that.
Right.
So I'm good for the moment. Good for the moment.
Well, I think on that note, I mean, we've kept you for an hour. I really want to thank you for giving us your time. And I know it took a while to get connected, but I'm so glad. It's been my honor to speak with you. I certainly have watched many things that you have done, and I've been a fan of yours for a long time. And it's one. I think one of the cool things.
Yeah. Sorry.
Well, one of the cool things about this, the Mainframe Comic-Con and everything that they've done here. Obviously, it's all for charity, but to have someone like you agree to come on and be interviewed, it's such a treat. And I just can't thank you enough.
Well, it's been very enjoyable for me, and it's always, I mean, I can feel your passion for all of this.
Definitely.
And that's the one thing about this generation and sort of their loyalty and passion about the whole craft of the art of what it has become. I mean, dang. And when I go to Comic-Cons and people all cosplayed out, you can just see how the effect on this generation is to let those fantasies fly. Let and give them a piece to be involved in the entertainment business kind of thing. And I think we all as humans have that part of us that need to be able to express. And so I appreciate not only your passion, but certainly the whole of the industry, and wish to have it keep going. And yeah,
but I absolutely think it will. And I think one of the great things about specifically things like Comic-Con is it does break down international barriers between people. And I think the fantasy realms of different nationalities across the planet, you know, has really served to change things. I mean, it's really bringing people closer together, and you know, there's such rich fantasy traditions in all of the countries of the world. Obviously, the Asian countries, but also places like India. you know, and African nations. And I think through this pop culture, you've got a group of a generation of young people growing up where the kinds of division that you might have experienced are going away, you know, and I think it's a great thing.
I do too. It's another approach to the solution of what's going on today, and certainly the emphasis. I just hope that, well, it's always so true in America too. You got to overdo it, and then it swings back to the middle.
We're certainly overdoing something these days.
Well, you know, one of the thoughts I had is I grew up in the generation when Disneyland was just being built, and I remember when I was 6 or 7 going to Disneyland, how much of a fantasy release it was. And now we live in a Disneyland reality where it's the reality. The reality is unreal.
Yeah.
And it's all kind of like a secret pop quiz that used to get in high school. To see, you know, where it is we land on our feet. And I like that kind of reality. I mean, we certainly have been under a lot of illusion in this country, and I think it's just wake up call, reality time. And just, if I could say a word to your people watching, please just find a place of peace within yourself, a place that you can always go to find the calm and the sincerity and compassion to be nicer to each other. We have a tendency, and that is one sort of downside of all this internet and social media, is where the heck do haters come from?
And why aren't they playing more Mortal Kombat? It'll make you feel better.
Yeah, like that. Just forget like tearing each other down. Just if you have to play a game to release your angst, so be it. So be it. But I really enjoyed this interview, man. Thank you so much.
Oh, this was my pleasure. And I think our viewers enjoyed it as well. I mean, to have somebody with your esteemed career and what you've done, and it was very interesting and illuminating to hear your history. I mean, to know that you born in Japan and then growing up in the South on army bases, that's crazy. And then going back to Japan as an exchange student, here you were born in Japan, but now when you go back to Japan, you're living in two worlds. You feel like an exchange student in school. You go home to grandma and your aunt, and then you're back to being Japanese. What a crazy, something you don't even think about, but wow, that's very, very interesting.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And thanks to all you fans and people who have compassion and passion about what you're doing. I really encourage that. Just please remember the word respect. That's at the absolute core of what's going to lead us out of this mess, is respect for each other, all people. Everybody is a people. And there's no such thing as superiority. That's one thing I'm sure of. And for those of you that want to get into acting, please take the time to work the craft and the acting part and let the hype go. Because it's a mess. Trust me, I've seen it. Thanks again, man.
Well, thank you. I don't know if somebody will if we keep talking. Normally they cut in, but we're over time, so maybe they are just letting us go.
You have something else next?
I don't. You're the last. You were the last hurrah today, which was great. Oh. And then tomorrow I'm going to interview a few more people, which is fun. But this event they expanded it greatly, and it was really cool. I mean, these guys put together a great show. The Mainframe Comic Con says, thanks, guys. and people are giving you thumbs up and saying thank you and cheers, Carrie, and that this was an awesome interview, and everybody was very excited that you're here. You know, Malbrain says the Asian actors in Hollywood in the 80s, especially like Carrie, were real trailblazers. There were folks fighting hard in decades before, but there was a beautiful battle won with them, and thank you.
Oh, well, thanks, man. It was a very cherished time for me too. It is.
I mean, you got to be on an episode of Miami Vice. How cool is that?
Two episodes.
Yeah,
and
right.
then I did a series with Don Johnson, Nash Bridges.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's quite a character. But he is a real actor. He went to San Francisco ACT, American Conservatory Theater. Hey, Chuck, are you on to like kick us out or what?
No, well, I just wanted to say thank you. I just wanted to say thanks for being here, man. The chat room has been blowing up. Everybody loves you. It's been probably one of the highlights of the entire day.
Oh, well, thank you so much, man. Thank you. It's been great talking to Robert here, and
he's the best. He's our number one guy.
No, this was so fascinating for me too. I was so excited to do this. So
well, thank you guys for the opportunity.
You're very welcome. And Rob, thank you very much for being here. Couldn't appreciate you more.
Thank you. I once again, you made my day. You know, getting to talk to people I love. So that's fantastic.
Guys, Rob's going to be here tomorrow with Howard Chaykin in a much earlier interview than this one, guys. So we're going to go ahead and wrap it up for the day. Thanks again to these wonderful guests. Rounding out day one here in Hall A at Mainframe Comic-Con, guys. So we'll see you here tomorrow for 9 more hours of awesome. So check it out on mainframecomiccon.com. 5 panel halls, 9 hours, over 175 guests, all streaming live 100% for free to your home. So, guys, we will see you tomorrow. Fatality.
Good luck.
Fatality.
Fatality. Can we get it just to finish him to let us go?
That's up to Carrie.
That's a no.
Your soul is mine.
Yeah. But you get a point. You can't hold bread.
Yeah. Can't ask for bread. Okay. Your soul is mine.
That was a cool promo clip at the end. Your soul is mine.
First, I think you should at least put the slates up or something on the. I guess it doesn't matter. For tomorrow's stuff. You don't really have control over that, do you?